Welcome in, almost 8 minutes past the hour, and we have started a brand new day together. Thank you so much if you're listening live. We're rolling. It's early. It's the kickoff hour, and we have got a great show planned for you today. Wheel of Meat has not spun this week, so that's on the table for you. Old friend of the show, Dr. Melanie Petro, will be with us last hour, and once again, I'm the guinea pig. Thank y'all. They have got... some things planned, but we'll see her last hour in the studio today. Catch up with Dr. Petro. Been a couple of years since she has been in with us. Also, RBU this weekend. And it's, look, the audience were like, hey, we started talking last week about the Skinwalker Ranch and Travis Taylor. And that kind of started swelling up, and everybody was like, hey, we ought to get him on a Rick and Bubba podcast. Well, I reached out to him, and just as luck would have it, he is available before he heads off for some filming and some different things going on. And so he will actually be in studio for RBU as we record that today, and it drops Saturday morning. So Travis Taylor with us on RBU this week. Be making sure that Rick and Bubba University is part of your subscription when it comes to podcasts, and you're set up with notifications and everything else. But worst case, just make sure you're following us on social media at Rick and Bubba. And on Saturday mornings, we normally send something out letting you know they're available, both the audio and video links. So be looking for that. All right, 9 minutes past the hour. Let's bring in the other two boys, and it completes the kickoff hour in the Good Time Gang. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, gentlemen.
What's happening with y'all?
It's a crazy morning. I've been running around ragged doing things and got caught up at the house and realized I only had 15 minutes to get here and had to stop and get gas.
Did you really?
It's usually that way.
Oh.
Yeah. You know those moments where you go outside and you're like, why did it break?
Yeah.
You know, you think, man, okay, Hams, Amanda asked you to turn the laundry around, so do that. Okay, turn that over real quick.
Yep, do it.
And then I was looking for Maddie's iPad because I've got to speak tonight in Columbus, Mississippi, and I wanted to have a backup plan. I told her, I said, let me have your iPad, make sure it's good, I'm going to use it.
Right.
By the way, she has a pink cover, but I remember I tried this before. I bought a black cover for it because I didn't want to go up in front of a bunch of men with a pink iPad.
Well, that's probably smart. Buddy.
And so found that cover. So these are the things I'm doing this morning. Then I get out of the car at the gas station. Or I'm sorry, when I leave the house, I realized, why is Braden parked there? So I could not back up.
No.
So I was like, well, okay, now I got to go find his keys. And anyway. So, I mean, I literally walked in the door like 10, 15 minutes ago.
Hey, I thought you took off today.
Yeah, he asked. I'll tell you this, at our house, every evening, at late afternoon, it's, all right, let's see, who's leaving first in the morning? We got to get cars ready. It looks like a used car lot at the house at times. And so it's like, okay, you're working from home. All right, you're up front. I know I'm in the back. Reese is now in the back. JC, get your keys. Reese, it's just musical cars every afternoon, just so you don't have, like you're saying, you wake up the next morning, you're like, oh man, I got to move cars out.
And a little bit of it was on me because our tennis clinics got rained out yesterday, and going to the car, I got soaked. Then I got home and it wasn't raining at home. It was one of those deals.
We didn't get no rain.
So
yeah, we did.
Maddie and I were
we
drenched,
needed it too.
and I got out of the car and I thought, you know what? You've been doing a little bit of this pressure washing jobs. You're soaking wet. Just go ahead and get on the pressure washer for a while. You got time now.
There you
so
go.
I look up, and it's like after, I don't know, 6:30, and I've been out there for an hour or so. Just now I'm really muddy and soaking wet. And then, just time gets away from you. It's busy, productive, but my goodness, I was nearly late for work.
Yeah, we were like, should we call him?
Thing.
I got a great greeting from Greg when I walked in this
morning. Yeah. Well, he had given you a nickname
well,
for
you
the
got
day.
a haircut.
Well, you got a
shave and a haircut.
I may go.
Knocked it out yesterday.
Not everybody hears bullet head.
Hey, bullet
the
head.
first thing when they walk into their office.
I mean, didn't take a breath. And he was talking to me. Yeah, and you were going, hey, Bullhead.
Well, I wanted to acknowledge it.
And so you're getting yours today, Greg.
Maybe.
And your little buddy got his yesterday.
Shave and a haircut.
But, yeah, you got that thing peeled, and Columbus is ready for you tonight. Columbus, Mississippi, here comes Helmsy.
Yeah, how about that?
Fired up. What time? Tell everybody if they're in that area.
6 o'clock, First Baptist Church, Columbus, and it's funny.
Awesome.
They're I'm supposed to be there around 5:30, 5:40.
Okay.
So, you back time everything, trying to figure out the day. That was part of my night last night, too. But one guy sent me an email, and I'm very appreciative of this. Gregory Malone, I believe his name is. And he gave me specific directions. Evidently, when you put it in Waze or the Google Maps or whatever, it takes you to their old building that they used to have.
Yeah.
Like it's on the other side of town. And so he's giving me specific direction. I love that he included this in here. He said, I'm going to just type on. Warning, do not look to your left at this light, for there is tennis club there with about 5 courts. I don't want you to get distracted and not make it on time.
Well,
What if you got out and started
that's
hitting a few
smart.
balls?
Yeah, where's Helmsy?
He's hitting
Go
a few
check the
balls.
courts. Do me a favor. Please take the toll road around Tuscaloosa and Northport.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I just saw some advice
I think,
I'm giving you today.
I think
You're going to think you're going out of the way, but then you're going to realize, hey, this was a lot easier.
I think I actually went with Rick when
Ooh.
he spoke at this particular church, and we went that way. And I was caught off guard by them having that in Mississippi.
Huh?
Or in Alabama,
Yeah.
whatever.
You
It's
okay?
right there on the. It's right there on the line. I mean, it's close.
Well, yeah. It's just taking you. You're going to go a little bit further
Yeah.
instead of getting off on the Tuscaloosa exit, and you're going to feel like,
I just
what
didn't
am
know
I
that was-
doing?
I just didn't know that was there.
You're just going to loop around those two cities, and at that time of day, you might bump into a little bit of traffic.
Yeah.
It's just going to take you to some time off. I'm just giving you that advice.
Thank you. I
You
need
have
that.
about $1.50 ready.
And I do have. I never carry cash, but since
Throw some quarters at them.
Bubba, I got his tennis rackets restrung, and he paid me in cash.
Oh, yeah, he'll throw that
to do
Benjamin down.
So,
Huh?
yeah, it's a lot. It's not
I don't know if
cheap.
they're going to have change for that big guy.
Well, but I have the point is, I actually have change from that,
Okay.
and so I think for the first time I've got cash because I know how they are. Some of them are weird. Those Tobos are weird about credit cards and check cards.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in a weird place right now because you're going to understand it. This one over here is going to make fun of me, but I'm fired up about the Open at St. Andrews.
The what?
The British Open, the Open.
The Open Championship
at
I
St.
call
Andrews,
it the second greatest major we have.
home of where golf started. I mean, this is where it happens.
is.
And heard the storyline about St. Andrews that had to deal with a monk in Greece and all this kind of stuff. Heard the whole thing, and I was
Golf playing monk.
and it was just amazing to hear that storyline and how it all started. But Terry was even actually involved with that because to bring your wife in, she has to hear some like really cool story of to kind of bring her in, not just look up and there could be golf on.
Yeah.
And so she heard that, and she's like, oh, now this is kind of neat and this is kind of cool right here. But it started because their time over there, their days rolling. So it started about 3:30 a.m. Central Time this morning.
They
if you're
only
listening
get
live.
about 4 or 5 hours of daylight right now, and so I'm sorry, of nighttime. They have a ton. So they have a ton of players that can play, and they can spread out the tee times. And so the reason I even say that is this tournament is about luck and where you get put during the day, your scheduled tee time, because the weather changes all the time throughout the day.
Yeah.
And so you got to time it right or it could get ugly.
It could.
Rick and Bubba.
Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high-quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes. And it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial. Delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. Simply Safe Bubba rickandbubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsor.
Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing about summer, the food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily HelloFresh is bringing all the summer flavors right to our door with their limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. HelloFresh's ever-changing menu offers more than 55 weekly options that keep your taste buds on their toes, and the pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Get 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Here recently, we have been reaching out a little bit on the unscreened phone calls. So if you want to weigh in on topics, not guaranteeing you that we're going to take them, but there is a chance that we will hop over and grab you your phone call and let you join in on the conversation. 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's so many things. Today, if you want a little bit of Biden audio video gaffes and clips from his trip to Israel, hey, you just stand by and wait. There is He did a one-on-one interview, which he hasn't done here in America, but he did over in Israel. And some of that, I actually sending stuff to Adler and like we normally do each afternoon. It literally is like a Saturday Night Live skit. It's like Saturday Night Live could not do a better job than this, and this is supposed to be like our legit president, like that's serious right now.
You're talking about the leader of the free world.
Yeah. It really is. It's something else. So be listening and watching the main show today. We'll break all that down, his visit over to Israel. A number of other things going on today. Don't forget RBU. The much-anticipated RBU today is going to be recorded with Travis Taylor. We've been talking about the secret of Skinwalker Ranch on the History Channel and all that kind of stuff. We're going to break that down. We've had a history with him with the show, and just looking forward. There's so many things that we can jump into. But did y'all also know he's going to be doing an Ancient Aliens live tour as well? He's got a lot going on. They got he's got a new novel, sci-fi novel that's out. It's just a lot happening with old Travis Taylor, and he's going to drive down from Huntsville, be in studio with us today, record RBU, and that will hit Saturday morning. So make sure that you are following and subscribe to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
We haven't seen Travis since the Rocket City Rednecks.
We have not. We have not. We were discussing a little bit of that, and he's actually going to go back out and for the rest of the summer and do some filming and all that for the History Channel show, the Skinwalker Ranch.
Wasn't your nickname Skinwalker?
Yeah, what if it was? And so we really got lucky, and it timed down pretty good because I think he's leaving this weekend.
How
so
about that?
We'll look forward to hanging out with him. There's a couple of other things too that we can discuss. I'm just trying to walk right through it with you. Will and me could spin.
I'm so wanting to pounce in, but I just keep holding back.
Hold back, bullet.
Mm-hmm. So do y'all? This is this new thing with my kids that I've noticed, and they're not kids anymore, but. Do y'all fall asleep to music of any kind?
No, I don't. I can't sleep with noise.
No. You know, we talked about recently with Amanda doing her little, rain sounds, storm sounds, and ocean sounds last night.
I would have a better chance with those than I am music. I just can't go sleep.
But I don't like the storming deal because it makes me think it's storming outside, but not music. No. What are you over there with some orchestra or?
No. I mean the boys.
Jazz?
The boys actually do. Matter of fact, like
I know people that do. I just don't.
For instance, the way we got, the little Apple TV and all that set up downstairs, every now and then I might come in and one of the boys has got, some music going, making something in the kitchen.
What kind of music? Are we talking instrumental that's kind of soothing, or are we
Not for
talking
them,
about
no.
are we R&B?
Hard music?
No,
people
upbeat,
singing?
Upbeat's the word I was looking for.
See, I can't sleep that. That makes me want to do some exercise.
Makes me get them going.
Some of it falls in the alternative genre, I guess. But like for instance, I walk in the other day. JC's got some music going. He's making something in the kitchen. Reese walks through, and oh man, I fall asleep to that. And it's like what? And so I'll fly cover.
Does it just stay on the whole
Sometimes
night?
I'll fly cover with Reese just starting his job, and you don't want to mess anything up. He's got his alarm set, so at 4 a.m. as I'm walking out the door, I'll go up and just kind of shove him and, hey, buddy, get up. It's 4 o'clock.
Is
that
the
kind of
alarm
thing.
not gone off yet?
Yes, the music is playing. That's what I was going to say. Is
I was
that
finna
he's
say, I
got
bet
some?
he's a bip coming up there.
No, he's
to
asked me
Reese.
to, Greg.
Reese is
He
like,
asked
I
me
hear he
to.
is waking me up again. I got an alarm.
You got a target on you today.
No, I'm
he
just saying.
he actually asked me to do
But
it.
I thought you were saying you woke him up before the alarm went off.
No. Yeah, I'm waking him up at 3:30. Hey, buddy, got to get up in 30 minutes.
Well, yeah.
No, I'm not
Sounds
doing
like
that. But there's a study out, if we can get to that, geez, that if you fall asleep to music, there's a new scientific study that claims they have the best song to do that to.
Okay.
Elton John, Your Song.
Really?
Yes. And is it Eilish? Or,
Yeah.
Billie Eilish, I Love You is another one.
Isn't that a chick?
Yeah, she whispers when I can't stand her music, but I can see hers putting you to sleep, but I don't know about.
And
I heard
honestly, she whispers when she.
And by the way, when you hear an interview with her, she seems very normal, and like people love her. I mean, it's really strange.
She's a weird one.
So So you've got the top 10 list here of songs to fall asleep to. I didn't really know this was a thing.
You can tell everybody.
But you've got
that's one.
Billie Eilish, I Love You, and When the Party's Over seems to be doing good.
Well, every one of her songs puts me to
Maroon
sleep.
5, Memories. Boy, there's a couple of here. John Legend, All of Me. And as I said, Elton John's in there with Your Song. There's a couple of other ones. There's a top 10 in each category.
Metallica, Master of Puppets.
But a lot of people, because I asked the boys about that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, man, you fall asleep. Yeah, we fall asleep to music." And I'm like, "What?" And does
I
it
guess
just
it's
does
like
it go?
There's the TV the same way.
Yeah. I mean, and especially, I guess maybe for some it just relaxes them. I guess I don't know. Maybe if your mind's racing, you just listen to some music. But I would have to have it on a timer to where it fades off and is done, not going all night.
The playlist would have to be kind of mellow stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't just let it play anything. Well, I don't know, do you?
Right. Now, for Reese's alarm, apparently he likes really hard rock because
I get that, trying to wake up.
Because when I come in the room, it's like
yeah, to wake up, I'm
like,
I'll get you up.
Yeah, and I'm like, hey, big guy, and thanks. That's what I get back.
Yeah, you don't want.
I'm like, okay, man.
Yeah, get on up.
All right, buddy. Get up. Have a good
Music's
day.
off.
Have a good day.
That's Adler's music. He loves that.
I'm like, wow, good night, buddy. And he's just got it rolling.
Yeah, and I can see that getting up.
Yeah.
Going to sleep, I guess, was soft music, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe some Coldplay. I'm thinking what I could sleep to.
Can't do that. Can't do it.
No, I can't.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
It gets in my head and I can't go to sleep. Mm-hmm. I get a song in my head.
Like I said, I don't like falling asleep to the TV or anything. I'll just go ahead and turn it off. Some people, it just stays on all night.
I know. And plus the TV's doing all that blinking at you.
I know. Change rooms, changing brightness, all that. You good, son? We're like, all right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In life, there are good surprises and bad surprises. Finding $20, good surprise. Car breaking down, bad surprise. But when you have a protection plan through CarShield, those bad surprises are easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. Just choose the mechanic you want to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. And here's a good surprise. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Lock in your price by getting covered today. And how about this? It'll never go up. CarShield helps make surprises of your car breaking down easier to handle. Get coverage like we did. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 1-800-391-8888 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cooks Pest Control.
As the sun comes out and small businesses are back in business, LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use, because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to, or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Quick congratulations to the USA women's softball team winning the gold medal last night. A friend of ours sent me a text, said, hey, got home at 1:45 a.m. this morning, back up at 4. The struggle is real. Went and watched the USA women's softball team win the gold medal. They beat Japan, which was a rematch from the Olympics, but they ended up winning the gold medal in the World Games softball last night.
What
USA,
time did he get home?
1:45 a.m.
Goodness.
He said, I'm back up at 4, and
I'm a big softball fan.
I am hurting. I guess at some point you just go, I'm off in it, and here I am. I don't know really what to do. I get home at 12:30 or 1:30 is not a whole lot of difference. So
that's true.
But congratulations to the USA women's softball team for bringing home gold.
USA.
What I was seeing, not last night's game, but leading up to that, Hoover Met has had some great crowds. That's where they played. So looks like a lot of folks are going out and supporting a lot of these different things. All right, so there's a couple of ways we could go. Y'all want to go sweat or tires? Which one? What y'all feeling, kid?
Sweat or tires?
And I can explain. We got how about why don't we go climate activists, which deals with the climate, into sweating?
That sounds good.
All right. We have some climate activists that has said that they're expanding their tire slashing operation beyond New York City.
And what they're saying, right now, follow me here. SUVs are what they're targeting.
Correct.
Because of the harm they do for the environment and the privileged, wealthy people who buy them, right?
Yes. The UK Climate Group, whose members deflated tires on an estimated 40 vehicles in New York City last month, recently announced similar actions in cities nationwide. Some of your bigger cities like Chicago, San Francisco, and others, they say that they're targeting SUVs. And these are climate activists that are tire slashers.
Well, they say they are a disaster for our health, our public safety, and our climate. How about that? That's their say. How about this? They have a website. They provide tips for activists to quickly deflate tires, and a leaflet that can be printed off and left on the targeted vehicle. The document asks the victim not to take it personally that their tires were deflated. And like we said earlier, this is under the category good way to get you A-whipped.
Yeah, you have to pray for me, because if I encounter anybody doing that to one of my cars.
Especially a climate activist, that makes it even worse. I'd rather be somebody trying to steal my tire than
of
somebody
course.
just puncturing it.
Right.
Least, the guy's trying to steal and be a criminal, but that's fine.
Right.
I would rather deal with him than these idiots.
Because they think this is making a difference.
Yeah, first of all, you're making no difference. Second of all, first of all, a set of tires is pretty expensive.
But this goes back.
But they say only wealthy people have SUVs.
Oh yeah, this goes back to, guys, and we've talked about this. Nobody fears anything anymore because they don't think they're going to get in trouble, but because of our system now, where now, us, the victims, seem to be the ones that everybody points their finger at when we're trying to defend ourselves. Because imagine this, Greg. You walk out to your Hendrick truck, okay, and you see one of these climate activists slicing your tires. Well, you defend yourself.
Yeah.
They're the victim from you.
You've assaulted them.
Okay, that's how everything is twisted around, and they know that. But I'm just going to tell you, just heads up, if any of these climate activists are listening or watching, you better not come near one of my vehicles.
So where are they at on trucks? Because
I
they
was
mentioned SUV,
that.
but do they leave trucks alone because we work with trucks?
I don't know, because there's some big old trucks.
I don't know.
Out there.
It just says you're right. It says SUVs, but I would think some of these big trucks would fall under that category.
Because we can't run the country and do things and build things and take care of things without trucks.
Yeah, but
so is that
what about
do they
trucks?
know that? I'm asking, do they know that? And so therefore they're going, well, pickup truck's the same. That's why I'm asking.
Saying. Pickup truck probably falls under the SUV.
I think so, because it says bigger and bigger cars are dominating our towns and cities. So just big cars in general.
But I will give them this. They have done a little bit of research on their science. They also do not exclude electric vehicles because those cars also have a major carbon footprint.
Yeah, they do.
So at least they did their homework on that. They're not giving them a pass.
So you got all these climate activists doing this. We're laying down at the Tour de France where we have to stop. We're at the French Open tying ourselves to
we glued ourselves
nets.
To a basketball court.
We're doing all kinds of stuff. It's just
we're counting down days. It's, what they say, 900 and something.
Yeah, we're putting days on our shirts of how many days we got left.
Yeah. And I don't know where.
And it doesn't affect anybody. Like no one. I've not heard one person on the planet go, I tell you what, I was completely against that. I saw that old gal tie herself to the net at the French Open.
Yeah, now I'm on board.
I've never.
I'm on board.
I don't
I wasn't aware of it.
You protesters, I really don't. You do. The insignificance that comes with what you do is blows my mind.
Yeah. Do y'all remember the footage we showed? And here I go with details. I can't remember. It was I think an NBA player, and there was some riot going on. They got to messing with his vehicle, and he beat the snot out of the guy right there beside it.
No.
That's what you're
and they weren't expecting that either. But
he whipped that guy.
Boy, he did. Was it? I can't forget
what
his
an
name.
NBA player?
It'll hit me in a
anyway,
second.
We showed it on
But
there.
speaking of the climate and all this kind of stuff, I don't know what it is, but boy, I can sweat. I don't know if it's because I don't know if it's because I don't have hair and everything's just kind of pouring down from my forehead.
I don't think it's the hair.
Well, like in other words, when my head starts
thereof.
to sweating, it all comes down into my eyes, and a lot of folks with hair, they don't have that problem.
I wish you'd wear a headband.
Your hair stops that. So, but I have to sometimes have a hat on to stop the sweat because it'll get all. I'm dripping.
I got.
What if just during the summer, Speedy always wore a headband?
Yes,
always.
Just during the summer, one of them tight ones.
Yeah.
And you put it on during the 9 a.m. hour just to get ready for the rest of the
day.
Yeah.
Because you don't sweat before that.
But this week they did a survey on the sweatiest cities in America.
City.
Yes. And you can
Must
only
be based
imagine
on
where
humidity.
high humidity and all that is, and that's the southeast.
Well,
there's your
week
running
here
dogs.
They could just say the whole state of Alabama.
Yeah.
I'm a big sweater. I'll go through a ton of shirts, and to your point, have to
I'm not a
wipe off
huge
my
sweater,
face.
by the way.
Man, I wish I wasn't.
If I'm running or something like that, I'll sweat. But I'm talking about Like, have you ever seen the people that y'all are just standing there having a conversation, they're just like,
yeah,
and they're just sweat pouring. I don't sweat that much.
Well,
and I don't bump that much.
Our lovely state of Alabama made the list.
I think
in the top 40, actually, you had 3 cities. Montgomery came in 7th as the sweatiest city. Mobile, Alabama, 13th. Huntsville, 32nd. And the factors that they have in trying to figure this out, they give you the average summer temperatures, okay? And so, for instance, Orlando came in at number 1, the sweatiest city in the United States, Orlando, Florida. It gives you the average summer temperature, the summer season in general. How many months is that? The relative humidity, days above 90 degrees.
Okay.
By the way, they get 97 per year in Orlando.
Really?
Yeah. Exercise rate is also included in this, and I don't know how they come up with the exercise rate, but it's 50.6%. And then the population density, which for them is around 2,600 people per square mile.
And how
So
many?
these are the factors that they're using to figure out the sweatiest.
You left
cities
one
in
out.
America.
Also, how many cases of jock itch reported? You left one.
Really, the top 10, nothing surprises you. Corpus Christi, Texas, hot. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, hot. New Orleans,
hot.
Tallahassee, Florida, hot.
We're so
humidity.
hot. We're hot.
Houston, Texas, Laredo, Texas. So Texas, Florida, and
Texas.
Alabama checking in there.
Yeah, you
so
go. Humid.
I've noticed that, like, if I'm okay until I start, like, the first little, little drip, and then it's like somebody turned on the faucet.
Yeah.
If I ever play golf, I gotta have a towel with me.
Well, you remember Adler used to have
it's
pit
like somebody
stains a
poured
lot.
water over my head.
You remember that? I guess he found a new deal, but remember Adler? He always had pit stains.
Yeah, he got
was a
that taken
big
care of, though.
sweater.
He doesn't sweat anymore.
I remember that.
I don't understand why they use certain things, but obviously we talked about the weather, but they also use public transportation. That I guess the exercise rate, events, population density we talked about, the amount of shade. And they say that's a key factor on all this. Bodies of water is a key factor.
Okay.
Wind speed, average wind speed is a key factor.
Interesting.
And then new single-family homes with air conditioner plays a part in this. So,
is there anybody that doesn't have an air conditioner?
I think
In
there's
today's
probably
world,
people.
I'm talking about old winter unit.
I still have pit stains.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
still
you
the
do
same.
still have pit stains? You're still the same? I didn't know you sweat anymore.
Yeah, I'm still very sweaty.
Oh wow,
Very sweaty person.
You remember you were
really?
getting that treatment for your pits?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just for the endorsement fee.
I understand.
Yeah.
You remember the phone number?
I do. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah.
That?
It's for your skin.
Yeah, well,
got to put that "your" in there.
Yeah, which you didn't on the commercial. But anyway.
Well, there you go.
I'm glad you remember that, Greg. Only you would
remember
have
us
just a
having
clear memory of that.
We got a kick out of that.
Oh my God!
975
But it's really, if you look at it, I mean, the Southeast is dominating.
Oh,
and so it's kind of a no-brainer.
If you've ever lived
if you
here.
live in this area, that's just going to happen. But man,
Last week it was so humid. Goodness.
you know it's hot when you go out late at night, to do something, and it just the humidity
You
and
feel
the
the
heat just slaps you in the face.
And it's dark.
Or even when we leave, which is really early, you walk out, and normally it feels pleasant, and it's hot already. And the sun's
to your point,
2 hours from coming up.
To your point, the other night we grilled out some stuff on the old Blackstone griddle.
Ooh, I got meat.
And I refused to clean the grill because you gotta let it cool down. That griddle stays hot. I went and got a shower and all that, and came back out. And Amanda said, "Hey, don't forget to go out there and clean that up." And I'm like, I'm not doing that till like 9 o'clock because I don't want to sweat again. I just got out of the shower.
Right.
And so those are the things we have to think about here in the South.
That's right. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Negative, we're missing the victories that we saw over the weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw people give their life to Christ.
Yep.
I saw people say, I understand it now. I saw people saying, okay, thank you for laying this out. I do have a different view of it now. Then there's some people that say, I understand where you're coming from, but we agree to disagree. Hey, I agree with you, but I'm not sure how to handle it in my own family. By the way, this is happening in a lot of places and a lot of stuff. So anyway, so there was a lot of good that came from it, which was what we had hoped. But the fact that some of you you just cannot behave. And then Larry Taunton got so tired of it because he's lived it too, like when they start false narratives. Larry Taunton said Christopher Hitchens gave his life to Christ. I didn't say that. No. So what I'm saying is, and Larry being an apologist and someone who gets up there and writes op-eds, and, Zoe, what's her name, the actress that I can't say her last name.
Yeah, it was in Elf.
And Elf.
She's been in a lot of other shows.
Yeah. He included that, Beth Moore, whatever. And so what's happened is, so Larry writes an article not about the topic. He's just saying we're at the point now that we've become so vicious, and social media has become terrorism without bombs. And people will just go on there and vilify you. And my favorite over the weekend, and I laughed at this kid because I was trying to give him, kind of a 52-year-old deal. He goes after me on social media. He's 19 and then says, I just called you out and confronted you. And I said, son, you didn't call me out. You gave me a frowny face. You gave me a thumbs down. You're somewhere in private firing off stuff to me on social media. You're not confronting me. Confronting me is you stand before me like a man and you say, I got an issue with you. I said, that's confrontation. You're not confronting me under a fake name with a frowny face. Are you kidding me? And so, but anyway, so Larry Taunton also wrote a great op-ed that basically says this thing of social media and how they go on. And because keep in mind, people can start a false narrative, and you can do about it.
Exactly.
I mean, and
we
so,
see it every day.
Yeah. So anyway, it was a very difficult weekend for a lot of us, but there was also at times, as people were saying yesterday, they would say, hey, man, we've been praying for you. You know what I said? And we can tell.
Yep.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. So anyway, we got a lot to cover, but that's just another example. I mean, here's an opera singer who's just trying to sing at inauguration, and everybody said they're going to kill him, so he's stepping out.
It's longer for Toby Keith.
By the way, if that was the case, I guess I wouldn't be doing the show today.
Yep.
But we'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll talk later. The animal rights people, they're getting some wins.
Boy,
I mean, they've shut down SeaWorld, and I know we've talked a little bit about the circus. Got a lot of emails. Of course, I had to really search to find them on other topics this past weekend. But also, Bubba, I mean, playoffs. I mean, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. We're going to have an AFC and NFC championship coming up this weekend, and the four teams are set.
It looks like we had a couple of pretty good games yesterday too.
Yeah.
I didn't see the end of I saw bits and pieces of them, but they were the kind of games I wanted to stay and watch, and due to driving and traveling and some other things, couldn't see them all. But wow, some great finishes.
Yep, yeah, we've got it set. We'll have the Packers will take on the Falcons, and the Steelers will do battle with the Patriots. So that'll be coming up this weekend. And I even told Helms this because our two childhood teams played each other. And it was a phenomenal game, Pack and Cowboys. But I'm one of those kind of people, and this might not be necessary, but it's just kind of the standard for myself. If I haven't really followed the team and I haven't really watched and I haven't really gotten involved, I don't want to jump in here at the end and start jumping up and down about the Pack. I mean, I want them to win. I hope they win the Super Bowl because they are my favorite NFL team. But it's not like I've been in the battle with them. Yeah. I haven't really grinded it out with them this year. I haven't really been paying attention.
Nor have I with the Cowboys.
Right.
Well, they don't. I mean, the Packers don't even start till like week 6.
Right.
I mean, I mean, I've never seen a bunch more nonchalant out of the gate.
Well,
and they'll get 3 or 4 losses, and then here they come.
Well, I thought Greg put it best in the kickoff hour when he said, and it's a terrible thing to say, that maybe Aaron Rodgers, when he's estranged from his family, he's more focused and actually start playing better. Once he got that all worked out. I mean,
they must be really distracted.
Well, the thing that gets me, and I liked his honesty because I didn't see. I was watching the game, and then my wife pulled me away from the game, and then my sons were like, I got the text 31-31 Packers with the ball. Dad, you have to come back. And so I came back to watch the end, and I like that Aaron Rodgers was just straight up on the completion, which I heard Helmsley say as a Cowboy fan it hurt, but he was right. That you had an official who said, wait a minute, y'all about to – I think they would have reviewed it either way, but it was good that he said, hey, no, he got his feet in. That Aaron Rodgers said that really isn't a play. It turns into backyard football.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
Welcome back. 8 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by A2B.com/radio. Hey, fuel prices. I know here recently they've slowed down and in some areas gotten a little bit better. But they say that's going to be short term. They're probably going to go back up. Anyway, they're out of control. We all know that. They aren't going to be a whole lot better anytime soon. And with the policies that this administration is pushing, man, if you own a fleet of trucks or you're an owner-operator and your job is to get out there and deliver things and you're just trying to get it done every day, fuel is a big deal. And all the mess that comes with these, fleet fuel cards, you're like, what do we do? We want you to check out A2B Fuel Card. A2B. It's so simple and free. We all appreciate that they're out there. No setup fees, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit checks required when you apply. It's super simple, and it'll save you money, too. You can use A2B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. And you have have you ever seen a gas station not accept Visa? I mean, most do. So you're going to be fine there. Something else, unlike other fuel cards out there, A2B has no gallon limits, which is big. This all means using this fuel card can help you grow your business and you not be sweating over fuel. And I know we just did the sweatiest cities, but you know what I mean.
Sweaty.
If you're paying too much for fuel, you need to check this out. If you pay on time, you're going to continue to grow your credit. So go apply today at A2B.com/radio. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero fee card. The website again is A2B.com/radio. For a $50 credit. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so as we get on back, we talked about, we've been talking about climate and sweating and doing all this kind of stuff. I love one Amanda Helms. Every now and then she will send me a picture of almost like a location check.
Oh, my.
And it has to do with Michael over here. And
this is the way she gets me back, by the way.
Right. She sent me a picture
Greg,
of Helmsy, and he
That's
basically
funny.
saying, so he's just given up. Please look at these shoes that he's wearing.
I can explain the shoes.
And I'm like, wow. So for those of you who can't see, Helmsy's got a backpack blower on. He's got some gym shorts, a T-shirt, white socks, and dress shoes.
All right, I need to explain.
An alligator print shirt.
No, listen, y'all.
Right.
Y'all
And
don't
a
know
cigarette
what
for
you're
some
talking
reason.
about. No.
Yep.
So I had just gotten home from, just teaching young minds the game of tennis. And
those shoes.
No, that's what I was going to tell you. So I had everything on. There's Coach Michael minus the shoes. Okay, I had my tennis shoes, one of my many pairs that I'll rotate out.
Good look.
But when I got home, of course, sweating. Been out there in the heat. We just talked about sweating.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized this was the day. This wasn't yesterday. This was
day before.
Today, day before.
Yeah.
We had a little storm roll in. I think it was Monday night or Sunday night, and so I needed to clean up some stuff at the house, and so it was just a good time for me to do this. And I also had to pick some weeds on the hill. Those are actually old golf shoes, spikeless golf shoes.
They're brown with white
in the garage
soles.
and put on when you're going to
Exactly.
go out.
And so when I got home, I took my tennis shoes off
Plus
and
they
I
look
put
sharp.
those on because I knew I was going to have to tackle that hill after I got through blowing off the deck and driveway and sidewalk and all that. So
You're trying to make it sound better, and it does sound a little better. But we got.
That one there gives it away.
Yeah, we got some brown shoes here that look like dress shoes.
If I'm going,
the fact
I used to wear them as
were
dress
nicer
shoes. By the way.
shoes. That doesn't. Usually I do that with old tennis shoes.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
Yeah,
those
that's
things.
the same.
Yeah, those things.
Normally I don't get my brogans on.
But I played golf in those 10 years ago. Okay, so they've been walking through water and mud and all these other things. Not like I took out those. Now, if I was going like, hey, honey, can you go to the store, and I dressed like that, then yes, I'd given up. But I was doing yard work. That doesn't count, does it?
Doesn't count.
Does that count?
It doesn't.
Not really.
But but in the picture you don't get all that, so it's funny because
Yeah,
it looks
yeah,
like you just
right.
you're.
And I
And
normally
I asked Amanda, I said, is he really 65? And she laughed pretty hard.
Here's what's funny is I normally don't even wear. I think I had white socks on there. I normally do not even wear white socks. I'm a black socks guy.
Me too.
And
I am
even with the
too.
footies,
Yeah,
I'm black socks.
I give you that.
But I have these socks in my garage, like 4 or 5 pair, that when I come home I can change socks and
keep
get
garage socks in the garage.
I'm an organized individual,
All right.
buddy. Let me tell you, I do. I keep towels and socks.
Well,
and
I've got some
shoes.
towels. I just don't have socks.
Well, when I come in and
Oh, yeah.
I have to change. I can't have I can't stay in a pair of socks for 6 hours on tennis courts and then turn around and come home and do yard work. I got to let my feet breathe in some new socks.
Really?
Yeah, I
I'd
do.
keep the old dirties on since you already dirtied them up.
Just can't.
Old dirties. I love that
So.
picture in so many ways, though, and apparently Amanda did
It
too
says a
because
lot.
she captured that moment to send to us, just so we could do this. She's funny.
I asked her why
She's
she was
funny.
I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, she's just grinning and laughing, and
Nothing.
I'm like, "What are you doing? Stop!" And see, Maddie is standing really close to me. You just can't see her in the picture. So I thought she was taking a picture of Maddie because Maddie was out there clowning around and acting up, and Coco was out there.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I was sitting there. If you could tell, I'm laughing. I'm laughing at Maddie. See, I didn't even have any clue she was taking the picture, much
You
less
wasn't laughing
sending
at them
it to you.
shoes?
Goodness.
I'll sneak pictures or video of Terry and like send it to her, and she doesn't know it, and I'm sending it to her.
Well, that's a good way to get in trouble.
I know. Like I'll be following her in the grocery store or something like that, and I'll video me following her, focusing on a certain area.
Oh, okay.
And then it's like a couple of hours later, she'll see it like on I'll snap or something like that. She'll look at me and she'll go, "What's wrong with you?" Well, I'm just enjoying the view. Nothing. I'm good. I'll do that all the time. Y'all know that?
That's shaking hands with danger.
I know. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
I hope you don't mess up and send that to
Right.
somebody else.
Yeah, I don't want to send it to one of the kids. They'll be
Oh.
traumatized forever.
Traumatizing.
Yeah. All right, well, haircut and
Do you
brown
talk
shoes.
in the
Good job.
videos too?
No, I'm not calling like mama or anything like that. I'm just.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, and as Greg said, as great coaches will say, when you let the quarterback break containment, bad things happen.
It does.
I mean,
When they get to running around.
If you lose containment, bad things happen.
And we talk a lot about running quarterbacks, but a quarterback that can extend the play, or we used to call it a scrambling quarterback, back when Fran Tarkington used to do it. They just create havoc because you can't stay with these guys for 8 seconds. You just can't do it.
Well, you remember I heard
And
Rick,
they're so good at knowing what to do when that play is broke and executing that. It's amazing.
all right, the center that does NFL coverage that played for the 49ers and got Super Bowl rings, Randy Cross. Randy Cross said, we would tell Joe Montana, we'll give you 3 seconds. Now, after that, it's on you. He said you have to create the other second. Being able to move around, get out of the pocket, because all we're going to give you, it's on us if they sack you before 3 seconds. That's our fault. But after 3 seconds, if you need more time, you're going to have to go find it because we can't give it to you.
The Pack's offensive line has been doing an excellent job because I remember last week he'd be in the pocket and he's moving, but he stays in the pocket. I mean, they're giving him forever.
Well, it was that was an incredible finish, and then that weird Kansas City ice storm thing.
It was strange that they pushed it back later in the day to have better weather. You'd think it would get colder.
And you know me, I'm getting older. I was so confused by that. Also, another game started coming on after the late game, and I looked at my kid. I said, "What is this?" And they're like, "Yes, next game." I said, "What? There's no game at this time of the playoffs." And they were like, "No, this was supposed to be one of the early games." So
it was travel issues. They had to let the ice melt.
yeah.
So
Well, and that poor guy had to go out there and crack the ice off all the seats.
That's a lot of seats.
With a hammer.
What a handle!
Surely we got another way of doing it.
Gosh,
What if
that was your job?
They had all them seats.
That's terrible. So
We not got some kind of special piece of equipment or
Right,
something.
yeah. Well, it's funny because
Give me the de-icer like at the airport.
Bubba, you had a couple questions.
Well, a couple of things, and one, I want to be careful how I say this. You used a word last segment that I wanted to flash back on for a minute. Maturation, was that the term? I got to be
maturation.
careful how you say that.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, I assume that meant the growing and maturing of something,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
But I'd never heard you use that word before, and I thought, well, Rick's been hanging out with Larry Talton again.
Well, you could tell we talked this weekend.
Yeah, so
you could tell. Yeah,
you always add a few words when Larry's been around.
yeah. The maturation of my faith or sanctification.
Right. Growing of something. Yeah.
Right.
But
Maturing.
I just never heard you use that word. Was that the first time you ever used it?
Third time.
Here?
Yeah.
On the air?
Yeah.
You're smooth with
It's
it.
recent though.
I don't remember the other two.
As a matter of fact, I think I used it Friday.
That's a new word.
But to say it's new,
I've heard it several times on the show, but that's a completely different story that involves Bubba and his memory. But that's just a whole.
Yeah, because I didn't remember. I really didn't remember.
But to you saying it's new, I think it's accurate. Somewhat new.
Maturation to my memory.
First time I've ever said it incorrect. I don't say it a lot.
I need to grow in.
Right, correct. Well, no, look, we're all getting like that. Look, I'm getting to the point now, Rick Burgess included, let me be clear, okay? I used to really be alarmed when we would ask each other the same things we've already talked about,
right?
Me included.
Right.
And I think there's a couple things in play. One of them is, like I had to say a couple times, we interact, which I praise the Lord. I'm so glad to have so many friends.
Yeah,
I'm very, very blessed. And of course, you go through what we're going through this past weekend. You'll find out who your friends are and who they aren't. As Michael Catt told me when I talked to him over at Sherwood in Georgia, he said your real friends will be the ones that will be coming in the door where everybody else is going out. But anyway, so and our kids will find out who their real friends are too. So anyway, when I was talking to so many people, I think sometimes. It's not that we can't remember if we told you. We're just not. I know we've said it before. I just don't know who all I've said it to.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And the audience changes, depending on the groups, and sometimes you don't know. So, I think we're very normal. None of us played in the NFL, so it can't be that.
Well, it's interesting you said that. I talked to a brother of ours that has got a family member, sadly, that's been diagnosed and he's having issues, and he's a little young to be having these issues and with memory and all that, and he said they threw out the name the word CTE the other day, and he was like, my brother never played any football for any amount of time or ever had any kind of head. And they were like, oh, he's had some sort of head trauma. They're like, I don't really think so. So,
be careful. That may be the next catch. It's going. You know how we go through in the medical field this thing where everything is this or everything is that. Yeah. Everything had to have a penicillin shot one time, and we figured out that wasn't right.
Well, we were saying that
now it's all a virus apparently.
Well, you remember anytime we brought something up on the air about the medical field, which is thank the Lord. One time we had the best there is. I think we still do.
Great advance,
and there's a chance.
Great advance.
There's a chance now we may save it, but we can look at history and say on a lot of things, including the medical field, we haven't always gotten it right.
I would use a broader term, Rick, of science. We hadn't always had it right.
We had a theory, we tried something, and down the road went, we didn't see that side effect. That has happened. So
many times
we got to come off this arrogance that I'm medical field and I can never be questioned. Well, no, you've made mistakes in the past. That doesn't mean you're not great. That doesn't mean we don't love you, and we're so thankful you're there. Love the things that you do that are miracles from God. Thank you for all your studies, all your expertise, and your research. We have all benefited greatly from it. But you don't have a 100% record. So it's okay for us to say, hey, man, we don't want to look at that. How dare you question that?
Just look at it. Give it a look.
Hey, just give it a look, man. I mean, as I always use this example, and for that we just talked about, I'm aware I use it a lot, okay? And that is the morning sickness pill of the 70s.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
Well, hello there. Welcome into another hour, on another day, on another week, on another year of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for taking time to be with us. The kickoff hour is behind us, and we start this hour as we have since the attack on 9/11, and we start this with the national anthem. minutes past the hour. Much to do on the old Rick and Bubba show as we unpack another one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All here. As Team Rick and Bubba moves forward, Big Boy giving that reassuring look. Hello, Big Boy. Willamette still in play today. Your phone calls and breaking down the stories of the day. But we're missing a player. We're missing a player. You don't have enough men on the field. Let's bring him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Also, future owners of the Skinwalker Ranch.
That's good. Hey! I can't get there for deal, baby! Unchained. How about blue-eyed murder and a size 5 dress? Oh, boy, Dave.
Oh, boy.
Watch out, Dave.
Yeah, that was pretty much dead on.
Hey, watch out, Dave.
Yeah.
Come on, Dave. Give me a break. All right, so Bubba. Well, you and I have a lot to do today. We got updates on stories, the tragic, horrible, if it all turns out to be what it appears, this ongoing 10-year-old girl thing that the left and the Biden administration is trying to use to say that the Supreme Court did not rule correctly constitutionally. Again, we're trying to educate everybody. Those two things really don't go together. But anyway, there's an update, and it sounds odd because it was actually said on this show yesterday, what if it turns out to be an illegal alien?
Right.
If the story turns out to be true.
Right.
And
nobody knew.
Yeah,
sure. Even the people in law enforcement in that state, that's part of the confusion around this story.
Well, and I think confusion is the word. I would be real careful. Look, we can be guilty of it sometimes, but it goes on. It's almost like it will grab a little bit of information. I'm talking about all of us. Mm-hmm. And then say, well, this must be what it is, only to a few days later get another story that says, by the way, all that was wrong. So I would say that's a confusing story. It's developing. We'll give you what, because there was yesterday, even when they came out and said this, it came out right when there was scrutiny of whether this even happened at all.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we said, oh, yeah, it did happen. Here it is. But then inside those stories, the word reportedly and allegedly really, it was in there a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened. I'll say that. We speculated yesterday on whether it was even true. But there's some things that really have been solidified and seem to be true, and that is some of the claims that if something this horrific happened, the family and the girl had no recourse because of Clarence Thomas. That's basically how it was being portrayed, and that really is not accurate. Mm-hmm. So that part isn't. So we got that. And Bubba, you and I today, you talk about an easy Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. 45 minutes is not going to be near enough time on what we're going to be talking about today and recording it today, and then you'll have it this weekend. Bubba and I both watched 3 episodes of Skinwalker Ranch last night, and we're interviewing Travis Taylor. I don't even.
Travis is.
I don't even. I'm just listening to. I'm just trying to put words together.
Travis is a unique individual.
He is unique, and
he's been on the show many times in the past. as part of the Rocket City Rednecks.
Yep.
This was the rocket scientist family in Huntsville, Alabama, that had a TV show. They used physics and engineering to go out and have some fun and do what rednecks do.
Yep.
Travis has just a wall full of degrees. I mean, you can't hang another doctor around his neck without pulling him over.
No.
And just a super nice guy, very likable guy. And he's kind of the driving force in the Skinwalker Ranch series. That we've heard about the Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh yeah.
To the point that I think
I wasn't even interested in it.
Yeah, I think it kind of turned us off because we heard so much about it.
I almost felt like I was being made to do something. You know how well I respond to that.
But Travis was brought in, and there was some controversy just the other day, just a short period of time ago, that Travis acknowledged or said that he was the lead scientist on the UAP, the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Project for the government, better known as UFO research.
Right.
Chief scientist for that.
Yeah, the chief scientist on it. So, and that caused quite a stir.
It did.
And so we're going to ask him about that.
Yeah, he wanted to clear that up today too.
And dig into some of that.
But I'm sorry, I know he needs to clear that up, and that's important. But I want to talk about Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, and we do. And for those of you who've seen the series, you know what we're talking about. For those of you that don't, we'll come back next segment and set that up a little bit because we've got to talk about some of this to get it out of our system, or we're not going to be able to do anything else. And
well,
I know us.
If we don't get this out of our system, the podcast will be 3 hours long. I mean, there's some of this we got to go ahead and hash out before we ever talk to him.
Skinwalker Ranch. Strange name. Comes from the my literal translation of the Indians that lived there at one time.
Yeah.
Meaning shapeshifter.
Yeah. Or as we'd say, Greg, where we come from, Hanks.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. They basically say, hey, don't go where a bunch of Hanks over here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, suddenly babies are coming out with no limbs, so y'all didn't see that coming. You know, you thought you can go out there and see if you could handle a nausea situation with a pregnancy, and you messed up. Now, I don't think you should be, taken before the tribunal for that because you didn't know. You were trying to make life better for women in pregnancy, and you thought you had the research right, and you didn't. Okay, so people paid a price for that, but that's part of us trying to move forward too. Not that it makes it easy for those who had to struggle with that, but I don't think there was any ill intent from the researchers who were trying to research this or the doctors who prescribed it. I don't think their lives should be destroyed over something they didn't know was going to happen. So I understand the legal ramifications, which makes us a little bit, but when we're all trying to move forward as a society and we're researching things and we're doing things, sometimes we mess up. So let's not always act like that right now we've got everything right medically. We really don't. And some of it's great.
It's a process.
Yeah.
It's a process.
And that's all I'm saying. Let's just have a level head about that. Sorry, what was your other question?
Well, Rick, I want to thank y'all for not mentioning my eyebrows this morning because I tried to trim one this morning. And
oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
And
they're bald.
Y'all just
You're going to draw them back.
I appreciate y'all holding your comments till this segment.
What in the world?
Well, I have an electric razor that you trim your eyebrows with from time to time. It has a little guard on it, a little plastic thing.
Take the guard off.
And well, thank you, Ham, for jumping ahead here in the story. But this and trying to do that procedure early in the morning is bad anyway. But after you've been out of town all weekend, we were at the farm, it was out and about. You glance, you go, hey, I got some eyebrows there, a little, might need a little attention.
Well,
along with the rest of my
as
hair.
we're aging, man, Brian Regan did a bit on this, and he's right. You're getting to the point now, so you walk by the mirror, and you're like, man, I got a hair just sticking straight out of my forehead. What in the world? Right?
Yeah, it is strange, but I tried to trim that on the way out the door this morning, and about halfway through it, I realized, hey, there's no guard on that baby. I'm cutting low. I'm trimming. I'm cutting the putting green here. So, the good news is it grows back, but
you hope. I thought you were lighting the grill.
Yeah, that gets all of it at one time. Yeah. But I dug in a little deep there to begin with, before I realized I didn't have the guard on.
I think it looks good, Bo.
Yeah. Well, you won't have that long, tangled up hair sticking out there.
Hey, how about them pencils and draw it on there?
Bubba, let me tell you what happened.
They don't sell a lot of gray pencils.
I'll go military with you because I know how you love the military. You wanted to do a precise strike, and sadly, innocent people were killed.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I mean,
it should have been a surgical strike. Ended up being a carpet bomb.
That looks good.
I see there's one long one over on the
I see
far
it from
left.
here.
I see exactly where you stopped.
Well, that's the only one I see from here.
Well, I quit. I just quit.
That's you can't really tell.
You can't.
I get sunburned
now
right
that you've brought it up, I can really tell.
Yeah, that's all I'm be looking at.
Yeah,
now.
that was the.
And that one hair, I want to come get it. I can't.
Yeah, just let it go.
Right.
Look, I mean, I skin her in there pretty good.
Look, he's paid a big enough price already.
Do they ask y'all when you get your hair cut, do you want that trim?
Yeah.
They've started doing that where
Really?
I go. Yeah, that's the first time. And so I figured this is the first time they've gotten away from me.
Now, when you get older, what is funny, your hairline will starting to.
I know.
It'll start to recede, and Greg's made that point to us several times. But your hair, your eyebrows, the hair in your nose and your ear, it like tries to make up for it. And I'm like, hey, you're in the wrong spot.
My nose is ridiculous.
You're in the wrong spot.
Crazy.
You know,
it gets out of hand in my nose.
At the barbershop when I was just a kid, and y'all tell me this because I don't know. Mr. Kelly, they used to do something with a match or something and burn
Kelly.
it.
Match?
Yeah.
Where were you at?
They
Who's
burned
Mr.
it.
Kelly?
No, this is back in Jacksonville,
Up your
100
nose?
years ago when I was just a
Who's
tot.
Mr. Kelly?
Well, he was the barber.
Oh,
there.
barber. Okay.
And I remember he'd do some kind of flash fire and burn that out of people's nose. What was that?
Are you serious?
I think you're right. That's sparking
serious?
something. I don't know if I'm right or
Oh
not.
yeah.
I'd like to see.
I would too.
I do too. In the kitchen.
But here's the thing, Brian
It'd
Regan.
be like, poof, and there it went. You know, I'm like, hey, he just
And your
tried to
nose would
burn
be
that
all-
guy.
Bubba, you sure that your barber didn't smoke crack?
Yeah,
but-
Mr. Kelly didn't.
Right, but
It wouldn't grow back as fast.
Mr. Henderson was my first barber, and then Mr. Kelly.
What was our guy, Greg? Mr. Craven?
Yeah, the Roffler shop.
That's right.
No, not the
looking
Roffler
Razor's
shop.
Edge.
Razor's Edge.
But let's go back to this.
Down there at the Quintard Mall.
And Brian Regan talked about it. These hairs that start growing out of your head as you get older, and Brian Regan does a great bit about it because, and I agree with him, it's like Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh, it's really
I mean, they go from zero to hero.
Yeah.
I mean, you go, I didn't have a hair here yesterday. No way that hair got that long that quick. Where did it come from?
It's like you get one follicle that tries to make up for the failure of a bunch of others.
Yeah. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So anyway, catch this Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Coming up this weekend, Bubba, I'm looking at the bio on Travis Taylor. We could do 5 podcasts.
Oh, I know.
I mean, he's got a science fiction novel coming out. He's doing the Ancient Aliens live tour.
Hey,
I mean,
have you seen that? Have you seen that on History?
yes.
I think it's History Channel.
I'm aware of it, but I haven't watched it. No.
That's the one that if you are the least concerned about an octopus, you need to tune into.
But I don't think we can cover all this in one podcast.
Yeah,
we're going to let him clear his name,
and
then we got to get into Skinwalker. I don't know that we can get into this other stuff.
I
mean, we'll throw out his novel, but I mean, we could do 5 podcasts.
So I'm gonna try to compress this as quick as I can.
Strictly Skinwalker now?
Yeah, Skinwalker only. Skinwalker literally is translated from shapeshifter.
Oh yeah.
It goes back. It goes back to the Indians fighting over it.
The Utes, man, they had dust up.
Them and the Navajos, and one group got thrown off. The other one claimed they would curse the land.
Oh, yeah.
Blah blah. We've had all that. It's been through 2 or 3 owners, and now a guy owns it who is one of the largest landowners in Utah.
May I interject something before we leave the history?
Yeah.
Because I think this point needs to be made every time, and you'll see why.
Okay.
Do you know what happened at the conflict of these 2 Indian tribes? One enslaved the other.
Right.
Okay, I just want to make that point.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
All right. So go on.
So you have this history. You have people who owned it who claim this and that, and it's almost turned into a commercial interest now with the latest guy who owns it. He paid $4.5 million for it, and he's trademarked Skinwalker and all these things.
Got a real issue with the guy who had it before him, making all his stuff confidential. We can't see it. Why can't we see the stuff?
I know. We'll ask about some of that. Yeah. So anyway, it appears that weird things are happening, and this is what I like different about the Skinwalker Ranch series as opposed to all the Bigfoot shows.
I agree with you.
The Bigfoot shows, hey, a noise over here. Hey, a tree fell.
Yeah.
You know, it's just random things, and they recap so much it's half the show. Well, at least with this, when Travis got there, he is logically going through this. He's saying, let's take these measurements, let's look at this, see where this leak, and they're working a process. They got there, they were picking up abnormally high RF radiation in the microwave radio waves out in the middle of nowhere. And then he did what any good ham radio operator would do. He did it at 3 locations and did it directionally, trying to triangulate where the center of it was coming from. And to their surprise, it was up in the air.
That was a biggie.
And they launch a weather balloon with instruments on it, which people in Huntsville are very familiar with. That's the common practice at the university there. The ham operators do it all the time. They've become very proficient at it.
Careful now, don't talk down to us.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I'm not talking down to y'all. I'm saying they're good at what they do.
I can see the truck leaving us. I got brake lights right now.
The instrument package quit transmitting at about 5,000 feet, which is about where the intersection of all this
started falling asleep right there. So they did finally get a reading back because they messed up one weather balloon and then they sent another one.
They did send another one up, and it quit transmitting at about 5,000 feet.
Which is what we thought, about a mile up.
Yes, about a mile up. So then the thing is, did you see them when they went out camping and they had the infrared gear and all that?
Oh, sure.
And there was clearly
you talking
lights.
about when we had the head thing again?
There were lights shooting out of the ground.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Or from something.
Sure, I saw it.
And they videoed this. I mean, this is not.
Did it bother you?
This is not. Hey, I think I saw. They got proof of this.
Did it bother you? They couldn't see it with the naked eye, but they could see it with the infrared.
Well, infrared you can't see with the naked eye.
I know, but I'm just talking about
Well.
I'd like to be able to see it with the naked eye.
Well, here's the thing: our eye, visible light. And I had this discussion about the James.
There's a light beam coming out of a ridge.
Yeah, the James Webb Telescope. We see a very limited part of what's out there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff too low and too high for us to see. Just like hearing, dogs hear things we can't hear because it's low.
Understood.
All that, and I think deer do too. But anyway, that's another topic. So we have to be able to look in these areas we can't see and move it to a range we can see it. And that's what you're doing with a camera and a monitor. It's happening in an area we can't detect it, but we electronically can see it.
Understood.
So there's a lot of, and they found a hole, a cave, if you will, on top of this mesa, which is
be careful down in there.
We would
Travis.
call it a ridge or a hill.
Hey, they'll talk about that mesa in a second. How about this? Be careful down in there, Travis.
He got to feeling sick.
Be careful down there, Travis. Get out.
And got out of it. They've brought in radiation teams, which I think spills into some of this, and we'll talk to Travis about this. It's directly downwind of the Nevada test site.
And that definitely plays into
the United States exploded over 1,000 atomic bombs, 100 of them above ground, some below ground. You still get radiation through the water aqueducts.
Well, you had me at
100
100 above ground. I mean, my goodness, that's a big number above ground.
If I told you Nevada had been bombed with 100 atomic bombs, you think, well, it wouldn't exist.
Right.
Wouldn't be a grain of sand left. Well, there are. And it used to be a big tourist thing. I don't know if y'all have ever seen footage of that. They would have parties at these casinos and tell everybody when the bomb's about to go off. They literally would open a curtain or walk outside, put their goggles on, watch the explosion. The band's still playing, and the mushroom clouds going up. They're having a party.
I tell you what you don't do at Skinwalker Ranch is you don't start digging.
No. Well, it
triggers it.
And I'm wondering if some of that isn't because of sediment from nuclear testing.
Can I tell you one thing I didn't follow?
Because look, they got a TV show to do. Let's just be honest.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And so the presentation is going to be to make people interested in it. So there's truth, but then there's the telling of the truth, and sometimes it's two different things.
Two things I want to say about this. I didn't understand the significance of we opened up that big magnet, and he said, "Oh, you got one of these magnets." Right. What was that about? What were they doing? I didn't follow that.
Well,
that was above my head.
He had taken pictures on the ranch from time to time, and the camera had displayed an error. In other words, you have a picture, and there was a digital
I saw that. Yeah.
area in the picture.
I did see that.
The camera malfunctioned.
Were they saying this shows you that there may be kind of magnetic
and
stuff?
And they were able to reproduce that effect with this very strong magnet.
Saying that might be what's causing it out there?
They're saying there may be a natural version of that out there.
Got it.
Because we've recreated it here inside in the lab, so to speak, the control center. So maybe that's happening naturally out there. And then I didn't get far enough along, but they're about to do some ground radar to try to see what's under the ground.
How about? Can I tell you an observation was made?
They got like 3 seasons, right? And I got 3 episodes of season 1. I'm way behind.
And we got a 45-minute podcast.
Yeah,
listen. History Channel is what has the secrets of Skinwalker Ranch right now.
Yeah, we're watching season 1, I guess, on Netflix.
There was 2 different names, and I got to the bottom of that. There was a special about it. The special was so good they created a series.
Got it.
And that's why there's 2. There's The Secret, and then there's something else.
Yeah.
What was the name of the other one? I can't remember which one's which, but they're 2 different
mysteries
Skinwalker names, and that's where it is. One's a special, one's a series.
Did you know the observation was made last night that Travis is a combination of Rick and Bubba? You've got the scientific knowledge, which is Bubba, and you've got the he hates people piddling around. Why aren't we doing something? Which was said. Now that's your attitude.
Okay.
Hey, he hates. What are we sitting here for? Let's do something.
Well,
okay.
I mean, hey, let's make something happen.
Well, this digging thing bothered me. It bothered me because they bring Travis in to get to the bottom of this, and then they start saying, "Oh no, we're not going to do that. We can't dig because every time we do something happens."
Well, they don't like digging.
Well, hey, that's why he's here. Let something happen. We're trying to study it. Let's bring it on.
I love. He would always say, "Okay, so what are we gonna do? Let's go. Let's."
Speedy, they do have one guy that got very sick, had to go to the hospital for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
He got a knot on his head again last night.
Oh yeah. Can I tell you something that Sherry said about
looks like radiation poisoning?
Or there's ghost Indians trying to scalp him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Wow, there is articles.
It's like
about
magic
how
beans
to burn your nose hairs. Yeah, it's some flash fire.
We're
they
doing
do.
it.
It
We're
scared
doing
me
it.
to death when I was a kid.
And then we did put the whole thing out there. If you want to listen to the entire conversation, which I think is best when something is that serious, Adler busted his tail and worked for hours to try to edit that down and did a great job, and it stayed out there, for over 24 hours. And then we kind of came to the conclusion, take off the comments and just put the whole thing out there so everybody can just go back and listen to it on your own time and listen to the entire conversation, which I think is crucial because there really is nothing to add to that. Because it pretty much covers it all. So we do have a lot to do, and welcome back. There he is. Look over there.
Yeah. How about it?
So we were discussing a phenomenon in the break, and that is when you're named after someone who's really, really well known. And a lot of times people don't know this person is going to become so well known. So you got a name and nobody knew it. But the thing that seems to kind of mystify me is like, your kid is born like after Elvis was dead, right. And your last name is Presley, right. Meaning the entire narrative of Elvis is known by all,
right,
from beginning to end,
right.
And you knew that, and your last name's Presley, and you name your kid Elvis. Why I don't know why you would do that. I mean, it would because you
name him Aaron too.
Yeah. You're putting the reason why we're discussing this. We have a friend named Charlie Daniels. Yeah. And I was asking Greg, I said, what's his age thing? When he was born, was Charlie Daniels well known? Because when Greg mentioned him, I said, well, no, he never went down to Georgia. And he goes, I say that to him every time I see him, and I think he's tired of it. Yeah. And so that's the point that I'm thinking. And we had a friend, white guy, named Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey guys,
he had no rhythm at all.
No, you talking about being the other end of the spectrum. Yeah. And now Michael went on to look more like him, but the
yeah.
You're talking about the singer went on
their identities look more and more alike toward the end of Michael's life. But
sure he did.
But what is is there no cold factor? Do people just go, why would you do that? I mean, it's one thing, I guess, if you're trying to honor somebody.
I have a cousin named Clark Gable.
See, that's true.
There's my point.
Yeah.
Hey, you going with the wind? Every time you see, because they have to live with it.
Yeah.
How many times do you think poor Michael Jackson, our school,
yeah,
every time he would go by?
Yeah.
You think he wasn't tired of that? Hey, I guess are you leaving? You gonna beat it? I mean, hey, look, you dropped your glove. Yeah. Hey, where's your glove? Why would you do that to people? And now in this case, it was a family name or something. I don't know.
I think so. I'm not sure.
But it doesn't matter.
Greg,
it doesn't matter.
More than that.
That's not an excuse. If somebody's that well known, especially if it's going to be someone that may get into some controversy.
Yeah.
Who was it?
I mean, is anybody going to name their son Charlie, whose last name is Sheen? Anybody?
Somebody
will.
Yeah.
What's your name, Charlie Sheen? Are you kidding me?
Somebody claimed they knew somebody and their name was Donald Duck.
Now you're making that.
No, I can't remember somebody I worked with. Somebody they went to school with, and he said his name was Donald and his last name was Duck.
Greg.
That's a fact. Well, I hope he's listening. Somebody I used to work with. I can't remember who it was.
Wasn't he a barber and he used to burn nose hair out?
Mm-hmm. Now there's an attorney, they say, in Selma named Michael Jackson. Okay, I didn't know that. So anyway, but we were talking about on this note about famous people and this whole thing, and that and Trump, and it's in this op-ed that Larry Taunton put out concerning about the Twittersphere and social media, how that's become the new. There's they're going after you. It's the new tribunal, and they try you before the crowd screaming off with their heads. Absolutely. And he mentioned something
with their heads.
And he mentioned something that I'd heard about over the weekend, and I think she's spot on. Now I can't say her last name. The actress Zoe
Deschanel.
See, Greg,
is that right?
She was in the movie Elf. She also was in a TV show, but she had black hair.
Some
and I can't remember the name of it.
She's one of them singers that's got that voice, and everybody thinks they got to have.
Bingo.
That's the latest thing. We all sing like that.
What? Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
If you notice on all the singing shows now, we got to have at least two that sound like that.
No,
when she did it, I thought, well, that's kind of original.
You're 100%.
What are you talking about?
What
There's no way to describe it. Don't go down this road.
Do your impersonation.
Well, put it. Here it is. I'm gonna try to see if I can't put. What? Bubba, I'm gonna put in something I think that you can consume.
Sorry.
Are you familiar with the Edie Brickell? This thing where like I go in a coffee shop and there's a long haired girl with a guitar singing. I sing like that.
And there's a lot of people that are doing it now on the voice and all
right.
that.
We all
that didn't sound like what Greg just
said.
I'm not doing a good
nothing
job.
like what Greg said.
It's just
Greg
it
sounded like a dog.
Play one of her songs.
No,
Pull one of her songs.
Greg might as well right then been trying. I don't know what
and
that
it's a
was.
good voice, but it's a different tone. And now people try to. That's
I
the
heard her
latest
singing in the shower on Elf.
We're back, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I do want to point you to LearBubba.com. LearBubba.com. That's our URL with Lear Capital. I heard yesterday, now people are trying to say, look, they can tell you all day long that we're not in a recession, we're not headed to a recession. We may already be in recession. But anyway, you just look back at history, and when you think about all the different components you need for recession, we got them. And so you might want to start thinking about what you're going to do so that you can kind of minimize your impact. A Federal Reserve survey said that dating back to the 50s, whenever inflation, what you said yesterday, Bubba, what, 9%?
9.1.
9.1, and unemployment has hit today's levels. Well, a recession is near. There are some that says it's already begun. I'm not an expert, but we can look at what's happening. How did your retirement fail the last time we hit recession? Well, why don't you get a strategy against that? You know it's coming, and the team at Lear Capital can share how investing in physical gold and precious metals can be an excellent strategy against what's coming. So I want to share the opportunity with you. Smart investors are buying gold and precious metals now for a couple of reasons. Number one is obvious. Gold can be a great hedge during a recession. Two, the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So join us and don't let your retirement take a hit like what happened back in 2008. Washington, I think we're seeing, you're going to hear clips again today and watch clips. They do not have the answers. And right now, to make it extra important, you receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. So go to LearBubba.com for more information, or you can call them, mention the Rick and Bubba Show, 1-800-707-4575. Do it today. You won't regret that. So, Bubba, are you done with Skinwalker till after the podcast? No, you got more Skinwalker?
I know we have people who've watched it further along, and I'm just curious as to what they have seen for as the underground.
We're brand new.
We're brand new. Where did they leave this thing? It's not going to hurt my feelings to tell me the end of the movie. I'm gonna go back and watch it anyway. So,
So,
but what did you think? And the rest of you guys, y'all haven't seen any of it, have you?
No. Any Skinwalkers in here?
Greg, no. I can't believe you're not up on Skinwalkers.
If you listen to Coast to Coast, they talk about it all the time. All the time.
They love Skinwalker, don't
Yes.
they? Helmsy, by the way, we must update this. It's not Skinwalker, but he finally stepped into the world of D.B. Cooper, and he's ashamed he wasn't in sooner.
Yeah, well, we got a segment for that.
Oh,
too.
Lord.
Let's not rush.
But
it
anyway,
today.
no
All our
Skinwalkers.
conspiracy
Are we the
stuff.
only Skinwalkers?
I think.
Right.
Ever? Where are you at? No,
I thought you and I relate to Skinwalker.
I did too. I did too. I,
I
thought
think
we were real
I
late.
think for the majority of our audience, you are late.
But not
as far
in
as
here.
in here in this room, you're ahead of the game.
Why did I think others on the show had seen Skinwalker? I thought that. I guess I just wrong.
Right now,
Must have been callers.
It looks like on the History Channel, there's season 3, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. Tuesday nights, 8 o'clock Central is when it comes on. But we'll talk to Travis more about it. So yeah,
what year are they in on that, or what?
Season
episode?
3.
Season 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Season 3.
So I don't know where we're going. I will say this: I went there for no other reason, okay, than thinking I need to kind of find something out about this before I interview Travis. Even though it is interesting, if you go back in Rick and Bubba history, Travis was prominent on our show
Right.
years ago, as Bubba mentioned. But I just I started out not wanting to watch it because when it first started, I thought it felt like I'm not sure about this. But then, as I stayed with it, and I will tell you, I was receiving huge resistance when I started.
Right.
Sherry was like, "I don't. This is Rick."
Betty started watching it last
yeah,
night.
and
She
then
kinda got
and
into
then before I knew it, Sherry had one of her mini blankets.
Yeah.
Throws. And it throws, whatever they are, and we were locked and loaded, and I had to say, I've got to go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got to where they was looking at a room that was a concrete room with no doors that they discovered under one of the houses, and they'd knocked a hole and put a camera in and was trying to see what was in it.
Was that at the end of the third episode? Because I fell asleep toward the end of the third episode.
I think it was.
I made it to two and a half episodes.
But even more than being a TV series, the fact that Travis has said publicly, or it was acknowledged on the show, that he is the lead scientist on the government's UAP program, which would be the modern incarnation of Project Blue Book. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, and why is he so fired up about that?
Well, because you got a lot of the haters out there that are basically trying to say that it's a joke. He was just the ancient alien hunting guy that's in charge of this, and he's like
questioning his credentials.
Yeah, and
I got you.
Well, boy, let me tell you something. He's got a list of credentials that he wants to be made very clear. So basically, he is the only person with a textbook of what's knowledge of what's going on, and so he's like, I'm very.
I think they're saying, how can you be the lead scientist on this investigation when you're also a TV star that puts out these things that some of them we think are a bunch of hooey? And I mean, you can do both, I guess. Travis is, right?
Yeah,
so
and he said,
we'll
I guess they forget that how qualified he actually is in this area. So.
Okay, I got you. All right. And he does have a...
And y'all forgot all the things they did as Rocket City Rednecks.
No, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, you forgot, he came to Turkey Toss and slung a turkey with a giant catapult.
Yes, they did. They sure did.
Y'all remember that?
Oh, I enjoyed it. It was great. It went a long way, too.
It went a long way.
This is... I realize that I'm in this, and now I'm diverting. It's reminding me of other things.
Right.
But I see that he's doing the Ancient Aliens tour.
Yes. And I don't even know what that is.
It's that show on History Channel.
Right, but how do you...
Well, now you've got me into my question.
Yeah.
Now, my question is going to be about a different show, so I don't know why this is not really working together. It just reminded me of this. When you have these tours from shows, okay, and I know we did a 20-year tour, and people probably ask the same question, and I'm sure it's similar. But in Practical Jokers, I see all the time that they're on tour. What do you see? Did they play jokes on people in the audience? Do they show you just videos of it?
And talk about behind the scenes of it?
Yeah,
which would be good, but it's. Yeah, I'm like you. When I see TV shows that do live shows,
what do you see
and
when
travel
you go
a tour?
Yeah, what do you do?
What do they give you?
So I'm in the theater. I'm sitting down. They come out. Because if I go to the theater, sit in the seat,
joke on somebody.
Greg, if I go to the theater, sit in the seat, and they put a big screen down and show me their show, I mean, I was watching that at home.
Do that
I mean,
what if when you buy a ticket, you go to the theater, they lock the doors, and you are the joke in the next one?
Yeah. Are they in disguise in the lobby and you don't know it and they keep punking you? I mean, I'm not.
It says the show's a combination of easygoing banter, stand up, and some of their classic practical jokes adapted for the stage. So I guess
that's kind of reminisce on this joke and this.
Yeah,
and
that's
kind of like what we did in
That's
our
what I was
show.
about to say.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
lot
very
like
similar.
that.
Okay.
So back to the original Skinwalker thing,
Yeah.
and the possibility of the atomic bomb test fallout being part of this. Now, radiation poisoning can cause a lot of problems in a lot of things.
I would think so.
But Rick, it also, I will say this, if I was an advanced alien civilization, I might want to see how far along we are at doing these kind of things.
Careful.
Because I think splitting the atom would probably be one of those markers where you go, well, the monkeys can now talk. It's one of those things, one of those little markers you would have as you evolve as a civilization. But do you have any interest to go to that place and see it?
No.
Greg?
Nah,
I
too
ain't
much going on. I don't even like old mirrors.
I don't think it's
you
healthy.
think the Hank factor is there?
Yeah.
Is
Well,
that-
I won't even buy antique
Does
furniture.
radioactivity bother you or Hank factor?
Radioactivity.
Hank factor.
So would you want to go and see any of the
A guy's head keeps swelling up, Bubba.
Well, I know,
A guy's
I know.
head keeps swelling up.
Would you want to go?
I don't
and
wanna
see
go
any of
where
the
a
test
person's
sites,
head
maybe
swells.
where it's not radioactive now,
No.
like where they did the first
No,
atomic
I have
bomb?
no reason
I don't want
See,
anyone
I'd
near
love
those
to go
places.
see that.
Why?
That's got testicular cancer written all over it.
But what is there to see? I mean,
Well,
now if they were going to do an explosion while you were there, now you got something to say.
the remains of the tower and a marker, and where
I don't want-
that point in civilization.
I don't want anywhere near that.
It has to be a marker of
Two-headed cow.
a civilization splits the atom.
Greg, is there an honorarium or a speaker's fee that gets you there?
Well, that's always on the
No,
table.
you got to put little boots on so
Yeah.
you don't track radioactive.
What if
stuff on.
Skinwalker Ranch says we need you in season 3, and if you'll come, we'll pay you $10,000?
Yeah, I'll do it.
What about?
I got there quick. didn't
What
I?
about go out?
It didn't
about-
take that much money.
What about go out and camp, Greg? What about go out and camp in front of the mesa out there overnight?
That's
I'm 50.
50.
50K.
Yeah.
But you do it for 50.
Oh yeah.
Greg, that thing
Easily.
Well, and another. Hey, we're just not going to talk about the wolf.
Well, that's
Here goes
probably the legend of the shapeshifter. In other words, it's probably
Now, I don't like
hear-
shapeshifter
Hear me
talk.
out.
a
No, Bubba.
demonic incarnation of something.
Well, maybe.
With
But
big
you know what
red
I thought?
eyes.
You know what I thought about?
Or a wolf that's been
Bingo.
radioactive,
Dog
is
Man?
mutated.
Yes, right. It's a mutated wolf from
Yeah.
the radioactivity.
Dog man.
Possible.
Do you want to try to take some phone calls here?
Yeah, if anybody has seen that or has information can move us along on this, I'd love it. And I know this is the time where all the engineers go to work in Huntsville, so y'all help us out here.
Anybody seen more of this? We got to get ready for this interview today. And it'll be out on Rick and Bubba University this weekend. Your phone call's next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But anyway, back to the point.
She's got records out, by the way.
She had the audacity, and of course, as Larry Talton said in his article, she was taken before the tribunal, the social media. She had the audacity, and this is not that she's a Trump supporter. She said, Hollywood, you have to understand, and she's 100% right. As I said, and I can tell you, and Bubba can too, and all of us, over this past weekend after Friday's show, the most wicked, hateful people you'll ever meet say that they believe in love over hate. And they're the most hateful people you'll ever deal with. Well, she made that point, and she said, we need to understand in Hollywood, and you know what we mean when we say Hollywood, that means the entertainment business. You don't have to literally be in Hollywood. But Hollywood still means the entertainment business. Donald Trump got elected because people now look at us as a bunch of bullies, and they're tired of it. They're tired of our constant crying and whining and lamenting. They're tired of, if they're, someone who is blue collar, that they're called deplorable and backward, people who like to hunt and fish, that's made fun of, and that they are, somehow we're the elite, we've evolved, we're more intelligent on all things, and if you don't agree with us, they put out that ridiculous video where they act like, that if he took over, that we were going under the, a king that was going to destroy everybody, and he's wicked and evil, and anybody who supports him is too. This is the bad side of things. You know what she said? Hey, you got burned in this election. People got tired of hearing you whining out of Hollywood, and they voted against you.
Yeah.
Wrong celebrity, though. It's a different Zoe. I got
is
the wrong
it?
one. Yes, it's
Yeah.
a black lady.
All right. Well, I'm wrong. I'm wrong too. I thought.
No, you're right. This is Zoe, but it's a different funny last name. This is Saldana.
Okay,
she
so
wasn't
this,
an elf.
So this isn't the elf girl.
She's not the elf
No,
girl.
this is not.
I don't know who this person is, but you know what? She's still
What
spotted.
part was mad about it because we didn't get it right?
I didn't know.
What part of Elf was she in?
I only know one Zoe.
Not an elf.
No, this is a different one.
I don't know this person.
You said Zoe, funny last name, and I just went with that.
I'm gonna tell you, her and Will Ferrell do a
great.
great job together.
Okay. All right. So you got Zoe Deschanel, who is in Elf. She's in New Girl. She's
That's
That's
the
who
only
she
one.
is.
Sing funny.
That's the only Zoe I know.
It's
Yes,
like,
she came out with a Christmas album.
It's like an old school kind of sound.
But,
to it,
but
like
now we all think we're gonna do it.
Santa baby. I can't do it.
That's
That
pretty-
wasn't.
That was pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but this
Coffee
other's-
shop girl with a guitar.
There you go.
This is a
Zoe
completely different-
Saldana. She's in Guardians of the Galaxy and
See, I don't know what
Avatar.
that is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the one who was.
Well, we'll get something
Star
wrong.
Trek.
Yeah, I know who you're
minute.
talking about. Okay, I do know this one.
And I didn't know, so I just went
Well,
with you.
I take the
I didn't have a
blame.
clue.
I hadn't heard the story. I just knew that there's an actress named Zoe with a funny last name, and I went with her.
You and I are in the same boat.
Yeah.
Somebody told me the Zoe girl with the funny last name made this comment. She's being,
But there's two Zoes with funny last names.
Didn't know that.
It's this Zoe
One's
right
black,
there.
one's white.
Yeah.
This is the black one.
Thank you,
Thank
Greg.
you,
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Oh, that was the one that was in Tom Cruise's movie.
She's been in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. I don't know how she sings. She may sing different.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you know how we always say, and again, it's a biblical truth, you may not always live what you profess, but it is impossible for you not to live what you believe. The way you actually live and the things you do, that's who you really are, and it's what you really believe. And we've caught these environmental people violating that life truth over and over and over again. Well, now Canadians are mad at Jane Fonda. Now, when you've upset Canadians, they're a pretty,
That's
laid
really
back
a hard bunch to get stirred up.
I mean, when you've got the Canadians fired up, then you've really, you
Well,
really.
you know why I think they're so easygoing? Anybody that eats that much syrup is always happy.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
So the Canadians are sick and tired of Hollywood stars popping in and telling them to stop using fossil fuels. You know why? I'm mad. Canadian. And they say we're tired of hearing it because you don't live what you believe.
Well, Rick, when they hop in, as you mentioned, and Jane Fonda recently was there to protest the Canadian oil sands in northern Alberta, then they usually jet in and jet out for the protest.
Right.
And they've referred to her jet-setting lifestyle that includes a lot of world travel. They said Canadians are sick and tired of Hollywood stars telling them how they should live.
And they said the thing that they hate the most, what Bubba said. Now, if they got here on a bicycle, or maybe or if they just simply chose modes of travel that would not put out as many carbon emissions, and they could still get to their destination, tougher trip.
Yeah, like ride a horse. Rick.
Well, no, now they got the horse breaking wind. You can't have that.
Yeah, but let me tell you
but
what.
it's slow.
That's a lot of greenhouse gas to catch up with a jet. Though.
Yeah, private jet. Don't miss that. Meaning I just get on it and I've been all. She
Now,
said she even brags about flying around the world in her private jet while telling Canadians that they better watch their car. Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We take your phone calls now, and lines are available. So Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, Travis Taylor will be with us, and catch that over the weekend wherever you get podcasts. Also, Helmsy and I on the road today for the Man Church. He'll be in Columbus, Mississippi, First Baptist Church, Columbus. Tonight, I'll be in Jasper, Alabama at Northside Baptist tonight. All you got to do is just show up at either one of them, and we'd love to have you there. If you need more details, go to rickandbubba.com. You'll see it right there under upcoming events, or themanchurch.com under events. Craig, we'll get us started in Gulf Shores. Craig, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
All right. So looking back at y'all's tour, what do aliens have against chandeliers?
Okay, Craig. What? He said, but looking back to y'all's tour, what do aliens have against chandeliers? I mean, so Craig, come on, man. Don't bring back that kind of stuff. That's like going out there and start digging on Skinwalker Ranch. Thanks for the call, buddy, and thanks for listening to us on Sunday 105. If you want to join us, lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Pretty good. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah, I've caught up to all the episodes, all seasons. I just finished the last one. I think it was this past week. It was the last season episode.
So did they find anything underground there? They ever get to dig?
They have done some boring. They've done some pushing with bulldozers, and they've had spikes in gamma radiation during that time, or they've hit some kind of void, or it's prevented them from digging to where they wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's very odd. But then there's also this thing above the mesa. They think it's about a mile up that they keep getting this 1.6 gigahertz signal. And it's kind of like every time they try to do something in that area, things strange happen.
Yeah, I heard him saying,
so crazy.
Help me here, Bubba. He said the fact that it's only a mile up, we should be able to see it. Or something,
Right,
and
right.
he said, and we can't see anything, but we're getting all these readings that something's over us.
Right. It's very odd.
So does it?
What about the lights, the infrared lights that are shooting out of the top of the mountain up there? Did they ever make any headway on it?
Not that I remember. That's probably early on in the first season.
It is, yeah.
Because a lot of people there are kind of skeptical about what he wants to do initially, because they don't really want to poke the bear in a way. But then they finally kind of let him do what he wants to do on experimentations and stuff.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of with Travis on that. If you bring me in and you want answers, then you got to let me do what I need to do.
Yeah.
And all this, hey,
It's
this
man
might
action.
cause that, or we don't want to stir this up. If you don't stir it up, you shouldn't have called me to begin with.
Man, don't bring me down here.
I'm here to get something done.
'Cause they had a lot of people they brought in to test things with their equipment. I mean, as soon as they get there and try to turn it on, it would just go dead.
Yeah, what about the guy with they couldn't get his drone to work? I saw that in the early.
Oh yeah, they had several. They had stuff more advanced than that. It just wouldn't work. Every time they try to turn it
I don't think
on,
they should be there. I don't think it's safe to be there. I'm not talking about supernatural. I'm just talking about. I don't think it's good to be there.
Well, they do bring up the kind of idea of portals, coming into that area.
Mm-hmm.
That's you get on the little fringe of science there, but
Tim, can I ask you a question just from programming and entertainment? And I'm struggling with this. I don't know if you're like me or not. Okay, does it get too repetitive, or am I getting enough new stuff that's going to keep me interested for 3 seasons?
There's probably enough. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's enough to kind of drag you along, but then there is some things that's kind of kind of do raise your eyebrows a little bit and be like, okay, that's kind of cool, or you have no idea how that happened.
Right.
Is there any finality? Do we ever prove or disprove anything?
Not specifically. I mean, they keep getting more advanced in their
testing methods,
and and they reach out to people, and bring on experts and other, they fire a lot of rockets up into that in space.
Okay, all right, Tim. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it is it's a neat show. So let's go to Matt in Alabama. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going today?
We're good, Matt. I hope you're all right.
Yeah, man, doing pretty good. I'm having a puppy monkey baby kind of day.
Oh, good.
Hey, no, but hey, I'm caught up on the Skinwalker Ranch show as well, and I really want to try to get this video to you guys, but it's too big for the email. I was trying to send to Bubba, but it's a picture of season 2. It's a video in season 2. Episode 5, where Travis is walking out of his trailer, and you can actually see something shoot up from afar in the distance, and it's really prominent. It goes up, disappears. It's like a green beam that goes up.
Okay. Well, I hate the video, stupid.
Honestly, yeah, I know. Oh, I mean, what makes me mad about the series is that if there's something out there, I want to know. I don't want to be drug around, on the TV show watching it just for viewership.
Right.
I mean, it's a pretty serious topic. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and again, I'm not talking supernatural as much as I'm talking about. I think there's just a load of all kinds of dangerous. It's
physical, real world.
Yeah, I mean,
radiation.
You just told
issues,
me
right?
You told me we did over 1,000 tests of nuclear weapons.
1,020.
Yeah,
yeah,
and they're right, and it showed us right out of the gate. Look, if the wind's blowing that radiation, it's going to blow it right on Skinwalker Ranch, and that seems to be a legitimate real world problem. And that's why you're seeing some of this.
And if you get that kind of fallout, that kind of radiation, of course, they had people come in that say it was okay, but I wonder how much of it is, in the ground, and you're talking about stirring stuff up. But when you get that much radiation, it will cause other things to act weird too.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That there's a legitimate answer to this question, but it's still very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, and we have
if somebody's head swells up, I'm not going in the bunkhouse and laying down and setting my alarm. I'm like, hey, a guy's head just swelled up out here where we were.
Yeah.
And all these machines y'all got are pegging. I don't think we should be here. And our equipment, it won't work. And my battery just went from 100% to nothing.
Yeah.
I think
the battery drain.
I don't think this is good for our brains. I'm not sure we should be here. Yeah, Rick, you're the second room on the right. I'm not laying down in there. We shouldn't lay here. I mean, what are we talking about?
Well, we'll get a first-hand look at that with Travis Taylor today. It'll be on the podcast, and it will be available this weekend. And we'll try to find out. Of course, we'll have to talk about some of it tomorrow for sure.
No doubt. Because after we talk to Travis, we'll have more to talk about. Top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so have you done it yet? You a lot of you have heard me or seen me and Bubba discussing realestateagentsitrust.com. So have you made the move? Have you got moving happening? And you need to sell your home, need to buy a home, need to do both. Well, I know, and you're thinking, all right, let me tell you first of all, tell you what not to do. Do not Google real estate agents near me. That's not the way to go. Okay. I'd stay away from, why don't you just let us tell you we've done the homework. Our team has already vetted out the best real estate agents in the area that you need, wherever you're watching this or listening to this. And now all you do is go to realestateagentsitrust.com, give us some basic info, and then our team's going to contact you and make an introduction to our preferred agent wherever you need one. How you like that? So just take all the anxiety out of it. There'll be no part-timers there. There'll be no inexperienced agents. We're going to be with full-time professionals who have a long record of excellence, and they know what they're doing. And, the way the market is right now, I mean, have people that can walk you through it and say, hey, here's what we need to do. Here's a good price for your home. Here's a good price for what you're buying, and this is what's realistic. This is what's not. Here's how it works. So go now to realestateagentsitrust.com, take all the anxiety out of this, and find our preferred agent where you need them. Emissions. They say we're just sick of it.
Yeah, on her website, it says that she lists recent trips to Rio de Janeiro, Berlin, New Orleans, and Paris, among other locations. And as you said, even brags about flying around the entire globe on a private jet.
They're saying now that her trip to the University of Alberta there in Edmonton has turned into a public relations fiasco. She's gotten into arguments with local oil patch workers, and, of course, the premier has gone out there and went after her as well, and says what's so strange about that is their premier right now is the New Democratic Party, which they said is a left-leaning organization, but he, too, can't justify how somebody's telling these oil workers they're evil while burning oil.
Yeah.
And burning it in a big way and having a carbon footprint that would make the Jolly Green Giant.
See, what would really be funny is we go, all right, Jane, let's suppose that you had your way and these oil workers went off the job. Other oil workers did the same. We didn't produce oil, so your jet is grounded. Just take the jet away and go now. Don't you feel better?
Well, and
we've solved a big problem.
And you know a thing, a lot
supply and demand has to pay a price on this.
Well, this is what, and now we're just going to open up the book of truth. Okay, a lot of this. Well, I'll say it's my opinion. Okay, but I think there's a lot of evidence. I think what happens with the Jane Fondas of the world, they love their lifestyle. And and rightfully so. They've earned it. They've gone out. They produced a product. People liked it. It's free market. Jane Fonda money was earned by Jane Fonda. Do with it what she wants. That's her business. However, they love the lifestyle, but they're bored. It's kind of like Helmsy says. Jay Leno keeps appearing on Tim Allen's show. What is it called?
Last Man
Standing. Because Jay's bored.
He is.
I mean, but see, that would be a better way to use his time. At least he's still acting. He's doing comedy. And he's in the entertainment business, and he's having fun. He's going over and doing Tim Allen's show whenever he feels like it. Good for him.
He's working at Outdoor Man now.
But what happens is, what happens is, what happens.
He's having fun doing it.
There's a lot of these celebrities have been so disconnected; they're delusional. Well, the problem is when you're bored and you say, "But I think I want to do some good." Well, one thing would be fantastic. Would be advance the gospel of Jesus Christ to all ends of the world. Not all of them choose that. I know that's shocking, but. What's happened here is Jane has decided, well, I want to go be a do-gooder. But the problem is they want to be a do-gooder but not give up their lifestyle. But what they don't understand, that on this particular do-gooder expedition, my do-gooding is in violation of the actual lifestyle that I've accumulated that made me bored in the first place. So now it becomes this self-destructive cycle because I don't want to give up my lifestyle, but in order to have something to do because of the lifestyle, I'm out now preaching against my own lifestyle, but I don't want to give it up. So they're in a bind, and people are tired of it. Look, this is the wrong Zoe's comment again. The people of Canada don't take Jane Fonda serious. That you have no credibility, so they're tired of it. Stop coming in here telling us that we shouldn't be working in the oil business, and don't tell us after you just got off the private jet that we work to get you fuel to run. Come on, man. I mean, we're just not going to hear that. If you want to change. Now, I will tell you that Ed Begley Jr. character,
yeah.
I'm going to give him credit. Now, he's a loon, okay?
Yeah.
I think what he thinks about carbon emissions is absolutely ridiculous. But he believes it. I'm the Penn and Teller.
Well, it can be fine if he believes it. Is he doing something different?
Yeah, he is.
Unless he's changed. He
radically changed his whole.
Well, that's why you don't see many shows anymore. He can't make it to the set in time.
Right, yeah.
So anyway, this was staged. Please don't miss that, Bubba. Okay, here's what was supposed to happen.
Y'all, wait a minute. Isn't everything a mascot does staged?
You would think. Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about what if two people inside the suits really got mad at each other?
Yeah.
This was all set up this was done on purpose.
Yeah.
So what was supposed to be a simple mock brawl between ice hockey mascots, I wish I'd have been there for this, turned into a bruising public relations beating for the Minnesota Wild.
What?
They've been forced to
What a
apologize.
headline.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you from the No Name Studio as we sit here on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready for another hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubsy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for sharing your precious time each day with us.
Bubba, I hate to even do this to you.
Well, don't do.
Emailer says Skinwalker Ranch is 20 miles north of Blind Frog Ranch, and Blind Frog now has their own show on Discovery. So I mean, the whole area is just eat up.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just as eat up as it can be. So I don't even know what to say to that. Also, I pulled a Derryberry the other day, and I even said, Rick, don't pull a Derryberry, and then pulled a Derryberry. So apparently, I don't listen to myself. I told y'all that when we were on vacation, there were a couple of. I had 3 books that I was trying to work through, and this is the thing that my wife has said to me over and over again, and so did every teacher that I ever had. Finish one of the books before you go to the other. And what I do is if I'm reading a book, and this is the fault of my own, if I ever think, well, I know where this book is going, and I see the point it's trying to make, I'll bail on it and go to another book. And Sherry says, you still need to finish there may be other things, Rick, the book's trying to – I'm like, oh, I see where this is going. And I see the point they're making. And they've given me enough examples that I understand the point, and I'm moving on. But I do understand the book probably has more to offer. That's why it's as long as it is, But anyway, so I'm about probably 60% through the book. But it really is a good read if you're trying to kind of understand, as the title is, Strange New World. And what I like about it is the foreword inside the book. It's called Strange New World. It's written by Carl R. Truman. It was given to me by a friend who, if you remember Barry Chesney, we had him on talking about the new the biggest religion in our country now is worship of self, and how he talked about how we got there. This is really kind of taking that on, and he's the one that suggested it to me. There's a foreword in there by a guy named Ryan T. Anderson, and Ryan T. Anderson is a hero for people like me, because what he said is that Carl R. Truman, who's a brilliant guy, had actually written an exhaustive book on this, and he read it, and he went to Carl and said, Carl, this is a great book, but me and about 5 other people are the only people who's going to read it. It's too long. It's too exhaustive. Can you take this and nutshell this so some people like Rick Burgess would actually read it? Right. And so this is Carl nutshelling the long, exhaustive study he did on how we got to where we are. Strange New World, Carl R. Truman. So there it is. I'm no longer a dairy. So I'm sorry that I forgot to tell you.
There you go.
And let me say this, just so y'all know, this didn't have anything to do with themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com. I have no stake in this book. This is just me passing along. We're certainly not selling it or anything like that. I'm just saying that it was suggested to me, and I'm getting a lot out of it. It explains a lot. Bubba, another thing, we do have an update. This ongoing story, and it's a horrible story if everything that is being alleged is all true, and that is the 10-year-old girl that suddenly the left is now using, and the president, of course, was through it in his speech about how horrible the Supreme Court is for actually deciding that legally and constitutionally none of us have access federally to abortion on demand. That's not a constitutional right. Your states can allow you and access to it if they so desire. And that is the ruling, but of course it's turned into the, anybody who says Roe v. Wade was bad law and believes the Constitution doesn't give you that right are evil people. And I tell you who they don't care about is 10 little girls who get raped. 10-year-olds who get raped. Yeah. And of course, that's the attempted narrative, which is ridiculous. And so yesterday there were people saying, look, this thing they're talking about, we had the Attorney General in Ohio saying, I don't know anything about this. You had people pointing out that this horrible situation. Now, do I know that there are little girls who horrible, evil men do these things to? Sadly, I know that's true. And I hate to think that I live in a world where these kinds of people exist.
Oh, no. It's just mind-boggling.
But also the point that still stands is people saying if this girl is in this situation, and today the allegation is that we've arrested someone, if this is all the same story, people are pointing out that Ohio, she could have still got what she needed, the procedure, or if she needed to go to the next state and get it, obviously they say she did that too. This person was not stuck in this situation because of Clarence Thomas.
Right.
And which is the narrative the left wants you to believe. And so it seems now, but then this was brought up in our discussion as a group, and I don't remember who started this narrative or who said it, but we said, what if it turns out that this did happen and an illegal immigrant was the person or a migrant who did it? What's the left going to do now? Because they want to take this case and parade it around as this is why the Supreme Court shouldn't have done what they did, which, again, it's hard to make those 2 points connect. But when there's a lot of emotion, you still do that. And they're trying to use that as they grandstand. But anyway, now what does the Biden administration do? They want to come out and tell us, see, it was real. But as they come out and tell us it was real, they're going to have to admit that an illegal migrant came into our country and raped a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah,
so they're kind of in a little bit of a bind here.
Well, I always go back to classification point A. We can talk about what happened down the down the chain, but if this man who is an illegal immigrant was not allowed into the country, if we prevented him from illegally entering the country, nothing else happens in this story. So you have to go back to classification point A. And that's why, as you said, I think this is a terrible example for them to parade of why they think that abortion should be allowed federally across the whole country.
Well, there's two things I want to show you today on the videos. First of all, we talked about illegal immigration. Video 6, Adder, just whenever you get ready. Video 6 is showing you one of those massive single groups that we've ever witnessed crossing illegally at the border, crossing into Eagle Pass, Texas. I mean, right now this is happening.
Right.
Now, there's two things here. We have a 10-year-old girl that they're saying this did happen, and we have arrested a 27-year-old illegal migrant who is charged with raping a 10-year-old girl, okay? Came here illegally. We also know that we have Fauci right now telling us end of time on COVID is coming again.
Right.
Get your mask back on, get indoors. Both of these stories, to your point, Bubba, at classification point A, we are not, if you believe that we need to get a handle on COVID, people roaring into the country like I'm pouring water out of a jug is not good. And if you say that this 10-year-old girl, this did happen, and someone illegally got in our country and did this horrible thing, both of these things say, shouldn't y'all address illegal immigration?
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that has slowed down our response to COVID, because normal, everyday, average-thinking people, like all of us are, we can't get by the point you're saying. How can Fauci tell us that we've got to be vaccinated to do this, we've got to do that, we got to be boosted, we got to have masks, we got to do this, we got to stay home, all the things we went through in COVID, because it is end of time. And then no one cares with what's happening, what we're seeing. And this is a stream of people coming in who have not had the basic vaccinations that all of us had when we started school, not to mention a lot of other things. And I understand you want to move to a better place. I don't have a problem with that.
Of course.
But it has to be orderly. There has to be a process.
A process. Bet you out, yeah.
You know, this idea of an open border is a fairly new thing in our country. Everybody says, well, we're a country of immigrants. Yeah, we are. But look at what they had to go through. Look at what they had to do. At one time, Rick, unless you were bringing something to the table, you didn't get in. You had to be a scientist, a doctor, studying this, studying that, something we needed. So you got to look at the whole history of this thing. And I think it really gets down to this. You can't tell me that we have to have all these restrictions, fire people who don't get vaccinated, blah, 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 and then let people pour in over the border. It just doesn't make common sense to most everybody.
No, it doesn't.
You got to do one or the other. If it's as serious as Fauci has tried to sell us, we ought to have the entire military on that border with tanks end to end, blocking every inch of it from anybody coming in.
And then back to
obviously we're not.
Yeah, and back to the 10-year-old. Gerson Fuentes, 27, has been arrested. The AG in Ohio is backtracking now, claiming that he is aware of this, and they're saying that she did go to Indiana to have a procedure. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Forced to apologize after the skit offended some. Who? Listen, don't miss this. Not at the game, on social media. Well, who gives a rip?
Because I knew hockey fans weren't offended.
Let me tell you what this is like, and it happened this weekend. I actually had, and God love him, he's 19, okay? This guy gets after me on social media. I'm 19, and I'm confronting you, and I just got, and I said, son, you're not confronting me. You gave me an angry emoji. Yeah. You're giving me a thumbs down. You've got a cartoon thumb that you don't like me. You think this is confrontation. Confrontation takes place when you stand in the same room with a man. That's confrontation.
You've been served, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Told you.
I'm 19, and I'm proud, and I'm loud, and I'm up in your face. No, you're not. I don't even know where you are. You're in your mother's basement somewhere. So anyway, Bubba, but the tribunal of social media said they did not like it. Here's what happened. A group of mascots gathered on the ice, and they were to celebrate the wild mascot Nordy's birthday. Now, this is all a skit.
Right.
This is a wild animal that no one knows what type of animal it is. It's some creature they've created for the Minnesota Wild.
Right.
If you're the Wild, it should just be wild.
And Rick, they blindfolded him and set up a piñata. You see that at a lot of birthday parties, right?
Yeah. So instead of doing that, Nordy whacked the Chicago Blackhawks mascot Tommy Hawk instead of hitting the piñata. Who then shoved cake in Nordy's face, and it said it was a very elaborate act, but it was supposed to be done.
Right.
And they said finally the Devils mascot, NJ Devil, stepped in and stopped the mock beating with the help of another mascot, dragged a seemingly unconscious or perhaps dead. No, not perhaps. It's pretend. He's not dead.
Right.
Tommy Hawk
aren't real.
off the ice. Now, that's what happened.
Right.
So
That's what was supposed to happen.
So the home team birthday party, instead of it being cordial, he went after the opposing team's mascot and beat him senseless with a piñata stick.
Right.
All right. That's what happened. But it really didn't happen because these – I don't know how to tell y'all this. There's not a cartoon that wears a jersey. There's not a Blackhawk that wears a jersey and walks around.
Right.
Okay, so
Rick,
anyway.
they said that's when it took a dark turn.
Bubba, you know why? They were escorted in front of the social media tribunal. And people – listen to this, and it's sad that this is somebody's dad. Okay? I was glad I wasn't in the stands with my young son having explained why his favorite mascot was just apparently beaten with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Well, no, here's how you would explain it, Dad. Okay, here's how you. Hey, Dad. Here's how you'd explain it, like my dad explained it. Well, suck it. It's not real, son. Stop crying. It's pretend. Eat a hot dog. That's pretend. These are not real animals, son. Okay, we're at a hockey game. Men fight. This is brutal. They were having some fun with the opposing team. The guy in the suit's fine. Suck it up. Are you crying? Good night. I tell you what, if I'd had a truckload of stupid people and I'd ordered it and all I got was you, I would have got my money worth. Now, see, that's what my dad would. That's how my dad would have handled it.
It's one of my favorite lines, by the
Yeah,
way.
it is. I mean, if they put your brain in a hummingbird, it'd fly backwards up a mule's butt. Eat your hot dog. So I mean, and then you sucked it up and you went on.
Right.
You know, and I was talking about that when we did that, and you brought it up too, but it was funny how it was different. You know, now that we've got the overprotection, not only do I not want anything to ever happen to my precious son and my precious kids, I also do not want them to ever be disappointed. I mean, ever. And then so I'll overcompensate, but I'll turn them in like this guy did the thing on the millennials. They've been told their whole life how great they are, but they know it's really not true. They know that all that's ever been is propaganda and people patronizing them. They know they weren't as great as their parents keep telling everybody they are. You know, and so they get into this weird funk. See, our dads were different. Hey, Bill, I tell you what, that's a big old boy right there you got. He looks like a player. He's lazy. See, they would start taking you down a notch, not overly building you up.
Right.
He's lazy if I can get him out from his mama's skirt, maybe. You know what I mean? So, you know, even though deep down he might have thought, hey, he actually is a decent player, but he would never have said that to anyone else, a stranger.
Right.
Now, he would come to his own son and say, you did a good job today, because my dad was rough, but he was just as enthusiastic when you did it right as he showed enthusiasm when you did it wrong. Mm-hmm. He wasn't inconsistent. It wasn't just always negative. But he didn't, under zero circumstance, would he have ever bragged on his children to a stranger or to somebody else or started to try to create something on social media about how great this kid was. So what should have happened here is just simply, you just simply explain to a kid who, by the way, how's this first kid been raised if he really got upset about mascot fights?
He hadn't watched cartoons, I can tell you that. Or if they taken those off. Roadrunner, when Wile E. Coyote blows himself up with that Acme rocket. That didn't really happen either. But he'll be in the next episode.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we make our way back. All right. So we've updated you on that story, as horrible and gruesome as it is. And as Greg said in the break, I know that both sides and political parties want to try to use it for propaganda. But in the middle of this, we've got a 10-year-old girl that was raped by an illegal migrant in our country, and actually was impregnated by him. Is what's being reported today. And we will see. Now, again, we could come back tomorrow and say, well, we got another update on this. But that's where it is. And, of course, Greg, you mentioned in the break, also an inconvenient thing is, you know, President Trump was vilified for saying that when you have an open border, that bad people will come in, including drug dealers and rapists. Apparently that was true. And again, that doesn't say that everybody who's coming in is that
and the
way.
majority aren't.
Yeah, but if you don't vet people out, you can't quite find those people.
No.
So if it's a come one, come all, then they are mixed in amongst the wonderful people. All right, so moving on to a much lighter topic, and that is that the World Games, our city is hosting that, and so we've been kind of excited about it. We watched the opening ceremonies, and I was able to go see a little World Games action. But Adler's been going to see quite a bit.
I know.
Yeah,
he has.
He's been on the move. So your latest trip to the World Games, were you solo or did you take family for this too?
This was a bro trip.
Bro trip.
Yes.
Me and my bros. And y'all were going to see the kickboxing?
Kickboxing,
Okay.
yes.
And where was that held at?
Kickboxing was at Boutwell. Boutwell Auditorium.
Where the sumo was.
Where the sumo was. And now, so they've kind of transitioned into the other combat sports there.
Oh.
They've got 2 boxing rings in the middle of Boutwell.
Can I ask you a question, just personal?
Sure.
What's the current state of Boutwell?
You can tell they put some new paint everywhere. That's the cleanest I've ever seen Boutwell look.
Okay.
You could tell they repainted a lot of the
Been there a
interior.
while.
Been around a while.
Yes.
Been to many concerts there.
Yeah, Incubus. I saw Incubus there, so that tells you how long it's been.
I saw the Black Crows there with Greg.
You saw Black Crows?
I did.
I saw Molly Hatchet and Blackfoot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that was in the 80s.
Yep. I saw, for some reason, Crocus there.
Ted Nugent, didn't y'all see Ted Nugent there?
That was great.
Ted Nugent, and
We
wasn't a very
saw-
big crowd at all.
We saw Ted Nugent with Kiss, but it was at the BJ.
That was at the big one.
Greg, do you remember the last time you were there?
The Boutwell?
Mhm.
Yeah, I do. We were doing the
Wildlife games.
Yes. Doggone, I forgot about
We were
that.
judging them.
We were.
Right.
We had to keep count of people's reps.
Greg, so when I saw Crocus, that's when we saw Def Leppard.
Def
there.
Leppard, who had just hit with Pyromania.
Pyromania. That's right. Yeah.
Put it this way: the drummer had 2 arms. That's how long ago it was.
There you go. Boy,
I'm not being funny. That's
true. Yeah.
It was 2 arms.
Wow, thank you
That's
for
remarkable.
saying it like
That's
that.
it.
Now he has 1.
Greg, it seemed like there was
It's
one.
amazing what he does.
Seems like
It
there was
is.
one more band too, but I know it was Crocus and Def Leppard.
The John Butcher Axis.
Thank you.
The what?
How do you remember that?
I don't remember because
What's the name of
he
it?
was kind of the John Butcher Axis.
John Butcher.
Axis. John Butcher. Google it. He was kind of. He thought he was Jimi Hendrix.
He did.
Yeah.
I forgot all about
Axis?
that. Yeah.
Axis.
The band was called the
I
John.
love band names. I love boat names. Give me all those.
But it was called the John Butcher Axis.
Yeah.
And
Bubba,
he,
what
and he thought he was modern day Jimi Hendrix.
He
You're
did.
right.
You drugged me to a concert there, Bubba. Who was it?
Saw Quiet Right there.
You did
what?
not.
I thought you
I
drugged
was
me
on the
to a
field.
concert. Was it
Yeah.
Vanilla Ice? Who was it that was there one time?
No, I didn't drink because I've never seen Vanilla Ice, and I
Who
hate.
was it?
I
It
hate
wasn't
I
the
have
Spice
not.
Girls because
New Kids on the
No.
Block.
No.
And a
Somebody.
sad note for all Kiss fans, I saw Kiss on their last makeup tour before they took it off, and there wasn't. I mean, it wasn't sold out. It was the Boutwell. Now they've been playing the big ones, and back then you didn't have social media, and we didn't know Ace Frehley wasn't in the band anymore until some weird looking guy walked out. But anyway.
Well, that's
But
a
boy,
down.
they made a comeback.
Then they took their makeup off and had the big '80s run. Then they came
come
back.
back.
Yeah.
Wow.
selling
So,
out the stadiums again.
so kickboxing, you went and you were fired up to see some guy. Who were you going to see?
Yeah. In fact, back to Boutwell, the last time I was there was when I infiltrated the Bernie Sanders rally.
Oh, yeah.
That's the last time I was there.
That
with
was
my,
great.
With my hippie poncho on. and everything.
Oh, you fit right in.
And I was like, this way for free everything.
Oh, that was good.
Follow
That
me.
was good. That was great.
That was fun. So yeah, in fact, I was on just social media seeing some posts and stuff, and I saw a post that said a guy that I really like, Eric Anders, who's a former Alabama
Crimson
Tide champion,
Yeah.
made a huge play in the 2000. I forget what it was, but in the
So many championships.
huge defensive play
He
in
played,
the
yeah.
championship game. Yeah, he was a player. He now fights in the UFC, and I saw a post that said, "Hey, guess what? Eric Anders is actually going to be competing in the kickboxing at the World Games here in Birmingham." I've never actually seen Eric fight. He did a couple small fights here in town, some kickboxing here in town before moving up to the UFC. I always cheer him on. By the way, I got a chance to meet him last night. I did. And so I texted my brother as soon as I saw that. I was like, "Oh my goodness, I gotta go see this." Text my brother, and he was like, "Dude, yeah, let's go. Can Charlie come?" I'm like, yeah, Charlie can come.
That's your nephew.
You're talking formative moments. Let's do this.
Yeah.
And so we all piled up into my bro's car, and we headed downtown to the Boutwell. We're walking in, and there's this sign outside right there in Lynn Park that says something along the lines of he was 5'6", 130 pounds, but he was a great, great leader or something like that. And then we walk past this right here in Lynn Park, and I look at my brother. I go, "What's wrong with being 5'6", 130 pounds?"
Right? Yeah.
Why is
they making that point?
Why is that even a number that we're talking about here?
Right. Yeah,
but evidently it was about like Shuttlesworth.
Okay. I didn't know he was that tiny.
I didn't know he was a small
No
person.
offense.
I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was an average sized person either. So that was funny. As we're walking, I was like, "What's wrong with being 5'6", 130?"
Tell me you went. I hope you went and stood by the statue.
We meant to take a picture on the way out. I'm like, "What's wrong with those numbers? Those seem like good numbers to me." No. So we're walking in, and everything looked great. Not too bad of a crowd. So we got in real easy, parked pretty easy, about a block away. So that was nice. Just the timing of it. We got there around like maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock. Get in there. And Eric Anders is in the crowd.
What?
I'm like, what's going on? Hey, man, looking forward to seeing you fight later. He's like, I won't be fighting. I was like, oh, okay.
Wow, that's why we're here.
That's why I came.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Could have tweeted that.
Not sure how to break this to Charlie.
Well, I told him, I was like, well, dude, I was wondering how the UFC was going to allow that with the World Games and all kinds of stuff. And he was like, yeah, I'm just going to be watching today. So he hung out the whole time, took a lot of pictures with a lot of people.
You watched kickboxing with him?
He was 2 rows in front of me.
Wow.
The entire
That's
time.
close, Rick.
Which means you had good seats.
So the UFC would not let him do it.
I think that's what happened. I don't want to talk about things I don't know exactly about. But I did
never stopped us before.
I did get a chance to introduce myself. Hey, I'm from the show, Rick and Bubba, whatever.
I'm 5'6".
I'm 5'6", 100 pounds. Do you think you can take me? That kind of stuff. No, but I did say, you got robbed in your last fight, bro. Nothing against the Iron Turtle, but you got robbed.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, he'll be all dusted off in a minute in this episode.
Hey, and guys, here's
He'll be right back.
But here's the world we live in when the social media tribunal has cut your head off or threatened to.
Yeah.
We apologize.
Let's say quit apologizing.
No, don't. Guys, listen, hear this line. This is the world we live in. We apologize to anyone offended by the mascot skit.
No.
Now, could you ever think you would live long enough that someone would have to issue an apology for those who were traumatized by a mascot skit? Now, can you?
It was a pinata skit at that.
How about this?
Right.
Can you believe this skit? I mean, how about this? They
a bunch of skit.
They could.
Careful.
Listen, what they're saying here is
Bull.
we've lived. Hey, listen. You know, that was the one they did for the team that was called the Bulls.
That's right.
But that was the bull skit. But so anyway.
Stop it.
But listen, what's going on here is that people, Bubba, we got to the point we can't handle. We can't maneuver our way and circumvent the waters of a mascot skit.
Yeah,
we can't do it.
We can't do. We're offended.
We can't. But here's the thing: I'm not sure that the people who actually came to the hockey game were offended. This team is apologizing to the social media
that
people
bought a ticket
that were not even there.
Yeah.
There's a chance if this bothered me on social media, I don't go to hockey games. Why you worry about me?
And that should have been their statement. If you were offended, you're not allowed to come to any of our events.
Yeah.
Right. Stay out.
Yeah,
Because we're going to do this stuff a lot.
Well, you know the
We'll
PR,
kill a mascot in a minute.
The PR stance now is anytime you get complaints that reach a certain level, it may be 1, it may be 100, you start apologizing to everybody.
You know what? Hey, little fella.
How about to get over it statement?
Hey, little fella. You remember the big bouncy mascots came out to the minor league baseball game we went on and ate that umpire? He really didn't.
Right.
The umpire's fine.
Yeah.
We have to explain this?
Oh, no, he ate the umpire.
Oh, my gosh, Dad, that's cannibalism. No, son, that's a balloon that just put a guy in it.
I love any mascot that eats people out.
Oh, I do
stands
too.
or
That
eats
is
baby.
amazing, isn't it?
That's funny to me.
Fantastic.
That's good stuff. See, I go to those games to see that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we can't handle mascot skits. Can't
Fake,
handle
Rick, please tell me that's fake news.
Well,
Please tell me it's fake news.
it's being reported by FoxNews.com.
Doggone.
Can't start another
We've talked obviously a little bit about what we had to roll through here on Friday on the program, and then went through the weekend. And I do want to do one thing. If you're just joining us, we have talked about that and a little bit, but not a lot, because there's not a whole lot more to be said. But we were just recapping kind of the responses and stuff over the weekend. But one thing that I don't want to neglect, and I think I said this, but if not, I definitely want to, is I don't want all the negative to get all the attention. Cannot thank you enough for the incredible prayers and emails, and those of you that are having conversations we all need to have about prodigals in different ways, shapes, or forms, some in the exact same situation. All that over the weekend was phenomenal. As I said to everyone who said, hey, man, we've been praying for you, I literally said to them, and you can tell. Mm-hmm. That because there was a lot of times where we were just talking about it at a supernatural peace over the weekend as the tribunal was putting us before them. And all that out there, and half truths and misinformation, and all the different the lies and da-da-da. And I remember it was funny because I told my wife, but you think about it, I can't tell my parents what to do, okay? But I told my wife, I said, do not look at social media at all. Don't look at comments. Don't do any of that. If you don't do that, you'll be fine, okay? Because just focus on the positive. Your friends are texting you. Our friends are with us. Just stay there. And don't go there. So everything was going great. We were having this incredible day, and just at peace and just having a great day together. And all of a sudden, I walk in there, and we were about to go get something to eat, and thought we'd go out, and enjoy everybody looking at us. But again, that was even there was positive there too. Hey man, we're with you, and that was all great.
Right.
So anyway, and I walk in there. The minute I walked in the bathroom, you've looked at comments. You know what I mean? Yeah. And she goes, I know. I just thought I would glance. She goes, actually, it was a good comment. I thought it was kind. I said, I told you not to do that. And then she was like, I got to get out of this funk. And so we did. And that's when I finally told Helmsley, I said, look, people, they don't know how to act. Just take the comments off. I want people to be able to voice their opinion, but if they didn't know how to act, then. And so some of you that think it was put down because we didn't like your view or you didn't get a chance to show support, it was because of the people that just don't know how to act. We do have a responsibility. Some of you know what kind of show we do. We don't want you to be exposed to some of that unnecessarily and all that. So we just removed it, and then you can go back and hear it if you didn't. And please listen to it. It's in its entirety. The great job Adler did serve a purpose, but if you want to, be sure you have it from beginning and do that. So obviously you're talking to your family. So my dad's checking on me, which is really cool. Hey, you know what this is, don't you? Yes, sir. Yeah, I do. It's ain't nothing but Satan don't like what you do. He don't like the stands y'all make, and he hates you. Yes, sir. You're right. I got it. Yes, sir. I just don't know what I need to do, Rick. I don't know what I need to do. And I said, Dad, there's nothing you need to do. Just pray for us. Praying with the pain, the women and the wine. So as we make our way back, we are getting great feedback in the old earbud world.
Earbuds.
Buy Raycon.com/Bubba. You, the Rick and Bubba family, are falling in love with this product. And for good reason. First of all, they fit so much more comfortably than the other brands. They're hipper, they're cooler, they sound fantastic, and they're about half the price. And then, because you are a part of the family, you go to our URL and you pick up another 15% off of these outstanding earbuds. Do you want to find out what the hype's all about? 49,000 five-star reviews. It's even got us coughing. It'll do it. But let me tell you about this. There's a couple of options for you, too. Let me just take that down. You get a couple of options there. You got the noise isolation. That's one. That means I want to hear what's in my earbuds, and I don't want to hear what else is going on around me. I want to be focused. It really comes into play when you're trying to hear, like, us or something like that, where there's talking involved or a Bible study or a podcast or something like that. But you might want the awareness mode. That means I need to be able to hear things around me. I need to hear my children. I need to hear what's going on if somebody down the hall needs to talk to me. You have your choice, so you can do that. So if you want to get yours now, go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off your order of the premium wireless earbuds. Get them for yourself or pick them up for somebody as a gift. My baby brother's got a birthday coming up Sunday. So you can also find the link by going to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find that right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba,
These are the days of America, walking together through the promised land.
oh, here comes recession. So, we're looking now, and it's like the Biden administration. They've run out of delay. It's almost like now they can't continue to try to convince us that what's happening is not happening. Because that's kind of been the we've been told that our economy, my goodness, is strong and it's no problems of any kind, not there. But now we're getting down to the point where it's harder and harder to find the silver lining, and we're now getting, and they're kind of being made to do it. The Biden administration to kind of start giving into the fact that we got problems.
Well, we had the new numbers come out, Rick. 9.1% inflation, the highest we've had in 41 years. It is the highest among developed countries. And, we look at some of the other, and there is a global component to this. It's not the whole thing.
Yeah, sure.
But Canada's inflation rate is 7.7%, Japan 2.1%. China 2.5, Mexico 7.9, Israel 4.1. So just for a comparison to some other countries where we're at. And the sad thing is, while we're trying, the PR campaign is on, it appears that they really just don't understand what's causing this and how to fix it. That's the depressing part of this. So, again, the common thread in every price we have is energy. Okay?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you build, what you make, what you produce, you have to drive in those raw products. You have to make whatever you do. Your employees that make that have to drive to the facility. Then the finished product has to be shipped back to distributors, whatever it is. And then from there into the outlets where you buy it, or it is shipped to your house. So tires on the road are at every part of this. And that's what I think they're overlooking here. There's a lot of things out there you can throw in the mix of why this is, but the cost of energy is the underlying thing that's raising all these prices. And oil is sold on an open market, and supply and demand plays into that. We've talked about basic economics. You've got too much money chasing too few goods because a lot of people we had the great resignation after COVID. People started working at home. They said, I can get by on less, and I'd rather just stay at the house than deal with what I've been dealing with. The corporate world is crazier than ever, not because the market demanded it, because the government has forced them on it with all these scores they have to have now, and all the training and all the far left crazy stuff they're forcing on everybody, and that's what it is. They're forcing it on people. I will say this: the crazy left, to be the minority that they are in our country, as opposed to common sense thinking people, they've done a great job because they're getting way more than they have ground to cover for as people. And but back to the energy thing, if Biden would just back off some of these things he did day one and get the energy prices coming down, he would immediately see inflation as a whole go down. If I was advising him, I would say, look, the linchpin in this is energy. And some of it is mental, some of it is actual physical. And what you need to do is you need to get on TV day one and say, we're starting the Keystone Pipeline again. We are not only letting leases go, we're also cutting some of this red tape regulation that doesn't matter. We're still going to transition to all green, but we're going to have a 30, 50-year plan, not a 4-year plan, and get Elon Musk involved, get his PR behind it. Don't just act like he doesn't exist because he doesn't have union workers. Look, there's a place for union workers. There's a place for non-union workers. It all works together in our economy. And right now we have the few pushing their way on the many, and it is not working out. I mean, if he would go back to the policies Trump had the day he took office, it is going to help. So I don't know. He is so in bed with the environmental wacko bunch. He feels like he can't go back to that because he turns his back on them. Well, he's turning his back on the rest of us that are trying to earn a living out here by not doing that. And it's going to be the downfall of him and the Democratic Party at the ballot box, but they are headstrong and they're not going to change.
Well, and it affects everybody. In our state yesterday, I heard a news story that all of our power bills are going up, and the reason why, to Bubba's point, the Southern Company said your power bill is going up because of the cost of fuel. So,
and the power companies are being made by federal mandate,
right?
Who they get their licensing through to have a certain amount of the grid of the power they generate from totally green energy, windmills,
right?
Solar panels,
and that affects
all
everybody.
that kind of stuff. And look, that's fine to add that to your recipe, but don't be cutting off all the natural gas. Don't be cutting off all the coal. You need to have that stuff on hot standby to throw on the stack when you need it. Ask Texas.
Yeah, even CNN now starting to admit the inflation report, to Bubba's point, is bleak. Here they are.
Well, Jake, it was an eye-popping figure, certainly much more hot than a lot of economists were expecting. But you don't have to look far in this report to see all of the ways inflation is impacting Americans, from energy prices higher by more than 41% compared to a year ago, household cleaning products more than 11%, apparel and prescription drugs. When you head to the grocery store, well, you can't miss it there either. So on average, food prices are about 10.4% higher, as you pointed out, Jake. But then take a look under the hood of that, and you can see cereal and bread higher by almost 14%, dairy 13.5%, and eggs a shocking 33%. So it is inescapable in this report. As Jason Furman pointed out, it was an ugly report, very hard to find any silver linings here. And even though this expectation, and even though this report was higher than expectations, it is perhaps no surprise to Americans who know and have been feeling inflation is painfully high right now.
And that is CNN. The gas price is 2C. So you remember when Deb, the Interior Secretary, would laugh at the thought about she's just going to get her electric car and drive on past and all this kind of stuff. And they wanted to tell us that they don't know why the evil oil companies aren't drilling. We trying to let them drill. Well, she's going to get cornered here, and she's going to be asked about the fact check that they did on the canceled energy leases. Mm-hmm. And she's not going to know what to say, and that's really the word she's going to use. So here she is getting pressed on that.
So can you tell me why this particular sale was canceled? What consultations were done with industry that led to this claim about lack of industry interest? Because the folks that are coming to me are saying, we absolutely are interested, we're interested. Now there's no opportunity because it's been taken off the table.
Thank you, Ranking Member. It was the fact that actual oil companies did not show interest in Cook Inlet. I recognize that the Oil and Gas Association did show interest, but for us to move that forward, we would have had to have interest from the actual companies who would be bidding on the leases.
Right, but if there has been nothing that has laid down, they can't indicate what their interest is. It's kind of a chicken and egg or horse before the cart. I mean, but what happened was there was no ability, no opportunity to even show an interest because the sale was entirely canceled.
Well, I appreciate your perspective on this, and I'm not sure what to say other than what I have already said.
Which is nothing. You're right about that. Yeah.
They took it off the table, then say, "Why don't you buy?"
I can't show interest in something that you took away.
We heard other people in the oil industry saying, well, even in places they're letting leases go, then they have so much regulation about how we have to get the oil out of there, it makes it impossible to drill.
But would you agree it's hard for me to show interest in something that you never put on the table?
Yeah, can't do it.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Agree with the word today. God's on your side. Who can be against you? Bubba, a lot going forward. Something weird just happened, and I don't know what you want me to do about it because I know it's been a while. We haven't really practiced. I was just contacted by the Trump campaign for Mr. Lucky to play at the inauguration.
Yeah, I know.
So
working down the list.
They're running out of people to play, and now they're starting to, watching that, and the guys were talking about it a little bit in the kickoff hour. This really has become comedic. This whole emotion-based garbage, and of course, we're right in the middle of one ourselves, where they're just truth and fact, and false narratives just get rolling, and nobody even. I mean, if you don't, because I have, I'll have people.
It's called fake news, Rick. Fake news.
And you and I have never really been this way, and we're really kind of against the grind here, or against the what's it called? You're going against everybody.
The grain.
That's the one, not the grind, Rick. And see, I believe if you have the ability to clarify a false narrative, that you should. Hey, man, just don't even give out anything with a response. Well, yeah, unless I have a good response, you know what I mean. Unless I can, unless it was what I was saying to my wife, and I were talking about it. And there's a term, and Bubba, this is going to be a little slightly offensive to you, and I don't want you to take it that way, okay? Because know that our heart hurts for those who struggle with this,
yes.
okay?
Yes.
And you're not severe, but there's some people who are severe. But I think we need to remember there's a key word in here about truth that we don't need to miss. I said, I could be looking at a blue helmet in this room. You see that? That's blue. Mm-hmm. The truth is that on the far right is blue. That's the truth. Now, you may see it as the wrong color, but what will we call that? We call that color truth, or what we call it color
blind.
Color blind. So just because you're seeing it wrong didn't change it to the color you see, because the true color is that's a blue helmet. Now, someone may say, well, I see it as green or kind of a gray. Well, that's fine, but it's not. That means you're color blind. That doesn't mean you're color correct. And I think that's the thing we have to understand. Just because somebody says something isn't true, even from their own perspective, if they're blind, it doesn't change what the color really is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And Sherry was talking about that, and I said, we were riding the car. I said, let me give you an example of it. There was a pine tree. I said, what color are those needles? She said, well, they're green. I said, no, they're not. They're blue. And she said, no, they're green. I said, well, what's the truth? Are they green or the blue? Because I see them as blue. That's my truth. That's my truth.
Right.
And then she said, well, then you're colorblind. I said, right. So I'm not color truth. I'm not color accurate.
No.
You know what I mean? I can't make those pine needles be green if the truth is they're green. Even if I say, well,
you can't make them blue.
Yeah, blue. Yeah, right. If they're green. So even if my eyes are saying,
it's even confusing trying to explain it.
Really. But the point is, we don't call people who don't see colors correctly. We call it color blind.
Right.
Meaning you're not seeing the truth of it. So I know it's some sort of sensitive to you, but I thought it was an incredible analogy, though.
Well,
about relative
mine
truth.
is a very tight spectrum
I
in
know,
the red-green
But
area. But
you do. But
I got the gist of it.
On the serious note, though, that is the correct analogy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, if people, we even say that those people have a problem. They don't see it right.
Well, even more to my example, to the point you're making. When I look at certain charts when they do the colorblind test, there is a number in the middle of all those dots. Well, I can't see it to save my life, but the number's still there.
Yeah, it's there.
It's still there.
Yeah, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
That's right.
And so the truth, we're going to have to get back to the truth. And some of these narratives that have been hung on Donald Trump, that don't make any sense. I mean, we and back to the thing that we've dealt with for years. Of course, it's come home now, which makes it really, in my opinion, our stand even have more credibility because you see we don't just change the truth because we love somebody.
Right.
It's still the truth, which means you don't really love anybody if you change it. But anyway, and you have it says Jennifer Holliday here, but I thought it was Jennifer Hudson.
It's Holiday.
That has pulled out and says she's standing with the gay and lesbians by pulling out.
Yeah, she's
now how
she apologized to her fans for her lack of judgment of even saying that she would.
We got 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. So finishing up our economic report, Neil Cavuto. Got a great audio and video clip of him. Neil, we don't always agree with Neil on everything, but I think Neil's fair.
But we're pretty close.
Yeah, we're pretty close. It's rare, but Neil is fair, and he's always been good to our show and been very kind. But I will say this: he knows his stuff, and you really don't want to try to go toe to toe with him. So Jared Bernstein, the economic advisor to Biden, is going to try, of course, to act like that Neil is not prepared for his interview. Of course, Neil is, and it gets kind of ugly. Eventually, Neil has to just go ahead and get a cup of shut up juice out for Jared. But here they are interacting on Neil Cavuto.
Do you guys ever start feeling like it's Jimmy Carter deja vu, and that's where we're headed?
I think the difference there is between the kind of stagflation they were facing and the very different, in many ways more nuanced economy we're facing. You like to focus on the headwinds, and I get it. If it bleeds, it leads. I understand that.
No, I focus on reality, Jared. I focus on the numbers. I have no political agenda here. I just look at the data, and the data doesn't look encouraging, right?
Well, that's because you're choosing which data to exclusively look at here.
I think I gave you 11 pieces of data.
So look, the headline and the core inflation are, to quote the president, unacceptably high. Okay. So that is absolutely a relevant data point for you to bring to the table as you have.
Well, okay, then what else? That's what we're talking about. Right. That's the topic. I believe I sent you 11 points.
I think I'm not selecting any.
No, I'm really not. Don't have any agenda. I'm just. You try to take a couple of points. I think I sent you 11.
Well, let's look at agendas if we want to bring those up. What's this guy's agenda? He's sent out there to put He's out there to put lipstick on the pig.
There it is again.
That's such a good example.
Oh, it is.
I know it's overused, but it really is.
So
good.
what if it's a good one? It's like saying the song's really good and stop playing it so much.
You like that better than polished turd?
I do.
Yeah, Greg, because we try not to say that word.
I do.
Boy, that brings it home. Doesn't
it?
It
does.
All right, because no matter how hard you try, you can't.
No, it's impossible. And you don't want the assignment.
No.
But Greg, you were mentioning to me while we were walking the grounds here in the break.
Walking the grounds.
That this thing that Bubba, the point that he just made before we got into the last clips in the last segment, is that we're trying to force things on the energy industry that have not proven themselves. We need to keep experimenting with them, but they haven't proven.
They can't stand alone.
And so you said that you saw an article yesterday where Texas is telling Texans, you need to start conserving energy because of our situation with the grid. Number one, it's really, really hot, which means we're all using our air conditioning a lot.
Out there, guys.
But tell the guys what the number two reason was.
They said the windmills, they hadn't had the wind to turn them like they need to keep up with it. Now, the windmills want to be part of what you got, but in situations like this, you need to have them. Which I'm sure they have.
Remember the name. Look at the name. The word wind is in the name.
When the wind's not blowing, you still need something that can.
Let me give you an example. You remember probably one of the more successful vehicles for us moving to green is called the hybrid.
Yeah.
Because it has gasoline, it has battery. So let's say we're a power company and we're charged with putting electrons in the grid for everybody to use. Why can't we have coal? Why can't we have natural gas? Why can't we have nuclear? Why can't we have hydro? Yeah. Why can't we have solar panels?
Yeah.
We can't have wind? And go, okay, we have wind today, we have sun today. Let's use as much as that as we can. Well, hey, we'll put the coal on standby over here. And you do, but oh, wait a minute, we got a day that there's no sun, and let's turn natural gas up. Oh, wait a minute, natural gas issue. Well, we got coal over here. We don't want to use it if we don't have to, but we can. I mean, to me, that's a logical approach to energy, don't you think?
Instead of completely replacing it with green, which is not.
It's a wagon wheel approach. You go to whatever's available and say, okay, that's fine. We'd rather use wind if it's available. We'd rather use solar. Okay,
got no
but
problem
when
with
it's
that.
not available, we have other things so that we don't have to cut power and have rolling blackout.
I don't understand why we don't do that, and I'll tell you why. It's back to that thing. For some reason, we pick winners and losers. And some of these things have been demonized. But, I hate to break it to those people that say, well, we need to find other things. If you would listen to what we were just talking about, then you would use less of the ones you're demonized. Mm-hmm. But what you're trying to do is say those have to go and these have to take its place, and we're not there.
And say
they can't take its place.
Let's say coal fusion comes along one day and we can power a house with a battery. That's great. Then we can take coal off the end of the scale here and use coal fusion and all that stuff. But just have that flexibility to move and do what you need to do. Don't be mandated by the government. You've got to get rid of this because we want you to use this because there's a bunch of textbooks, pointed head, left-wing liberals want you to do that.
When we politicize things, it just all goes bad. And no matter what the topic is, if it becomes politicized,
if it doesn't at first, it eventually goes bad.
And we lose our way.
Yeah, every time.
You can't allow that to happen. I mean, we got to have some level head, sitting around as fellow human beings and say, let's logically work our way through the problems we've had. Not I have to pretend I feel this way about it because that best serves my political party. And I say that to both parties.
Yeah.
Not just one. We can't politicize these very important things. We politicize science. We politicize energy. This thing with the pandemic, we politicized it. It just all goes south. We politicize sex, which I can't believe, and gender. I don't know how we let that happen. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Performing at the inauguration.
Now how
she's from Broadway, Color Purple, I believe.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who she is now, but I thought it was Jennifer Hudson.
I'm confused because
how does that move stand up for that?
Most conservatives are concerned about Donald Trump's stance on these issues. He's not anti. He's made that pretty clear. Mm-hmm. I would think that they would reach out to him. He's much closer to them than anybody else politically on the Republican side. That would be a place to build a bridge, I would think, if I was you.
Well,
I had your agenda.
Well, I'm going to say this to your point. Now, I know we're running out of time. I won't go over, but I think it needs to be said. This thing of let's put a businessman there, and look, I'm not saying we don't need that.
Right.
Okay. But he's such a businessman. If something looks like it's going to be too much trouble for business, he ain't going to fool with it.
No.
And that would mean take on this movement. If you think he's there to try to get the country to turn back to God's standard, that's not his gig.
No.
Now, I hope that his faith grows and he says he's whatever. Right. But this thing, I remember talking to somebody and we were having a disagreement about back when there were other choices. I'm voting hey, I'm going to tell you what I'm voting. I'm voting for them babies. Well, Donald Trump don't do anything to stop abortion. Nothing. I mean, you didn't vote for babies. Now, if you want to say I voted against Hillary Clinton and I think this is a better road to
better chance.
Yeah, well then that's good.
Sure.
That's good.
Sure.
Don't get sanctimonious about this with some great faith vote.
Well, I go back
because it wasn't. But yet you see people going against him who are treating it more like something's going to happen more than those who actually would want to take that fight.
And we go back to the African Americans now who are in protest. What has he done?
Nothing.
He's got a better track record than most any business,
right,
as far as his diversity.
Right.
And now, the Mexicans, I understand why they're mad. They didn't really hear what he said.
Yeah.
But at least you can understand why they would be confused about it. The other groups, I really don't get. The only thing you can be mad about is it ain't Hillary. And
Now, you can be mad about that.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't like him, whatever, but some of these narratives just aren't right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We know that now it's official that the San Diego Chargers will become the Los Angeles Chargers, correct?
Is
that official?
Yeah, I think that is correct. The vote by the owners was already made that allowed them to do that. So,
Well, the problem is, I don't know if you've ever seen the 30 by 30 about the Colts when they left Baltimore.
Yes.
Which, again, these are our markers on how young Helmsy is. He does not recall the Baltimore Colts.
I do not.
Oh, yeah. Burt Jones.
See, I remember Burt Jones and even a little bit of Johnny U in his old days.
Bubba.
Earl
There you
Morrill.
go with that mind
Earl
again.
Morrill.
Yeah.
It wasn't
flat top.
It wasn't
Way back.
until the
19
30
and
for
number
30.
18. Harbaugh. I remember
Jim
Harbaugh.
Well,
then.
were they Indianapolis then?
I don't know.
They
I
were
just threw
Indianapolis.
that out. I just
Big
remembered him
game.
being.
I remember him
Indianapolis.
as the quarterback with the
That's a total
horseshoe
throwout.
on his helmet.
All that was Harbaugh once.
Rick,
was
I
Harbaugh
even
was
knew
a
that.
Colt, but it was Indianapolis.
I do remember Burt Jones quarterbacking,
Burt
and
Jones.
he was
I remember that a lot.
and he was the
Yeah.
LSU quarterback.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even before that.
So anyway, the problem is the Colts told you how to do it.
Peyton Manning.
And they, I knew it was coming. I was like, who's going to
Andrew Luck.
I was wondering who it was going to be. I didn't know who it was going to be. I should have known it would have been the biggest jerk in the room. But anyway, it would have been sad if someone else had done it.
Yeah,
You know
that
what I
wouldn't have been right, Rick.
But anyway, the Colts showed you how to do it. They snuck out of town in the middle of the night.
Literally. I mean, they did.
They did,
Yeah.
and they paid a moving company and act like they weren't going to move.
Yeah.
That's my
Well, they were
favorite part.
telling everybody they weren't going to move, and then the trucks come in.
They packed up and gone.
Have you seen that one yet, Hams? 30 by 30?
Yes,
When
that's
they
the
went-
only reason I knew about the story.
Right.
Yeah, I had no idea.
How about when you're in the moving company? Hey, y'all, we got to get. We're coming in. We're loading up. Here we go.
So we forget, Hams missed Baltimore Colts, St. Louis Cardinals football version.
So I didn't know that. I mean,
Yeah.
I knew that, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, see,
I
they were
didn't
the
get to witness
Rams
it.
when I was a kid. The Cardinal, I mean, them being in St. Louis was a new thing for us.
Oh, who, the Rams?
Yeah, what did I say? Cardinals,
Yeah.
the Rams. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
That was
new.
a-
I remember when it happened. I
that
mean,
was
I was
even
out of
weird.
school. When
It
I
was
was
weird.
growing up, it was
Yeah.
the St. Louis Cardinals. They were
Right,
the
right,
football and
right,
baseball.
right.
See, the
You're right.
Rams have always been the L.A. Rams to us. It was weird to us that they were in St. Louis. That's how old we are. All right, so
And when they were the Cardinals, it was Jim Hart was the quarterback.
Yeah, that's
Number
when they
17.
were in St.
now I'm
Louis.
about to really blow your mind. Are you ready? Conrad Dobler, don't miss
Yep,
him.
defense.
Hey,
Great Conrad Dobler.
let me throw this at you. This is gonna blow your mind. The Baltimore Ravens are actually the Cleveland Browns.
I knew that
Yeah.
because of the documentary.
Right.
But
Yeah.
that whole
one's
thing was
messed up,
confusing.
man. That is messed
that whole
up.
thing was confusing.
So really, every time they're being successful, Browns fans are like, "That's really that was our
I know.
team."
Yeah.
And then they put another Browns team back, and well, it's
And how,
it's bad.
How cruel was it them to go on to win Super Bowl?
Well, I was going to say, how quick?
Yeah.
I mean, they
Now,
went
you
on pretty
do
quick.
remember when the Houston Oilers were the Houston Oilers.
I do.
Not the
Absolutely.
Tennessee Titans.
Absolutely.
Dan
Warren
Pastorini.
Moon.
that
Warren
was-
Moon.
No,
Yeah.
Dan Pastorini before him.
Yeah, even before.
But I don't know Dan Pastorini.
Well, guys,
but I
mean,
remember Warren Moon.
Didn't McNair play 1 year as the Oiler?
Yeah.
They,
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember when the Steelers were in Birmingham? Steel City. That's how they got their name.
That's so good.
So
Stallions.
anyway,
That's
now
so
moving
good.
companies, because they didn't do it right, are refusing to move the Chargers. Is that right?
Well, the Chargers are not. This move is not going well. Okay.
Yeah.
One, I think at least with the Colts move, Indianapolis was glad they were getting a team. I don't think LA cares.
No, the Colts were mad.
No, they don't care.
The Colts were really, really mad.
So
LA goes from no team because nobody
Now
wanted
they
it
got
to
two.
two that nobody wanted.
Yeah, and so the Chargers, San Diego's been left. They're burning jerseys, all that kind of stuff you would expect. Well, the move is becoming more difficult, Rick. Over 24 moving companies from San Diego have vowed they will not move one chair of the Chargers to
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here in the mix as the Rick and Bubba Show goes forward. Willa Mead still in play, hasn't spun this week. Yesterday's new Bible studies archived and available now. Can get that on our YouTube or our podcast channel. Tonight, 3 different man churches going on. Helmsy will be in Columbus, Mississippi. at First Baptist Church. I'll be in Jasper, Alabama tonight at Northside, and then Andrew Varvutis from Team Man Church will be over in Philadelphia, Mississippi at the Neshoba County Baptist Association where they're building there, and you can go by and be with him tonight too. So 3 different man churches, 3 different Rick and Bubba cities, and go check out the one that is nearest you. So the Baptist Center tonight with Varvutis over in Philadelphia, Mississippi, and then Columbus for Helmsley and Jasper for me. All man churches going on tonight. Find details at themanchurch.com under events. Also, a podcast coming up this weekend. Bubba and I will interview Travis Taylor today. Dr. Taylor is an engineer, best-selling author. He's got a list of things. I can't read his whole bio. But anyway, he'll be with us, and we'll be talking about a number of things involving him, including his appearances on the Skinwalker Ranch thing.
The whole series.
The whole series and other things. I will tell you that one of the things, we've got a lot going on in our move and still settling in. Have y'all noticed? First of all, we've been here in the new building for 7 months.
7 months.
And have you noticed? And I know it happened to you again the other day, Helmsley, and it's happening to me too. Have you found yourself feeling bad for people that come in because the new studio is in a big commercial building where there are various businesses? Do you feel bad when somebody walks through the main entrance and they spot one of us? Of course, on the way to the bathroom, because that's our whole lives. Our whole lives revolve around the journey to the bathroom, and so they'll see us. And you've done that. I've had appointments like with doctors and stuff like that, and gone into medical buildings or gone into office buildings for something. And the minute you come in, you're overwhelmed by the fact you don't know where you're going.
Yeah.
And so I know you can go over and try to see the directory. For some reason, those are never as clear as you want them to be.
Right. And this one's a touch screen. It's weird.
Yeah. And so people will see somebody that they assume has been working there for years, and they get excited
and just go for help.
And they come on over and say, "Hey, can you help me?" And you realize I don't know where anybody is in this building. And here's the other thing. So I started trying to educate myself on it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then that led to another thing that now I'm intrigued with. Man, there's a lot of businesses in this building that you have no idea what they do.
I know. Right.
Yeah. Their name really doesn't indicate anything.
I've gone as far to Google some of them just to look up their website.
Have you?
Yeah.
Have you noticed the one when you come out of the new way we go out now and you look to your right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
got
like,
a really nice conference table. I know that.
Well, yeah, but is anybody ever there?
It doesn't look like
I have not seen.
Are there
anybody.
people in there?
Or is that?
There's another entrance
I think
here to
get
there.
All right, so that's what I was about to say. So
Yeah.
I think I've never seen anybody go through that door, but I think there's another way to get in.
I have seen people go through. I have seen in that door. I have met people going in that door. I met the people who actually own it or run it.
Okay.
What do they do? I have no idea what they do.
Well, we didn't get that far.
Okay.
But, at one time we thought that door was just a closet, like a storage area.
Yeah.
No, Rick, it goes to a giant room.
Really?
Yes.
Have you taken a journey up there to where that new little snack place is?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Have you learned how to use
Yes,
it?
I have.
Yeah. Has it been productive?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I ate a sandwich there one day.
I haven't gone that far.
What about the biscuit and gravy that you had to heat up?
Nah, I'm afraid of that.
Yeah.
Bubba, the size of the Rice Krispie treat that you had the other day, I hadn't
Yeah, that's
seen
a
them.
big
I
one.
hadn't
Oh,
seen
they
them
got
that
a
big.
chocolate
Is there
bar
where
up
that came
It's
from?
as big
Yeah.
as a sandwich.
Yeah.
They got a chocolate bar big as this table.
Well, I like that bigger one because you don't have to buy two little ones.
Are you going up the steps?
No.
You don't go up the steps?
I go up the elevator.
Bubba. Right, okay.
And look, I got a limited number of steps left in me,
Right.
and I want to use them wisely.
Bubba, don't talk like that.
Hey,
That's,
Bubba, I don't
that's
want-
just somebody's giving up.
I don't like
right
to
there.
No,
hear
that, in
I
my
like
knee.
that attitude.
No, listen. Every joint has a certain amount of time it's going to move. That's just fact.
Bubba,
story to tell.
based on me now getting clarification.
I got other. Look, eventually we're all going to die if the Lord tarries. I got bad news. I got to break that to y'all.
Amen.
Well,
So that's where you're going
That's
with
kind of
it.
extreme on getting in
Yeah.
shape, but
A joint has so many moves, and I'm trying to save a few of mine.
I know. We
because
just
I'm in the fourth quarter on a few of these knees here. So
And we would agree too that increasing weight in our joints also breaks them down.
it's very bad for it.
Here I'm gonna bark off the list. I was going to put things you would walk up those steps for, and all I still have is Gene Hallman. So, but I had on there food. I'm taking it off because you went up the elevator. Yeah.
Emergency for Bobby Dooley.
He's up there.
Rick,
What is did he sit in this building, right?
Yes.
What does he do?
Slipping up a holler.
He does all kinds of stuff.
He's one of those people. I have friends that I don't really know what they do.
He sells IBM computer systems.
Okay. It took me forever to figure out what Andrew Varvatos does.
Right. Is he in this building?
No, but I just
Okay,
just
well-
people. I'm just talking about friends that you have that you don't that you don't.
You're talking about people. Was he in this? No, he's not.
Well, if you were listening, I did a pivot. I said, do you have friends that you don't really know what they do for a living?
Yeah.
And I kind of pivoted off the original point. But but I'm seeing places. Does anybody know? By the way, I found out.
But there's an office complex up there that rents smaller offices.
Oh, really?
So there's all kind of people.
That's
that
up there
do
at the
it.
snack place?
Well, no, the other way.
What
other
about
end of the hall?
What about down here when on our floor when you come out and look right?
Is it called Interstellar or something like that?
No.
No,
What's it called?
that's like vendor is on the name. It looks like some kind of vendor.
There's one place here called Interstellar or something.
Intergalactic Planetary.
Can I have somebody else
get
he'd walk
back
the
to-
steps for? Bruce Pearl, put that down.
Yes.
I don't know.
yes.
No, I think you go up the elevator.
No, if Bruce was up there going, Bubba.
Let me tell you, the elevator it has a pretty quick stop when you go up. I mean, it'll
Make your
almost
head dizzy.
hurt you, throw you off. I mean, it's got a quick stop.
Does it operate enough for me to when you go and make that terrible discovery that they're cleaning the bathroom on the first floor and I need to get to the second floor? Is that quicker than the steps?
No, because
It's not quicker.
You're on the other end of the
Okay,
hall.
all right,
You're on
well,
the other end of the hall.
I got to stay on the steps then. All right.
But if you're in a bad way and don't need to be jostled too much, the elevator may be a better way to
Well, I
go.
thought you just said it stops abruptly.
Guys, I got to ask a
does.
question because evidently I need to change what I'm doing. I thought movement was good for joints.
Well, I don't know.
Well, exercise
Let him
is
get
good.
stiff.
There's a
There-
pounding.
There's a point.
Good
low
point,
impact.
Butthead.
You need low impact.
It's like tires. Running them is good, but it also wears them out.
So like the stationary bicycle, Helms. I'll tell you because I actually do this now.
What about taking stairs
when I'm doing
versus
a little bit?
elevator? Do I need to be taking the elevator or stairs?
In that
That's what I
case,
want to
in
know.
that
I'll
ca-
go to the restroom. Speedy's caught me doing this. He makes fun of me. I will take the steps upstairs, even though the bathroom down here is closed, so I can get an extra couple steps in.
Can I tell you what your dilemma is on that? I'll tell you what it is. You want to work on your heart, or you want to protect your joints. You need the cardio.
But I thought joints were made to move.
Well, they are unless you're at the end of the use of their cycle. Then you're trying to save a few movements.
Okay.
It's like your tires getting thin. The tread's getting wore down. Do you want to drive them? If you don't, you get dry rot. If you do, you're burning rubber off of it.
Do you know our
everything in physics has a trade-off?
Do you know
do you know
our acquaintance that gets into deep theological, biblical discussions with us in the bathroom?
Yes.
Do you know what? Do you have any idea what his business does? Where he works?
I don't.
I know where he
he
is. I just
works.
don't know
I
what
just
he
don't know
does.
what
I know
he
he's
does.
a snazzy dresser.
Right.
It's really difficult. It really is difficult to get into the minor prophets. Why at the urinal?
It is.
Boy, he got to go in there one day, and he was loud.
Yeah.
He was,
Well, he's got a lot of passion for Scripture, which I appreciate.
does.
Now, while I'm urinating,
He'll wash his
maybe-
hands for 2 minutes too.
Yeah.
He will. It takes forever.
Maybe just a slight
hygiene.
conversation about time and place.
Right.
Yeah.
But Adler, did you have something to bring?
I think this is the only company I know about right here. This
There's the one you thought, Bubba. Interstellar.
There we
You thought it
go.
was Interstellar.
Yeah.
It's Interstellar.
What did they do?
Is that a trucking company?
Trucking.
Yeah.
So we don't know what the one is on this floor going out the new door and
one
looking right.
No, the one that's going across is some kind of HR, global HR.
Rick,
something.
I thought
Human
what you're
resource.
talking about is also this company's door right here that is in their
Oh,
main
really?
area.
Okay.
And
Is
that's the main
That
entrance.
is, right?
I
What,
thought
about,
so.
that's
what
what I
about
thought.
what about the guy that you asked him how his day was going? He said can't get nobody to make a decision.
That's a different.
Wow, he was vetting.
He was. I said, "Hey, how you doing?" He said, "Well, I can't get anybody to make a decision. I don't like waiting on people. Don't like waiting on people, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm waiting on decisions."
Well, I immediately bonded with him.
I did
He
too.
didn't know you
I
had
did
told
too,
me,
Bubba.
and I saw him in the bathroom later. I said, "Anybody made a decision yet?" And he looked at me. I said, "Oh, I've been informed."
I tell you one.
That's so good.
We have a high number of people that like to talk on their phone while walking in the
Unbelievable.
parking lot
Unbelievable.
on wireless.
See that a lot.
Yeah.
And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you better not be in front of this door.
We'll
a
do
herd of
phone calls
buffalo.
next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The group of movers have publicly expressed their displeasure and their stone cold commitment to not lending one helping hand can be found on WeWon'tMoveYouChargers.com.
That's funny. Well, you make the point. Funny. At least you know when you look at the Colts story, you see the anger of the Baltimore people.
Right.
But you got to see the celebration of Indianapolis.
There's nobody in L.A. celebrating.
Here you just have the anger. They're
playing in a soccer stadium.
Y'all, when y'all just hit the nail on the head, and it really hurt me because I had, when sometimes somebody says, well, that's perspective. L.A. went from no teams to 2 teams they don't want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, how about, why the teams left to begin with? Because nobody would support them.
You have a slight chance of nostalgia with the L.A. Rams from the kids that grew up who are adults now. And go, I remember the Rams. And they may not be a lot of them. But you have no ties to the Chargers unless the people from San Diego come and support them.
Well, I think
they're
banking on probably half of the people from San Diego making that 70-mile journey, which is not that bad. Let's face it, it's Gadsden from here.
That's right.
They're hoping they make that journey, and then they can pick up some other people around those areas, and then they're in the same – worst case, they're in the same attendance boat that they were in to begin with.
Yeah. Can I tell you what's funny?
And they got some jazz.
To this,
Absolutely.
to me, you have cities who are going, we don't want you here. We don't want you here. We don't want you here. And all this fighting. It's like people are playing hot potato, and you've got somebody sitting over here on the side that really wants the potato.
I know.
And they're like, I'll take the potato.
Yeah.
And they just want to jump in and grab it and run home with it. Because there's a lot of cities in the United States that doesn't have a professional football team or a professional team at all that are borderline big enough to have them, like Birmingham being one of them.
Yeah.
I would say Memphis is also another one. San Antonio has made a run to get the Raiders, at least as far as a football team.
Okay, football, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying they're both. Birmingham is a little bit different. I mean, even Memphis has a professional basketball team.
Right.
But Las Vegas does not have a team. And I don't know the latest stats on it, but I know several years ago when we were looking at it, through economic development issues, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Birmingham, Alabama were the 2 biggest television markets without a professional sports team. Now, Las Vegas has some other things going on, obviously.
They do. They do.
And some of those things worry people who run leagues.
Yeah, and take it for what it's worth. It's my understanding that that's why the NFL has never been in Las Vegas is because of the gambling and being in the same
It's a bit
city.
of an issue.
Yeah.
When you talk about professional sports, going to the place where everybody sets up the odds.
Right. That's why they say that this will never happen.
Yeah, they refer to it. Here's what Vegas says.
Right.
You know what I mean? So,
but you never know.
Even if you're a gambling person, I think you should be concerned because some of the things and inside information that could easily make its way over to the betting circles from the stadium is real close. Now, when it's coming from L.A., it's a harder jump to get there. But say you see the star quarterback and they're tying one night in the casino. Well, you go, well, he's probably not going to play as good as he usually does.
Right.
I mean, you just see that even, again, if you're a gambling person, you see where this thing could get really weird. And inside information, pro-con, the ability to cheat, to swing some of these odds, it just
you might
a little uneasy.
You might be a gambling, rambling man.
I know.
But as you look at it, to me, because of those problems, and I don't know why it didn't work, and I'm ignorant to why it didn't work, so I don't pretend to know. But Raiders to San Antonio, that would have been pretty cool. San Antonio having a football team would be pretty cool. Las Vegas, it just feels like, oh, well, that's trouble. I mean, what's going to happen there? A
lot of people think that it's not going to be near as bad as we make it out to be. I have the same reservations, and this has been discussed, and they think it's a really good opportunity now.
Well, the tailgating there, I'm just trying to picture it.
And you don't have to worry about.
I bet there's a lot of business going down.
6 games a year
You know what I mean?
that you have to worry about.
Right.
It could really, I mean.
Can you imagine being the person that has to clear the parking lot?
Yeah.
With all the tailgating stuff.
Yeah, that's something.
And I haven't.
Business
look,
cards
I've
laying
never
everywhere.
even been to Vegas. but
Portable
hearing,
poles everywhere.
Hearing people describe it, it's nothing like it used to be. Now, I don't know what that means. They say that in a positive light.
Well, but you got some propaganda, you got some things to get around of their own creation.
Sure.
Like when they decided to campaign as the place to go to commit all sin.
Right.
When you made that, when you
talking about what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, and our name is Sin City.
Right. Yeah.
Those are some issues.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
I mean, that's
We'll give you that.
That's not exactly the guy walking in with his son with both of them with the jersey on. You know what I mean? But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Business wise, they probably would do pretty well. PR wise, you'd have some mountains to climb.
But boy, there's a lot of other cities going, we'll take one. We'll take one.
Sure. Of course, they're saying, well,
they'd probably turn out to support it.
Yep. All right. They're saying that. All righty. righty, let's get into the phone troll. This is our first one today, and the phone troll is different than normal phone segments. The phone troll's designed rapid fire. Here we go. You're coming in, you're making comments, you're asking questions, you're bringing information to the table, and we're rolling through it. We got 10 lines, so it's a big old sample. Let's throw a big net. It makes it easier to get in. And then the phone troll, because you think, well, Rick, what if I'm caller 10? Well, we'll start hitting that old buzzer, and we'll start running through all those that are in line in front of you. Imagine being in a line, but it's a line that's being run efficiently. Imagine Chick-fil-A is handling our phones now. So 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Let's get started in Florence, Alabama. WLAY, where Adam is standing by, trolling.
Them phones are trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. All right, Adam, go right ahead. 30 seconds. How about you?
Good morning, guys. Y'all were talking about the energy crisis and wanting to put electric cars out, and our structure cannot handle that at this time. But TVA does save their energy in a way. I believe it's called Beaver Mountain or Beaver Lake, is a man-made lake on top of a mountain. So when they release water through the dam, when the water gets to a certain level, if they cannot put the electricity onto the grid, they pump that water to the top. Save it for a later date.
Well, they do the same thing here. They're I don't know the technical name of it, watershed or whatever, but we have a lake here close to us that the city of Birmingham takes water out of. What's the name of the creek? I can't think of it now. Or they call it a river, but it's Cobb River. But they're limited on how much they can take out based on the flow of the river. Well, what they do, and of course, it's just a game of semantics. The lake right over here is used to pump water into the river to get the numbers up so they can take water out. I mean, I don't know if you call that reservoir or whatever, but it's similar to what you're talking about.
Not sure what that has to do with the strain that if we all went to electric cars would have on the grid, because that's unknown. We have no idea.
Well, here's the truth of it, Rick, and I heard this described the other day. When you see an electric car go by, it's powered by coal.
That's true.
That's where it really is powered, from the burning of coal to turn turbines to make electricity to charge batteries.
Let's go to Perry.
It's coal-powered, really, like a train.
That's funny.
It really is.
That's funny. Perry in Mississippi, 30 seconds. Come on.
Hey, I think y'all ought to have a segment where you play the Mr. Rogers song and you talk about meeting your neighbors. You know, we all live vicariously through y'all, and I think we ought to know who your neighbors are so we knew who to go to when we need y'all.
Yeah, if in the building, yeah.
Be my neighbor.
Yeah.
Please. Down for 5 minutes.
Well, I'll say all the people I've run into have been super nice. Yeah. I haven't had some of these more, and I think it really has to do with maybe our presentation.
I'm telling you that some people don't like you just because you associate with this.
That is true. Yeah,
I've met some super nice people.
That's anywhere we go, by the way.
I've had people that
I can't do nothing about that.
Right. There's nothing I can do about that. But I've had to. There's some that I've tried to initiate a conversation with, and I can tell that they wished I hadn't. Yeah. And but
I think that goes back to what I said.
Bubba, you're correct again. Rick in Alabaster. Rick, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. Hey, Dr. Joe came out with a new one. Bogita's breakfast tacos.
He said Dr. Joe.
You mean Dr. Jill, right?
Oh, I see.
Right? Are you talking about Dr. Jill?
Yeah, that's who he said. I got it. Yeah.
Oh, was he gone? I was trying to. I was going to work through it.
Dan.
He did say Dr. Joe, but I think you're right. He meant Dr. Joe.
Wait a minute.
That may actually been Joe calling.
Yeah, Jack, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Same problem.
Hey, I want to prepare y'all to talk to Travis a little bit better. In the Skinwalker Ranch thing, I've watched every episode, and he approached this scientifically and stayed that way through the entire thing. But there's a couple things come out at the end of the last episode, or last couple episodes, that kind of wigged me out. I was just trying to watch it for curiosity, but I think it's wigged him out too. But they started putting cameras on the ranch looking up at the sky, and they got a bunch of video evidence of UAPs and one UFO. But the video evidence of a portal is what kind of freaked me out a little bit. They showed one of the UAPs going across the sky, and it just disappeared in the sky.
Right.
So And they also believe there's something in the mesa where they started digging in the mesa.
Oh, yeah.
And they hit something, and it started going down, and it was an oval object that's buried in the mesa, and they pulled out metal that would only be on a craft that would go, like a spacecraft that would go up and down through the atmosphere, like the tiles on the
space shuttle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, some weird stuff. I mean, it almost looks like there's a UFO buried in the mesa. I mean, I don't know what else would explain that. But.
Yeah, that's what we're getting to, aren't we? Uh-huh. Thanks for the call, and y'all have no timeouts left, gentlemen. So it's nothing but 30s now.
Unless we overrun the board, Rick.
Let's go to John in Birmingham. John, look, I've heard about your knees. Bring help. John, go ahead.
All three of us will be a fuss.
There's 2 good knees and 6.
I think 4 of the 6 of you have had kids move out. How did y'all's wife deal with that?
Rick, you're the only one that understood that.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, he said all of you have had kids move out.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How did your wives deal with that? How did they take it?
Well, I think you're sad to see them go, but a few days later, you realize, hey, this is kind of number one again, and you love to see them visit, and but it's a different chapter, a little different thing. But
yeah, I think Sherry started out because I know you were asking about the wives. Sherry started out with it bothered her a little bit. Our situation had a unique thing there, though, but in general. And I think there's been a bit of an adjustment, but it was nothing abnormal. And as Bubba said, the freedom of it all is great. Well, look, I think you're supposed to understand. I think the mistake we make as human beings is if you cling to any period of your life like this is the greatest period and you throw all the others away.
Right.
They all stand on their own unique foundation.
And I think that mentally, from a mental health standpoint, that's the best way to approach it. Too.
And Greg, you too. I mean, yours have been gone. I mean, they're a.
Well, like you say, you're sad. You miss them being there.
How did Lisa
also,
handle it?
well, she didn't like it, but
Yeah.
they reach a certain age. If they're still there, you go, well, I've done something wrong. They're still here.
Yeah, and that would be my advice.
I'm just saying because you're proud that they've went out and they've got a career and they're doing something.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what I would tell you, caller. I'm sorry your phone dropped out, but I think one of the things that helped, and it was what Greg's point was, is that when you take the time to sit down as parents and you talk to your wife, who has that maternal tie that we're not in on, and you say, remember, at this point, if they still were in their rooms, that actually would be a bad thing.
That'd be a negative.
Yeah, it would be a negative. We should be thankful that they have gotten out on their own, like you said, Greg, and you said, Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lindsay Lohan may be the latest convert to Islam. Now, I'm going to say that again because I know some of you think that Rick's been through a
Do not adjust your receiver.
Somebody's saying, now this is the moment I was waiting on. Guys, please take Rick off somewhere and counsel him. No, here it is. We're saying that she spurred rumors of the conversion to Islam over the weekend because she deleted all her Instagram photos and replaced her bio with an Arabic peace greeting. Now, this is one of those things when someone, as Greg would say, trying to be sharp, starts thinking along the lines of, things like, I think I want to be a Navy SEAL.
Rick.
And then somebody says, hey, before you really commit to that, let's sit down sometime and I want to talk to you what that's going to look like. And
a lot of requirements there.
Right, and what that road is to become a Navy SEAL. I'm not sure this is your thing, mainly because usually you sit in front of the computer and play video games day and night. I don't think this is going to work for you. Now, it might. Let's talk about it. But why don't we talk about the things that this will require?
Right.
Okay, and then maybe,
just so you know what you're getting into.
Because
I think that's fair.
Raise your hand if you kind of would like to know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
And then you can decide and you can get a game plan together and all that, like things, you just kind of want to know what's going to happen. So I don't know that Lindsay knows what it's like to be a woman under Sharia law, but she says that the Muslim social media users the world over have welcomed their new sister with open arms.
Now, why they're saying this, and while she has not said that officially, she basically deleted all of her Instagram photos over the weekend. Now, this was covered with various lingerie-clad selfies and party pictures, is now blank, except for a black and white profile picture with the phrase, and I can't say it, which translates into "and peace unto you."
Now, I understand that she's been welcomed, allegedly, but with open arms, and you know, I don't know if y'all know this. You know, you can even put it into something not near as important. Y'all may not even know this because I don't know if we've ever mentioned it, but I played a little ball, and so we have. I don't know if we ever mentioned that on the show, but
no.
But those of you that have been in this situation, I'm sure it's the same for the military, which is much more important and tougher. But there's a way a coach acts when he's in your mama's house eating her cooking and telling her how great her cooking is and how great her son is, and then there's the day when you finally have signed and you show up and a guy in the equipment room tells you what number you're going to be after you were promised your high school number. This was the way it used to be. Now I know we give them anything they want, but back when we actually would try to say that they're not the center of the universe, and you show up and a guy who one time acted like he loved you is not even speaking to you, and they take a white tape and put it on your helmet and write your name on it and freshman underneath it, and everybody treats you like crap. So and you keep screaming, wait a minute, I thought you made a really big deal about me in front of my mama, and then they're like, yeah, but see, now you belong to me. And now you're
it's a new deal.
Now you're a worthless freshman who needs to show us you actually can play.
Right.
And the world here is not anything like you thought it was going to be. I got you now. You know, and I know, you know, when you're joining the military, all they do is tell you about all the wonderful places you're going to get to see, and then all of a sudden you're in basic training, screaming, "What in the world happened here?"
Yeah.
So she, you know, the idea of being with Islam, I'm sure for some celebrity over there looks kind of sharp. You know, I mean, like I don't know why, but
well,
I mean,
now didn't she go through? Didn't she make a run at Cabal for a while?
Yes.
And
writing stuff all over you.
Yeah, had the little things on her wrist and all that stuff, which was a form of Judaism. And now it looks like she may be toying with Islam or just trying to get some headlines, which she's done.
Right.
But again, I mean, far as actually, you know, getting down to everything all right over there?
Okay, boy, he sounded just like we.
I mean,
it sounded just like we. We need to. Yeah, but Greg, I go back to Jerry Fish.
I mean, but you would think, Rick, before you jump all the way to Islam, which has some very strict tenets.
Pretty strict.
She might warm up, with something in Christianity, just as a warm up act. It might not be as tough.
Let's try grace. Now you got to get the lordship at some point. Which is not very popular.
Rick, we're talking about just jumping in
as
far as her ability to keep. With one of these belief systems.
Right.
I mean, she might want to warm up as a Methodist or Presbyterian or even a Baptist or something.
No, let's start her at Episcopalian.
Well, we'll go back to Episcopalian or Lutheran. We might back up right in there somewhere.
Yeah, and let's work her through the that, and then work her maybe to eventually, being a little. But 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 we be big as the number. All right, allform.com/Bubba. I love this company, and I love the furniture. Got it down at the old camp house, and you know what? I was able to design it the way just like I like it. Allform.com/Bubba. And what's great is the furniture is affordable. But also, I mean, it's flexible. There's modern design. There's it fit any room, armchairs, sofas. I mean, all the way up to sectionals. Greg, I know you and Lisa love a love seat, so I mean they got that too. Oh, they do. I mean, America's favorite couple. So go to allform.com/Bubba now. The furniture arrives fast. Shipping's always free. You can have your new chair, your new sofa 3 to 4 days. Customized exactly like you want it. You could say that chair right there, I got it just like I like it, because they've got the different fabrics and they're all stain resistant, they're pet resistant, they're child resistant. All that's in play. You pick the type of legs you want on it. They send it to you. You put it in your home. You put it in the lake house, the beach house, your office, whatever you need. And then you got 100 days to keep it there and make sure you like it. And you are going to love it because the quality is outstanding. Bubba, made right there in the great state of North Carolina.
How about that?
Allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off everything. right now, and you get a forever warranty. How about that quality? That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, Bubba, Biden. Here we go. Now, people are making a lot of fuss about this. Again, I'm going to try to be kind and give him the benefit of the doubt. But the fact that he's having such a hard time communicating now, when you're talking about something, boy, you talk about a tinderbox, as you decide to be in Israel and talk about the Holocaust. Whoo! I mean, you better. I mean, you better watch everything you say. And in this case, the president, it gets away from him a little bit, and it kind of comes out awkward. So here we go.
I will once more return to the hollow ground of Yad Vashem to honor 6 million Jewish lives were stolen in the genocide, and continue, which we must do every day, continue to bear witness. To keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust, horror of the Holocaust, honor those we lost. To keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust, horror of the Holocaust. To keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust, horror of the Holocaust.
You got to get the word horror right there. You can't use the word honor.
They're completely opposite of each other.
Yeah, they are. Boy, you got to get horror right. You got to. I mean, that's just one of those where you say to whoever. Look, right now, if somebody was saying, "Look, hey, come here, just a minute, Burge, right? Do not. You got to get this right. If you start talking about the Holocaust, you got to get it right.
Yeah, don't say
and we're talking about the horror of the Holocaust.
You want to honor the victims,
right? It's
of the horror.
We don't want to honor the Holocaust because that's not good.
That's a tough line.
Yeah, it could get confusing. Whoever wrote it should have.
Especially when they knew who they were dealing with.
Yeah. Don't drive so close to the cliff.
Right. Know who's going to be reading your words.
I'm going further. This president can't talk about the Holocaust. I would just say, I'm sorry, that's out.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of things.
So imagine backstage, we're going to give him the opportunity to go talk about the Holocaust. Are y'all kidding me?
Israel.
Israel? Have we lost our minds? Yeah. Tell him to just wave.
Well, now you got to understand something that. This happened after he got off Air Force One, got to the bottom of the steps. They have red carpet out, and you have leaders coming up or whatever. And he's trying to shake hands with everybody, and then he runs through the list. Of course, now don't forget the White House issued a statement when he was in Air Force One headed to Israel that he wasn't going to shake anybody's hands.
Yeah, I remember.
And then he gets off and he fist pumps a couple, then shakes hands. But the biggest thing is that he looks confused. He didn't know where to go.
Oh yeah.
And he can be heard going, "What do I do now?"
All right, now watch this. This is 1B, and you'll see him walking around. He said no handshake, I guess, because are we back afraid of COVID again?
Yeah, and this is going to be CNN breaking it down.
All right, so here we go.
As the president was making his way over here to Israel on the plane, the White House press secretary and the national security advisor, they said that the president was going to try and minimize his contact with officials while on the ground. As the president landed, you can see the footage from the president arriving on Air Force One. He offered fist bumps to these officials, including the Israeli prime minister there. But then, moments later, we saw him actually shake hands with the former Israeli prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and that raised questions of whether this is what this new policy is. And the very fact that the White House suggested he's going to minimize contact despite shaking hands with lawmakers just a couple of days ago, it raised questions about whether this was really intended to minimize the possibility of him shaking hands with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who he'll be meeting with on Friday. The White House has confirmed that the president will be meeting with the Crown Prince there. They haven't yet confirmed if there will be press in the room to see that. But there was a speculation of whether this new policy of not shaking hands was perhaps trying to avoid that photo op of the president shaking hands with the man who the CIA says authorized the murder of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
So they told him just don't shake hands with anybody.
There's a side of me that goes, I think we're overthinking this.
You'd be right on that.
And I know, the finest detail goes into all the presidents, how they address everybody in curtsy or bow or shake or whatever. But Rick, I just think that's a little much.
What are we talking about?
Well, but
look,
for the White House,
if you're going to Saudi Arabia and you want, if it's important enough for you to go to Saudi Arabia, shake the guy's hand when you meet him, unless there's a viral issue, and then don't shake hands.
Or it's or if that's
I wonder if they talk to Liv Goff.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Could we?
Look,
could
Saudi
you start
Arabia,
that back
if they issued that murder or not, if they were the driving force behind it, they're an ally. We're still selling them planes. They're very important to stability in the area. So, I mean, why are we? We're not going to write them off because of that. Or if it's that important, we need to write them off. You can't have it both ways.
Right. All right, so
and then decide about a handshake being an international crisis. Good.
Well,
night.
but the White House is the one that issued the statement, saying he wasn't going to shake anybody's hand.
Well,
then he gets off and
the
starts
point.
shaking hands.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
They can't control him.
Yeah. Hey, how about this? Forget about handshakes. Take care of the inflation. Take care of the gas
for
prices.
real. But
focus on the big thing.
Yeah, I'm not worried about who you shake
Watch
hands
him right here, how feeble and confused
But
he
now
is.
you got to really listen too, because he's going to ask some
But look at his
questions.
body language, even
Yeah.
without hearing it.
Yeah.
What am I doing now?
Stop.
Did you hear him?
engines are loud.
He asked a female
Wow.
officer, "Why can't I go with you?"
boy.
Did he really? Yeah. If you listen here, that's, yeah.
I didn't think he should have sniffed the ponytail.
Yeah,
he's
I
like,
wanna go with you.
What can I go with you?
Rick,
please look at him. How he's
Look at him shuffling around, Bubba. Look at that shuffle. Look at him just shuffling around.
Hey, honey, can I go with you?
You need to get the aviators on quick.
Darling?
Well, that was funny. We'd all probably said that. but-
All right, so now.
They all
Yeah.
would've said that.
I don't know, Bubba.
It's just a joke.
All right, so
It's not that big a deal.
You know who his favorite magician is?
Rick, be Floyd and ask him why can't I go with you?
I want to go. Why can't? So, all right.
Thank you, Floyd.
Where'd I go? All right, so now let's go to
Jack.
If Saturday Night Live if they were truly about comedy and not about political,
Well, they've had plenty to do this
agendas.
weekend. Oh, boy.
This next interview about the war in Ukraine, this when Biden is claiming that she said something he said, but you said it, I said it, no, you said it. Just please watch this. This is ridiculous.
How long is this going to last? How long is this onslaught going to last?
As long as it's going to take. When we're there till it takes whatever time it takes. We cannot let him prevail.
It can take months. It can take years.
It could.
Mm-hmm. You think the war could take years to 10?
No, you said that.
Yeah,
you said
okay.
it could, okay?
It could.
No, it could.
My gracious.
It's like, I don't want to be quoted saying that. You said that, but I'll tell you, it could. But I'm going to quote you, not me.
I agree with what you said, but you said it.
Yeah.
But it could.
But it could.
But I didn't say it
It
could.
could. I didn't say it could. You said it could, but it could.
Yeah.
How long is this going to last? How long is this onslaught going to last?
As long as it's going to take. When we're there till it takes whatever time it takes. We cannot let him prevail.
It can take months. It can take years.
It could.
Mm-hmm. You think the war could take years to 10?
No, you said that.
Yeah,
you said
okay.
it could, okay?
It could.
No, it could.
It could, okay. It could, okay. It could.
It goes from a question. It could.
It could, okay. It could.
Yeah, it could.
Goody, woody, woody.
Can he, could he,
Bubba,
what
lubba, doobie.
he? Can he, could he, what he did?
Now you said it could. Could it? It could.
But I didn't say it could. You said it could. But it
I
could.
didn't say it did. You said it could. Could it? Could it? It could.
Okay.
Wow. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Remember, Greg and I, we had a friend named Jerry Fish, and he was.
That's why you always use that name, Jerry Fish.
Yeah. And we were, and he kept talking about he was going to go in the military, and we were like, Jerry, I just don't think.
Doesn't look like it's your gig.
Well, what
you
I
know?
was saying is, I don't know that you're the kind of guy that some guy's just going to scream in your face.
You don't like people telling you what to do.
And
That's
telling
not
you what
the
to
place
do.
be.
I've never really known you to be a guy that realized people tell him what to do. And I don't know if you know in the military, they do a lot of that.
Yeah.
And of course, to no one's surprise, he was thrown out of the military because he fought the drill sergeant that got in his face.
Right.
I mean, we all saw that coming. You know what I mean? Sure. And I just don't see Lindsay Lohan, like you said, being able to follow Sharia law and come under the authority of Allah and be in her proper place as a female, and be able to follow Sharia law and come under the authority of Allah and be in her proper place as a female, and be able to follow Sharia law and come under the authority of Allah and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in her proper place as a female, and be in that religion. It just doesn't seem.
Well, first she's got to keep her clothes on.
Right.
That's going to be a big first.
Matter of fact,
wear undergarments. I think that would be step number one.
Step one, let's cover you up from head to toe.
Yeah, I mean you're going to have to knock the party off at say 11. You're going to have to get in at a decent time.
No alcohol.
You've got to call to prayer earlier. You got to abstain from a lot of things that seem to be that I think you'd be better off if you did, but it seems to be a mainstay of your gig right now.
Right. If we were people that wanted to try to, as you said, let's take her down the road of Christianity, and we'll start her off really hyper grace, hyper mercy, Episcopalian.
Yeah.
We'll start out there,
work our way back.
You know what I mean? That's kind of an easy ride, and then we'll see if we can't work her, into a little more, lordship and obedience and all that. But I mean, that grace and mercy, is huge.
Yeah, it is.
Now this thing of, I've got to do everything exactly the way they say, or I'm not going to make it, and if I'm not sure about it, I have to be a suicide bomber in order to get in. I just don't think that's Lindsay's thing.
Well, I think that's the same, and I don't know. I think she's going to have problems staying with any of this from a rule standpoint.
Yeah, this is just like the recruiting I was talking about.
Because I'll tell you the problem with getting in the Christian faith. It's not cool enough to Hollywood.
No, you're right.
It's been around. It's really for practical purposes. The simplicity of the concept, it blows a lot of people's mind. They can't follow it.
Well, let's go back to this. It is interesting to watch the scale coverings over the eyes, and we're experiencing that even in our own world. Is to come to the conclusion as a celebrity or I want to be mod, I want to be, that Islam is more appealing than Christianity to celebrities.
Yeah, you would think she would be a target for Scientology. You would think.
Yeah. Perfect.
Based on a lot of her. But she may be too weird for them, quite frankly.
Understand what we're saying here, okay? Christianity is vilified for being so mean if you're somebody that believes in God's standard for marriage, but that everyone is equal at the foot of the cross. All we all need is just repentance of sin, and the only thing that cannot be forgiven is to reject that completely.
Right.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit and rejecting it. Everything else, forgivable.
Yep.
Okay? And that includes alternative lifestyles. That includes whatever. Okay,
being Donald Trump.
Over in Islam,
anything.
Over in Islam, they don't say, "Well, why don't you get here and let's pray for you and repent of sin?" They say, "Let's throw you off a building," because we don't have that in Islam. Now, and how could that, if you're all loving, all whatever Hollywood hippie type, how do you get drawn to Islam?
I don't know.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Just me trying to follow this, I can't put the pieces together, Rick. It's like a puzzle with giant holes.
Right. I mean, it just doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It would be like it just doesn't.
Well, she's playing with it on Instagram. I don't know that constitutes a real move.
Right.
Just may be the hip thing to do today because I've done everything else.
It's like I'm interested in sports and you're drawn to soccer. You know what I mean? There's so many better choices. You know what I mean?
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back for a brand new hour. Number 12 is on his jersey, but he's number 1 across our hearts. And 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Oh, yeah. Welcome back. Thank you for being with us today. And the morning sun is starting to shine. All right, so things you need to know. Well, I want to say this one thing because, Greg. So, you know how you look at your day and you're like, I
wish you'd speak to your brother.
Straighten him out. I am. Well, and this is the way it is. Helmsy said he walks in this morning we all got to work today. And the first thing Greg says to him is, "Hey, bullet head."
Well, he got a new haircut.
I mean, because you got
3 seconds, Rick.
Hey,
bullet head's here.
Bullet head's here.
Well, look, he got it cut down pretty low.
He's put together.
I always do, Greg.
He's put together this.
Well, it's probably the last 4.
You're right.
Let me tell you what
you
dropped it.
I dropped it.
I'll tell you, wherever you go, you get your money's worth. I need to get their number.
Yeah. Well, and he's taking Bubba on some bizarre tour of the building. But no. Now let me tell you what happened.
That's just an ongoing experiment we got.
I'm gonna say this. So I looked at my schedule today. So when I get up, I think to myself, all right, what does the day look like? And then that means, do I need to throw a T-shirt and some shorts in the truck? Because I might try to do it a little bit better. And then today, because I'm going to speak somewhere tonight, I think, all right, I got that out there, and I see what time I need to be there. And I was looking at my day, and I said, you know what? It's likely I won't return home. So I thought, well, I need to go ahead and be dressed for what I was speaking, tonight. And I had a shirt that I wanted to wear. I preferred it. I thought to myself, I really like to wear that shirt, and I didn't wear it because of you.
I think you made a good choice, though. That's a good shirt.
So
if you had to think about it, Rick, just this attitude, you don't need to wear it.
Well, and then what happened when I went to get the hair product? Same shirt.
Oh, it's that one?
Yeah, and
are you kidding?
It's real comfortable, man. You wouldn't believe how comfortable that shirt is. But you're also saying, Rick, please don't go speak at a men's event with that on.
Well, I'll tell you this: if you thought that was a good idea.
Well,
Rick, just that last experience with it would have made you go,
no, you're right.
Not to a men's.
You're right. No,
I think you made the right choice.
But I'm just talking about there's a certain hover of you, like a black cloud over this place on decisions we make because we don't want to get in your crosshairs. Oh, bullet head over us, how tough day.
and can I say this too, Greg? When you're walking with one of us, and it doesn't matter what situation, and it doesn't matter if it's a parking lot inside a building or whatever, and there's another person that shows up in that scene, and you scream right again, chances are they're going to think you're speaking about them.
And now you're referencing the bizarre tour that Bubba's been taking on.
Not necessarily.
With Greg,
they show up, and you go, right again.
Well, maybe I was talking about how...
But they don't know that. That's the point, is you make that moment so uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah.
Well, look, rude Tourette's. The
just made an
people
observation,
around are
and
the
I'm
ones that
sticking to
suffer.
it.
That's who suffers.
Easy.
Just stop there.
That's
don't take it any further.
I'm done talking about it.
Well, yeah,
but hey,
Greg, you're not done talking.
Time
about
out. The study continues.
I got you.
And I'll tell you this: you're 100%.
Okay.
Can I tell you what's interesting too? Those
you started
4 days. I've been looking.
Those of you that have never seen the new studio and you don't know how it's designed, it's just all an audio experience for you. When Greg is holding court now, my view, because the way they set it up, is Big Boy's big head is right over your left shoulder. So the contrast of what you're
Petting
doing
a coyote
and how he likes everybody, and all he wants is everybody to be, to be okay.
That's why he's smiling.
Yeah, he wouldn't say the things that you say.
Oh, Rick.
He would, you know what he wants everybody to have? A hamburger.
Yeah.
He
wouldn't have called him.
No, it may be a fudge cake.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that fudge cake?
That's the only reason we'd go.
But did you ever wonder, because for us, and I know the rest of the country, this big boy thing, people bought it to be their mascot. So some of you don't tie it to Shoney's, but we do. That's where
Shoney's where we go.
That's where it was Shoney's big boy.
It was Friday night going to eat with your uncle and aunt.
Yeah, so until they made the disastrous decision to go to that bear, Shoney Bear, and run Big Boy out of town on a rail. But anyway, so Big Boy, we loved him. And so there was this dessert that Shoney's had, and I don't know if do they still have it, the hot fudge cake. And
our Shoney's that we had in Oxford forever is shut down.
I know. I'd heard. I saw that last time I was there.
Yeah, I saw it bulldozed.
Yeah. How's your reunion coming? Everything coming together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all right.
How's that going down there in downtown historic?
Yeah. Well,
just off Main Street.
Just off Main.
Main Street. Didn't know that. Had no idea the topic of that song. You sing it as a kid everywhere. All right, so
they do. The world's famous hot fudge cake is still available.
Let me tell you, you can't beat it. We've been going to eat those since we were little kids.
Do you remember thinking, and Bubba, I know you thought this.
Got to have a glass of water with it. Hot chocolate day.
Did you ever think to yourself, where in the world is the perfect square vanilla ice cream?
I know it.
Where is it? You remember they had that?
It's cut in a perfect
square. It was a square of vanilla ice cream, and it would lay in between the two cakes perfectly because it was square like the cake.
Right.
Did they have those customized for Shoney's?
They must have.
Wouldn't you?
I mean,
Did you ever think to yourself, what magic place does this square of vanilla ice cream come from?
And I've never seen it on anything else.
No,
I will tell you the one that
that syrup be so hot
that really moved into first place with me, and this was back at our very first studio in Gadsden.
Oh, don't bring up this one.
Was the what did they call
the
it?
Fudge Nut Fantasy?
Fudge Nut
Bubba,
Fantasy.
it killed a
That's it.
man.
Oh,
you,
I remember y'all talking
you can't
about
love
that.
a dessert that killed somebody.
It was at Applebee's.
You can respect it.
You can respect it, but
Greg, seriously, we looked into it. It has 5,000 calories.
It killed a man.
That's like a week's worth of calories.
You know how some people, how people have certain things that they
5,000?
Greg, think about it. If you're out there
bet it was
and you're in a
good.
situation where your doctor says watch the sugar, you don't need a Fudge Nut Fantasy.
Y'all ate them regular.
Yeah, oh, sure. We ate them like we were going over, Greg, to pick up a protein bar.
Oh my god! Hey, let's go get.
And
back
they
at that.
they took them off the menu after it killed somebody.
Well, that'll
and
do
then
it.
and then we complained, and they brought it back. Remember, it came back.
Oh, it came back.
I think they
They let
cut
it
it
die
down.
down a
They
little
cut
bit.
it down the volume of it just a
They
little
took
bit.
it off the menu because it killed somebody.
Hey guys, we need to look at this.
No, if you have a dessert that kills people.
Yeah, that's probably not great, but boy, I bet it was good. Oh, that hot fudge cake. What you talking about?
Yeah, it was like the hot fudge cake went out and found a friend that Kenny came back and said, "You ain't gonna believe this guy," and he took you to the Fudge Nut Fantasy,
and there he was.
I don't even know what all it had on it. Do you, Bubba? I remember it had various syrups. It had
Haagen-Dazs ice cream, however you say it, the German ice cream.
Whatever it is.
Two or three scoops of that. It had caramel in it.
It had
chocolate,
butterscotch
in it. It's like they found everything that anybody in the whole place thought was good. They threw it in one bowl.
Throw it in there.
Right. Yeah. I've never seen a food that just when it arrives, it's already sin.
I love it.
It's because there's no way for it not to be overindulgent.
Greg, you got 100 calories when they walk by it. You go to another table. What a great name for it.
Good. They walk past with it on it, taking somebody else. I picked up a pound.
Right by you. You come by.
Of course, we'd go over. All we had to do was walk across the field.
See, that was the best.
It was right next to our studio. Do you remember the Fudge Nut Fantasy?
Oh, yeah.
I know you remember it, Baldy.
I do.
I bet that was
That's
good.
your area
Within
right
walking
there.
distance.
Yeah.
That's studio.
That's your area right there.
Oh, I get off in it.
I remember we'd have a tough day at the office. When the hammer was
justified.
The hammer.
We had to have the release.
Greg, the hammer showed up not in the best of moods.
Yeah.
And we'd go over just to comfort ourselves.
Let's go get us a Fudge Nut Fantasy.
Because he just told us we were worthless. Right. And he don't know why we're even on the air. And he said he wished he'd never put us on.
Oh, wow.
And then you're just kind of like
Really encouraging.
But when he was encouraging, though, in all fairness, he was quite encouraging.
Very kind
off
man.
the charts.
The 2 times he did that.
Right. He would build you up where he could take you right back down.
Crumble you.
You know how some people take you down to build you up? He would do the opposite. He would take you up,
Build you up,
then he'd tear you down. He was like the Marines in reverse.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Buster.
How about it?
Hey, buddy. Boy, what about this animal story? Hey. Dinosaur. Living dinosaur.
Rick, can I tell you something before you start that? A holdover from the last segment I thought was interesting. The PragerU that we were talking about, one of their key staff members is Alicia Krause, that used to be Sean Hannity's intern that we know.
Oh, really?
And had a lot of dealings with.
Right.
You remember from Oklahoma?
And she
met
has,
her family and all. Remember that?
And she has some incredible bluegrass albums that if you've never heard. I'm sorry, that's
one.
Allison Krause.
That's another.
Yeah, so
just FYI,
right,
a little inside note there.
All right, so I didn't know that. I wondered what had happened to her. All right, so we the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. There's this gator that people got just on video and got pictures of.
Well, it's well known. I don't think it's something they got that nobody knew about.
They're saying that the state record for length in Florida of a gator was 14 foot, 3.5 inches, according to their records.
Oh, Humpback's his name.
Last year,
The big salty dog.
a humongous gator has become something of a media sensation when it was spotted wandering around the Buffalo Creek Golf Course in Palmetto on the Gulf Coast there. And it says last year, they said the biggest one that someone's actually killed was 13 foot, but Humpback They think if they could ever get him and weigh him and everything, that he may be a new record.
Oh, he'll blow that away.
Look
Rick.
at that alligator.
Look at that, guys.
That thing.
Y'all, that's what dinosaurs used to look like.
Yeah, that's like
he even walks like a dinosaur.
Yeah, because they are dinosaurs. Think about it.
I know. So big, he can hardly move around.
Greg, so is there something wrong with his back? Is that why it looks like that? Because
he's so
big.
He
Walks like he does.
He's so darn big, Rick.
Yeah, he's gigantic. I mean,
yeah.
They're not telling us how much he is, right? Because they don't. They're saying that's just they know the.
Rick, he won't hold still for them to measure him.
No, he will
and,
not.
By the way, those people that are taking pictures of him,
crazy.
And look, there's a lot of high grass. You don't know where he's coming from. No. You can't do that.
Or what if he's got a buddy that ain't quite that big?
Y'all, if I see something that large walk across a path, look on each side of them. It's a bunch of high grass.
Y'all.
They don't know what's coming around. No.
And they got him blocked.
Boy, they do.
Good gracious.
Both
alive.
sides.
I don't know if he's blocked anywhere. Looks like he can go where he wants to go.
Look at that.
First thing, and Greg, I know we blame a lot of things
the
on
size
you,
of his head.
But the first, when I saw this, I went, okay, it's made up. It's that big.
Guys, I got to ask, what's the thing been eating?
Well, look. You see how the room he's got down there?
Golfers.
I mean,
you think
there's a couple of golf bags in there?
I bet you. Look, if we could kill him like we should, and lay that baby open, let's have a look in there. There's no telling.
He's eating some little deer. And
somebody's license plate.
Some big old things.
Do you see how he's disappeared into that?
Yes.
Don't be around that stuff,
No.
man. If we want to all get out in the big field and look at him, okay, he ain't got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
But
from a helicopter? Yeah, sure.
This slipping off into the high grass, and we're all standing here taking pictures like a bunch of idiots.
Now, did you say this was the same one or different that was on the golf course?
They just said that there's been one spotted on the golf course. They're not saying it's the same one.
But see, he's got that.
Four.
He's got that.
Good night.
Yeah, he's big.
It's another big
He's got that thing hanging down like a goozle in the front.
Yeah.
Greg, you remember the first time you saw this, what you said? You mean, oh, that ain't real. You remember that? Because it's so big on the golf course? That was a while back.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same guy because of the goozle, what Bubba's talking about. And his back doesn't look as humped.
Let me see if that goozle here.
He's got goozle, but he don't have the hump back that other one had. Maybe he just had a big lunch.
Maybe he does. Maybe.
So he's got the goozle there.
Okay, well, maybe.
Or do all old gators have goozle?
The back looks a little.
Like all humans.
He may have just had some dinner on the par 3/6.
Yeah.
So we got a bunch of them walking around. Look at that goozle right there.
Because the big one we just saw has a back like Adler. You know what I mean? It's kind of.
Sorry, Ad.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, it's got that.
Sorry, buddy.
Adler has some issues with his back. He'll tell you that. I mean, that's not.
He does a lot of stretching. He works hard to get
not
that
some
back
secret.
Right.
I mean.
Do you know most people that do see him though that they say he's not as crooked as we make out?
He's pretty.
Who, Adler or the gator?
The Adler.
Mm-hmm.
Adler.
Well, I mean, I'm
like you. How much does a gator that big have to eat to stay alive?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, he's got to have an unbelievable.
What's his diet like?
What does he eat? Fish, things in the water.
A lot. He'll eat animals, fish,
deer,
people if he could.
I guarantee you, after that, there ain't people looking for lost balls. I know that. I saw an alligator on the golf course last year, and it was a tiny little thing, and I didn't want nothing to do with it.
They said the heaviest recorded gator.
I think about 4 foot long. That's enough.
This one's moving a little slower.
Was over 1,000 pounds. It was 1,043 pounds, 13 feet, 10.5 inches long.
Well, if they'd let me, I could get him with a 300, Rick, and we'd find out.
Well, you better hit him good.
Yeah,
you know, you ever seen the people that shoot big gators from long distance? You have to hit them in a certain place.
Oh yeah, you got to get them right behind the eyes.
Yeah, I mean it's not
different targets though.
It's not an easy kill.
What's
They
a long
got armor.
That he's dragging a lot of armor right there.
That's a long tail.
See, my first instinct is not to get him on my smartphone. It's to run.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean, it's let's leave. There's a dinosaur. Let's run
and call in.
I mean,
an airstrike.
you know what I mean? Why are we not running? Why are we not leaving
I'm with
there?
Bubba more than anything. I can see that one. Where are the other ones I can't see?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's what scares me.
If that thing if anything like that walked out of any area, I'd leave that area.
Yeah.
What else is going to come out of there?
And there's two guys laying down. They have no hope.
Guys, imagine, in Florida they have a problem all the time with gators. They've let, in my mind, the population get too out of control. But they get out on the highways, and you see that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That thing right there would be like a head-on collision. It would absolutely take the wheels, the axles out from under a car.
You hit that, and you better have car shield.
Oh, you wouldn't make it. It would absolutely. It'd be worse than a head-on collision.
That's right, baby. 28 and a half years, still here, rolling. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. And no, I'm not the only one. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right now. Welcome back for another hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for making Rick and Bubba part of your day.
Yep. I be Rick.
And I be Bubba.
All right, so as we start this hour, Helmsy, we found out yesterday, and we were a little bit shocked, to be honest, was not familiar with the legend of D.B. Cooper. Found out last night, by the way, that my wife was not as familiar with it. I was like, you're not familiar? You don't know the D.B. Cooper thing? And I had to talk about that, and that's when I was moving to go watch the new D.B. Cooper documentary because, Greg, I haven't seen enough of them.
Yeah, I thought we just had one.
But then I ended up on Skinwalker Ranch preparing for the podcast recording today.
Which was probably a good idea.
And I landed and stayed there and then brought Bubba in.
Yeah, thanks for texting me because I was meant to do that and it had got away from me.
So, Helmsy, you knew nothing about it.
Very little. Skyjacking by a man in the 70s. $200,000, got away with it. Don't know if he's dead or alive. That's really. I know there's 4 or 5 to 10 people that it could be.
Yeah,
and that was the gist of it. And over my 12, 13 years here, every few years there's a D.B. Cooper story.
Oh yeah,
and I would completely not really know what was being discussed, and for some reason I'm ashamed at my interest level of the whole story, because after what I dug into last night with the new Netflix special, I'm ashamed that I didn't give y'all more on this because it is a fantastic mystery and goodness gracious. Now I've turned into that person at my house. Like I brought the entire family in. What are you so into? And so I'm explaining to them, and I look like an expert to them because they don't know either.
You the D.B. Cooper guy at your house.
But I will say this, and I don't want to throw a bunch of stuff and be like, yeah, everybody knows that, Helms. Everybody knows that. But for you guys, I threw a couple things at Greg this morning to see if he knew. Just to say, okay, well then it may not be just another documentary. You may actually enjoy this and get some stuff. If this intrigues you, you may like this. And he did. I told him 2 things this morning. He goes, well, I didn't know that. And
really?
So with that being said, I think you guys will enjoy it. It's very well done.
Is there any new information?
Well, he don't know.
Well, I don't know the answer to that.
Are they saying there's new stuff that's come to the surface?
Tell Buzz.
Here's what they do.
Tell Buzz what you told Greg and see if he reacts.
So for I think I did earlier.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's the things.
He doesn't remember.
Here's the things that I told.
Try me again. I'll enjoy it.
I'll know that. We're a little sleepy then. Try it again.
The name D.B. Cooper's not even correct.
Right.
It was actually Dan Cooper, and that's what was on his plane ticket. And a sloppy journalist, put it out there.
We had him even then.
Yes, put it out there as D.B. Cooper, and everyone liked that better, thought it made a better story, so they just completely did away with Dan Cooper and called him D.B. Cooper, even though that wasn't his name.
I did not know that.
And
did you know that?
That's very interesting. Didn't know that.
Did you know that, Bubba?
I remember something about the name got messed up, but I don't
probably
remember
heard
the
it
exacts
and
of
forgot
it.
about
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't know that Dan Cooper, because then you get in the mind of who the individual is. Why did he choose the name Dan Cooper? Dan Cooper was actually a comic book hero, like a character in a comic book that flew fighter jets and planes and jumped out of planes.
Really?
And so they say that's why he used that particular. So the basis of this documentary or series, it is a series.
What's
you
it
have
called?
episodes you work through. Goodness, who is D.B. Cooper? Maybe.
I don't know. I was looking for it last night. I didn't know where to look.
I'll tell you.
Have they covered going back and testing? They had part of the clothing, or I think he left his jacket on the plane when he went out the back. Something he'd taken his coat jacket off and they tested it,
wasn't it?
or something. It was some piece of clothing, and they had tested it and they found a chemical that was used in aircraft manufacturing, which there were several plants up there. But this one guy worked in that plant. And I think it was Rickshaw, the one that initially thought it was.
Is that really his name?
Am I wrong?
Something like that.
We've been calling it Rickshaw. I don't know if it's
Rackstraw.
Rickshaw, Rackstraw.
Because close. Look, you're going to hear a lot of Rackstraw talk in this.
I appreciate you because you have more confidence in us than I do.
I'm starting to think I know more after 3 episodes than y'all remember.
And I appreciate you.
I have to go back and refresh.
I thank you for your confidence in us on recalling of names. Thank you.
So
straw rack.
Good night. What is it? Rick Straw?
It's Rack Straw.
Rack Straw. Okay.
Robert Rackstraw. Bobby Rackstraw, however you want to say it.
Well, I'm going
The
Bobby.
first episode basically outlines what happened. There's a little bit of that. Now, you're going to have a lot of Rackstraw talk because the guy that's doing the main investigation that's part of this Netflix documentary, he firmly believes it is Rackstraw.
Right, and that has been one of the more dominant theories.
And I see why,
That it,
by the way.
and there's a lot of evidence.
Yeah.
It's called D.B. Cooper, Where Are You?
There it is.
The last
Thank
one,
you, Adler.
The last one that came out, because I think we discussed it on there too, because we always do. Didn't they interview a woman that was a flight attendant? Because didn't he make? She had to stay on. They let most of the crew off.
Oh, it's all on this. You have the actual audio, video of those interviews. You have her today being interviewed.
And she had closer contact
Yeah.
with him than anybody else.
And what?
What does she say?
I mean, she just says that she doesn't believe it's right. None of them believe. Well, here's the problem.
Nobody believes it's right.
There
All
were about
the-
four
there were-
different ones on the one I saw, and you would have believed it could have been any of them.
Exactly, and that's kind of Riggs is another one. He's the first one that they really. But then Riggs led us to Rackstraw, and or I said Don Carlson led us to Rackstraw.
Do you believe it's Bobby Rackstraw?
At this?
And which one had jump experience?
That's Rackstraw.
Yeah,
he was in the military, Vietnam, and here's what's going to throw y'all for a loop on the Rackstraw stuff. Do y'all know about the letters that were sent in when the letters started coming in?
Yeah,
no, I don't remember.
Well, do y'all know about
you
the
do.
person? Do y'all know about the person decoding those
That was
letters?
Zodiac.
That was actually in his.
I thought that was the Zodiac killer.
Greg, but will you
Greg,
be
you're
quiet?
gonna have to
Don't you
stay
remember?
focused.
you have his mind.
Yeah, I love it.
I said one thing. You loudmouth's been running the whole time.
You couldn't get in, could you, buddy?
I said one thing.
There are those letters that came in that was specifically describing things that only the person that did this, it had to be them. Well, in the letters, there are certain codes, numbers, and things that he put in. And this one guy that decodes these letters was part of
like
the
him.
military team that this particular guy was on with Rackstraw. And he's 100% convinced, and he will make you think based off the stuff he's putting in these letters, based off his unit in the Army. Of course, then you have the talk of he did some work for the CIA, and did they just cover this up for him? Because he was one of these guys that worked undercover after his military experience in the Army in Vietnam. There's so many things. Now I'm 3
talking about
episodes in.
Rackstraw,
Yeah,
right?
Rackstraw.
Rackstraw.
I just, but that is, you remember in the Zodiac?
Oh,
they
yeah,
had
it is.
code
No,
too.
you're right.
But let me ask you this:
all of your
typewriter,
points.
the
Let me
guy
let me say
who
this.
was decoding it, though, if he wanted to frame somebody, he's in the perfect position to frame. Rackstraw.
He is, but it's some pretty overwhelming evidence because this is not stuff he made up. This is stuff that was these numbers and stuff like had something to do with their unit, had something to do with their team, and all the guys that had been interviewed were going, "Oh wow, you don't just know this stuff."
I remember that.
And so, but again, you can make letters and numbers say whatever you want them to. That's another thing that's going to be pointed out is you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Do you get the feeling that the documentary people believe it is Rackstraw?
Oh, there's one guy there's several guys in this that
Or is it the
are
Zodiac?
100%. 100% believe him.
Now,
I'm not sure I'm there yet.
Does Riggs look as much like the police drawing as Rackstraw does?
No.
Okay.
No. But Riggs is completely like short and kind of muscular and just doesn't fit the bill at all.
Right.
But I think you guys will. It's a great overview with new details.
So what they
sounds
do,
like it because y'all don't know some of this.
Yeah,
stuff.
what they did first is everybody up.
Yeah.
Let's review what we already have, and now here's some things.
There's a 5-minute thing when it first starts about them addressing Rackstraw before he died in 2019, I think. And then they get into the overview, but then they dial into the specifics.
Rick and Bubba.
Worse?
I think so.
It'd be bad.
That's badass.
Yeah, not worse.
It sounded like, I know you said as badass, but it sounded like you said, and because we were talking about this giant gator, I thought, well, my goodness, Bubba's so fired up, he's called it a BA.
Badass.
Yeah, it would be as unfortunate.
There would be nothing left of the car if you hit that at full speed.
Sure, I've seen people hit pigs and it
be
disintegrate. You know what I mean?
Make you shave your eyebrows.
I bet it could eat a pig. I bet that thing could eat a pig.
Do you think it does?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What else does it eat?
It eats those wild pigs.
Deer.
No doubt. Deer, wild pigs. I think he's probably frustrated by
Small golfers.
Eating a rabbit for him would be like us eating Chinese food. I'm still hungry.
It's an appetizer.
You know,
it to be an appetizer.
Yeah.
Finger food.
Right. Yeah. So, all right. So he's out there.
What if you were in a boat and that big old head come up on top of the water and looking at you?
No.
Huh?
No.
I'd rather face it on land than water.
Absolutely,
most definitely.
100%.
Even with a golf cart.
I'd be up in a tree in a second.
You do not want to be in the water with that. Hey, because he's kind of moving kind of slow right now in the water. He's lightning. You think that tail can't get some speed?
Yeah.
Of email after the last segment, Bubba said it would be as bad as something else. Okay? Right.
Hey, you can read it however you want to, pal.
Email Bubba from one of the people who listen to the program, and they say they do love us, and I thank you for this. And she says, I love you enough to ask you this question. Why on God's green earth would you want to kill that huge alligator? He's not doing anything to anybody yet.
He doing something to somebody, or he wouldn't be that fat.
She says she loves you. She loves us. She listens to us every day. Thank you for that.
He ate my pet deer.
She says that she loves the testimony of the show, but please don't perpetuate the killing of a harmless creature. It's a dinosaur. It's amazing. By the way, I'm glad. Look, you're a sweet lady, but I sure am glad you weren't here. You would have been telling us, let's keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex around.
Yeah,
I'm kind of glad.
Could you imagine traffic with brontosauruses everywhere?
I'm so glad they're dead.
Yeah. Rick, here's the thing too. I saw that story on that, and I had read another story. I want to say that is in a preserve, and I got several emails that said it actually is in a preserve type thing, which is fine.
It is.
I mean, that's your thing. You're managing the
things get out of preserve.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be the neighbor with small children and pets, but it's that's the thing. You manage these kind of things.
Well, it's kind of like.
But out in the wild, I'm like, I do think Florida's let the gator population come back too much.
Well, they have, but I want to take
that's
this.
That's just
on.
me.
I just
nobody asked me. So
her name is Emily, and I want Emily to know this would be my plan, and see if this would work better, because I do want to, I want to manage, and I want to do this right. I am glad dinosaurs are gone, just speaking for all humans.
Yeah.
But these are some of the dinosaurs that survived: alligators, possums, and of course the music artist Cher. But look,
and cockroaches.
That's right. So what I would do, and let's see if you'd be okay with this, because let's get the pecking order right. As we've said, the pecking order is, and she said she loved the testimony on the show, which I thank her for that. The pecking order is animals and human beings are not equal in God's eyes. They're not. We get a speech coming off of Noah's Ark. It's pretty straightforward. Now that all may be resolved. Bubba and I don't think, when we could be wrong. We're not like some of you that want to tell God what to do. We do whatever He says to do because He's God. But we don't think that there's going to be a feast that's going to feature brilliant salads. We just don't, because we're going to have a feast and we're going to sit down with our Lord and Savior, and we're going to celebrate, and we're going to eat.
Feast has an entree, Rick, which is meat.
Right. I do realize that there seems to have been a change.
We might warm up with a salad.
But after the fall, animals and human beings, drain the blood out of them. You can eat them. So let's say that, and we do know that
in
God,
a manageable way.
Right. And we knew God also goes on record for his pecking order of human life versus animal life when Jesus takes demons out of a man, puts them into pigs who run off a cliff to their death. And Jesus never said, well, that's a shame. You know what I mean?
Now, the owner of the pigs wasn't too happy.
They weren't happy because
I can see that.
Because of the money and
investment lost.
And, of course, a good Jewish man wouldn't have anything to do with pigs anyway.
Right.
But anyway, so what if, Emily, I went in for the good of the people and I killed the giant alligator? Okay?
Let's say it wasn't on a preserve.
Right.
Yeah.
Number one, well, then I would like to see what all it's eating. That'd be cool. But then what I'm going to move next, there's going to be a homeless shelter I'm headed to with, you can't believe how many alligator bites I'm going to have. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to the restaurant where you eat those alligator bites. I'm going to be coming with truckloads of alligator bites, and I'm going to feed homeless people. I'm going to go down to the shelter. I'm going to go over down Jimmy Hill or whatever you have a Christian mission, because I don't really get involved with anybody that tries to make people more comfortable as they go to hell. I want to be involved in somewhere that says we are meeting your earthly needs, but we're meeting your eternal needs as well. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Looking forward to being out on the road today, headed to Jasper, Alabama, Northside Baptist Church tonight. Man Church will be there. Looking forward to being with the guys tonight. Doors open at 5:45 local time, and we'll start the service at 6:30. You're welcome to join us. All you got to do is just come. Same thing with Helmsy over in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. And he'll be at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. And you can find out all the information on either one of these at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. All right, so Bubba, some other things that we can discuss today. We've got, I'm looking at some of the things that Adler put out that we haven't gotten to on the videos, and the way he describes things owns me. Like he's got a little thing down at the bottom. One is entitled "Nature is Awesome." Then another one he's got entitled "Space is Awesome." And have you
now,
given
who is this?
Adler? Have you noticed that he said the guy does the videos and
I had missed where this started at.
Right, yeah, and so when I saw Space is Awesome, it reminded me that you haven't given us any Roy Webb updates today on pictures.
I'm sure they put some out yesterday, but I didn't see them either.
Yes, so Adler, whenever
it'll be every few days that they'll do.
Yeah,
that.
but do you the
Oh,
pictures?
I know what this is. I know what this
You
is.
do?
Yeah, I do. Is this where they show you how far they zoomed in?
Yeah.
Okay, this is really cool. This is cool.
All right,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it says Space is Awesome.
Yeah.
we're
Okay,
real
so
small.
here is the first picture we saw from the James Webb Space Telescope,
Mm-hmm.
and we were talking about what we were seeing and how far it is. Now, here's the thing, and Greg, y'all got to watch this to really appreciate it. They're going to show you how much they zoomed in to see that and how far back into space they're looking with these pictures.
Oh wow!
Oh.
I'm like, whoa! Hey,
now you talk about a zoom lens, baby. That's
good gracious!
Wow!
If
What
you
in the world?
That's
Guys, we're so small.
I know.
do you have the video where they then they rotate it and you see the Milky Way?
How about you're not the only one who's small? I just realized that.
That's right. We're as far as our size, we're all real small.
I know.
Everybody.
See that, everybody?
I'm assuming to the left that's the Milky Way, the galaxy we're in. We're looking, sideways through the spiral, and that's probably the next. I don't know what that one is that we see, the nearest one to us. That may be Andromeda. I don't know.
Watch out now.
Easy.
I didn't realize
I'm not
that
familiar
when
with
you,
exactly where we're looking at here.
I didn't realize when you see that thing go through the sky that we're looking at the spiral arms of the Milky Way galaxy. I didn't realize that till just like this week.
Oh, really?
Isn't that
Weird
cool?
feeling, by the way.
It gives me a weird feeling too. We're just looking across the spiral. It's it's unreal.
Yeah.
May I ask a question on this?
At a lot of suns that probably have a lot of planets.
Let me ask you a question. I want to know whether this is just fat people or everybody. Can we talk about the galaxy Milky Way without you thinking of the candy bar?
No, I can't.
It
always comes up.
I think of it every time.
I don't think about
Not
it.
every time, but if it's been more than 3 hours since my last meal, yes.
Right, yeah. You cannot bring up Milky Way in any me go, yeah, I like that candy bar. It's a good candy bar.
Growing up, I knew the candy bar Milky Way before I knew the space Milky Way.
I did too. The first
So to
time I heard
me-
somebody refer to the galaxy as Milky Way, I thought they were kidding around.
Well, there's a reason they call the galaxy that, because it looked like somebody spilt milk and it ran across the sky, because it's a brighter, wide area. But I'm not sure about the candy bar.
Right.
Because it's chocolate.
Yeah, I don't know why they call it that.
Milk
So that's
chocolate,
the
milk
spiral.
chocolate.
Milk chocolate.
Milk chocolate.
And there's
Yeah.
whey.
What about nougat? Does it come from a milk
I'm
area?
sure.
You doing
That's
good on
eggs,
nougat?
isn't it? Isn't that eggs?
It's got to be an
I mean,
egg
if
in
they
there
named
somewhere.
a zero the Milky Way, you'd see it. You know what I'm
There you
saying?
go.
I know.
Because it's white.
Not a great bar. Not a great bar.
I love the zero. Surprisingly, I love
the zero is named appropriately. It is a
If
zero.
I'd have been in that meeting, I would have said, don't call it a zero.
because the Burgess brothers will make fun of it.
Yep. Call it the Milky Way.
I'm going to ask.
It's also that zero bar. They said, let's try to invent a candy bar no one would eat.
How many people are going to eat it?
That's
Zero.
a Clark bar is one I will never
so that
touch.
last image you
I
showed.
want to see that
Adler,
again, zooming in and out.
That last image you showed was how we were looking into it, because I'm going to ask the question a lot of people that don't understand it's wanting to know, so I guess I'll sound dumb here.
okay, buddy.
Explain how we're looking into that again. I
Okay,
think that you saw the spiral. You showed that.
You talking
image.
about the Milky Way?
No. We're
Well,
back
how we're
to
zooming
the
in.
original zoom in.
Yeah. How we're
this
zooming
one.
in. How we're seeing that. Like at what angle you said, or something to that
Okay,
effect.
let me say this: the original deep space field that the Hubble shot, they looked around and said, this is the darkest place that we see, where the most black is. Let's zoom in on that. Let's take a picture for 3 months, and let's see if we see anything in there.
Okay.
And they had this all these galaxies. They're like, wow, we're blown away. So I'm assuming they did something similar to this. They went to a spot that looked like it was not densely populated and zoomed in with everything they had, and they thought, wow, there is a lot of stuff out there. But look at that. You're talking about a zoom lens, guys. That is a hoss right there. That's 13 billion years of zoom.
All right, so some of the, and again, just forgive me here. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Some of the bigger spots that you're seeing, what are those compared to some of the smaller ones?
Like, show me what you're talking about.
Like,
they're all galaxies or stars.
Dumbest thing I heard any fool say.
He doesn't have his headphones on. He can't hear. Speedy couldn't hear it because he doesn't have his headphones on. It's a good question, Speedy.
It is a good question.
All right, zoom out. Okay, here we go. Zooming out.
Keep on going. Let's go.
It's going. It's a video. It goes.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Speedy, no, this is a good question, Speedy.
It is a good question. It is a good question. Those could be a couple of things. It could be an individual star, or it could be a galaxy.
Or
that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
That's a good question.
It could be the Starship Enterprise.
It's just like those are some of the dots are just a little bit stronger than.
Bub, I have a question. Are we looking up or down?
Rick, in space, there is no up or down.
Ooh, eat it.
Go all the way back again.
Yeah,
We're going to find out they made all this up. It ain't even real.
Sure, it's not real, Greg, and I can't believe you're thinking it is.
I'm just going along with it.
Yeah.
Bubba's so excited.
All right, here we go.
All the way out.
Hold on.
Okay.
This could be the same as this, but a long way.
Quit touching
There you
the
go. That's good.
Yeah.
Quit touching the TV. You know you're not supposed to do
So
that.
he's one of those TV touchers?
Yes, he just the engineer.
My kids do that all the time.
The engineer just touched the TV.
I love touching them.
You don't
You're not
touch the
supposed
TV.
to touch TV, Rick. You can point to the section.
come
Don't
on,
physically
Rick.
touch
I even
it.
like to go up and put my nose on it.
Now,
That one needs dusting, by the way.
Rick, that one big one, that was that Blue Origin.
Thank you, Greg.
Hey, I really wish we could get a laser.
It's up there.
Can we get a laser pointer?
Yeah, we do need laser pointer.
That way you
that
can
would
just
be
sit
awesome.
there you go. That's what they zoomed in on.
Yeah, there it is.
It's just a kitchen counter.
They're just looking at countertops.
Like it.
There's
you got any
also,
more dumb questions?
It was a good question, Speedy.
It was a good question.
Well, I mean, some dots are a little brighter than others,
Sure.
and I was like, okay, what's the difference? That's what I was asking.
Space is awesome.
Let's see it.
That's it.
That's in the 80s background.
Y'all, that's what they did.
I told you we had curtains and bedspreads.
Look at me.
You brought that up immediately the first time we saw it.
Yeah. Look at me. I need a haircut over there.
Hey, watch it. That's that little girl's heart.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
She works in the building. All right, we'll be back.
Oh, no.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That really is the one-step program that'll change your life. So I'm going to be involved with them. And they always need food. So I'm going to show up, and I'm going to have alligator bites, that will just go on and on and on. And then you can come with me, Emily, and we can sit down. We can talk about the great contribution that this giant alligator made to God's greatest creation, human beings. And we will consume the alligator bites together, and we'll discuss how magnificent and the pictures of how big he was when he's no longer a threat to anyone else. And then he will also provide food for those who are hungry.
And Rick, don't forget the suitcases and pairs of shoes we're going to get out of him too.
Oh my gosh!
A few belts.
I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. I'm handing out belts.
The Waltons could make goods for their family with that one.
I'm handing out boots, right?
Oh yeah.
Hey,
purses.
Emily just checked back in. She says, "Okay, I got you. I totally agree. Now, God bless you. Just make sure you're making some alligator shoes for me and the homeless when you do."
There you go, Emily. It's right. Because you're right. I shouldn't just do it for no reason. I want to do it and it'd be something good. Now, I might do it for no reason if he's trying to eat my kids. Then it's a different game.
Well,
then someone else could do alligator bites or whatever. But, they are very good. Have you ever had alligator bites? They're fantastic.
Yeah. My area to manage, I have to make decisions on what could be a threat to the family.
Right.
If it wasn't a preserve situation.
What is it? Well, even a preserve, we got something that's rogue. We got to go in there as a preserve. Let's preserve.
The people who are running it ought to be able to manage that.
I just don't. I didn't like the look of that thing.
Oh, I know. You make a mistake with him, buddy. It's bad news.
I don't like the fact that he can get aquatic on you, and now I'm.
Oh yeah. I wonder how old he is. I think there's a lot of history there.
Hey, how about this? They run a little faster than you think they do on land too.
Yeah.
Now you guys.
Is alligators the one you run in a Z?
Yeah, zigzag.
Bears you roll up on.
Oh, trust me, I know every.
Hogs you jump up on something.
Yeah, I
try
know.
to grab a limb, right?
Yeah, I know every.
Remember how to get away from everything. Bears is the roll up.
Well, I've told you, and we've talked.
I don't know if I could do that.
No. Well, I've told you for years on the show. If you want to get into that borderline phobia situation. Me being consumed by an animal is on my thumbs down list. I'm talking about it is thumbs down.
Yeah.
And so I have developed I know all the things about how not to be eaten by an animal, because if I am eaten by one and you get there, you go, boy, Rick sure did try. I mean, he did it all. I mean, he tried everything, and there's nothing I found this much better than just shooting it dead.
Right.
That's the number one.
Yeah.
All right. So look, we're looking at
lead projectile.
This is just 12 feet.
All right, we're now doing 12 feet.
That's all we got. We can't show you 14.
Wow, y'all. I think.
It'd be from the back of Speedy's chair to the glass.
Yeah.
Can I let it go, Dad?
Boy.
Can I let it go?
Mm.
I don't know.
Well, see, this is the thing back, when we had, what was the name of that well that was killing everybody that eventually led to the death? Tillicum, whatever. And see, I've never eaten killer whale, but that'd been a good one to start on. Yeah. You know what I mean? We'd have taken Tillicum out, cut them off in some, fillets and some wedges, drop it in the deep fryer and see how she goes.
Well, you'd have to have a big old fryer for that one.
Yeah. Well, see, that's a lot of food. We feeding everybody.
You could hide people under it.
Yeah. The best thing Tillicum could have ever done was been served up as food, and then, as I said, been an example to the other killer whales and what happens if you eat a trainer or attack. This is what happens. And then I think you look over at the others, and they're kind of looking around going, why don't we just jump through the hoop? And jump up in the air and stay out of trouble. You realize, these animal people are ruining everything. We don't have SeaWorld. We don't have a circus. We got nothing.
I know.
They've killed the circus single-handedly.
Well, the zoos are next. See, that's next on the list.
Zoos.
Don't think that, like you were talking about earlier, that some of these groups will go home and go mission accomplished, well done. They're already geared up to fight, so they'll just turn. Wins. They'll just find another battle, my friend.
Listen, let me ask you this: would you stop pursuing something you were getting wins in? Hey, they getting wins.
Well, what they don't realize though, the fact that a few of these animals in the zoo and in the circus helps to educate and protect many of them in the wild. Now, if you're not exposed to them, you don't really care what happens to them.
Thank you for the line that SeaWorld used until that didn't work either, because that's what they started with. Well, we're trying to make everybody love these whales so they'll protect them, and there is some legitimacy to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that doesn't work anymore. Keep in mind, a big snapping turtle. And Emily put in there, would I kill a turtle? Emily, you know what? Next, Emily, I have to say, turtles are fantastic. It's really hard. Honestly, it's hard for me to concentrate on the rest of the show.
Really?
Because something's going on. And nothing worse is when they start doing stuff when you're not at the house. You know what I mean? They start messing with stuff.
What? Oh.
Let me tell you about this text I just got from my wife. You know how you do, if you're married, don't you all do this thing, here's my day, what's your day?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's the dinner situation? Who's got practice?
Yeah, where are the kids?
You
what
got
time?
this. Here
What
we go.
time are you going to be back?
And we're doing that kind of talk, okay? And then it happens. Oh, FYI, you need to go by, and she throws out a department store that. There's the phone troll music. Time to talk to the people. Let's go. 866 We Be Big. Your time to be on the program as we open up all 10 lines. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. You can do it all right now by dialing us up at 866 We Be Big. Relief Factor. I'm going to talk to you about this. By the way, if you dial right now, you will get in. We got them open. Relief Factor. We love this product, and we could talk about it all day long because we have I mean, they've been with us. How many years you think, Bubba? It's been a long. I mean, it has been a number of years. And we first met them. They were saying, look, we're researchers, and we were researching how we can help people as they age. There's only so much you can do about age. But they said, a lot of it's tied to inflammation with the aches and pains and the stiffness. And so they said they discovered that there's a lot of people that had maybe been taking Icarin, curcumin, also the resveratrol, and an omega-3. We've all been told about the omega-3s. And they thought, well, what if we put them all together in kind of a Avengers of inflammation pack? And you know what? The results are in, and we realize it kind of works for any of us, not just if we're aging. So if you'd like to find out more about this maybe being an all-natural solution to your battle with pain and aches, like it has been for so many of us, then go to ReliefFactor.com. For $19.95, we'll send you 3 weeks. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether it works for you or not. And for most of the people that order the Quick Start Pack, they order more because they see the results. And you hear us talking about these testimonies all the time. So won't you send us one? ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Marshall is in Montgomery. He's listening on I-92 WLWI. 30 seconds, Marshall. Go right ahead.
Yes, Rick and Bubba, I'm a big fan of you guys.
Thank you.
I wanted to get your guys' opinion. Do you guys think Donald Trump's going to run again?
I think Donald Trump will probably run again.
If he still has his health in 2 more years, I do think I'm with Bubba. I think knowing his personality, I think he will attempt to run again. I do.
Unless he finds something that gets his attention otherwise.
Thank you, Kermit.
Maybe a pro football team or something.
Right. Something's going to have to distract him. Right. But I think the way he operates, he thinks he was robbed, and he wants to come back and...
Or he didn't finish the way he wanted to, and he wants to go back and redo the ending.
Don't forget, he refers to himself as our favorite president.
Right.
Which
is one of the things you love about him.
Which is hilarious.
If he's physically able, he will. There's no way his ego lets him set it.
I really do think he is in a better position of power if he's a kingmaker, because he's not bound by the rules and laws and things that he likes to have fun with. And he can have a more everlasting effect on things by putting somebody else in. But I don't know that that'll be the case.
Doesn't seem to fit his personality.
No,
I agree with you, by the way. I think you're right.
And you're right, Bubba. Your point about wanting to rewrite he don't like the way it ended.
Right.
And he wants to end with a victory.
The fact that he wasn't a 2-termer has driven him crazy. Stingray out of Hoover, Alabama, listening to us on ZZK. Come on, Sting.
Hey, I know you guys are doing good, so I won't even ask. I got 2 quick things. Hot fudge cake, the secret to it, I used to make it at Shoney's, has coffee in it.
Are you serious?
A pot of coffee in it.
Are you serious?
In the syrup?
Yes. Yeah, you have to thin it out with coffee. And there's a local connection, Hoover, Alabama, has a D.B. Cooper Museum, recovered money with correct serial numbers. Go see it.
I have heard about that.
Where is that at?
Where is it? Somebody told us that before.
Hoover?
In Hoover?
Yes, I told you before. It's at Southern Coins and Collectibles.
Oh,
in
that's
Hoover.
right.
Where is that at physically?
It's near the old Bruno's on 31.
Over across from Hoover Tactical?
Yeah. It's I know where you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks, man.
It's close to where JT used to work, Rick.
Correct.
Yeah. So they have some of the money that they found in the creek bed, I guess.
Would you like to have a 20 out of that pack?
I would.
I kind of would, too.
I would,
put
too.
on the wall.
Yeah.
Wonder what it costs.
Well,
Probably more than 20.
I guess we can go find out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe JT's over part-time.
I'd frame one, put a picture of Robert Rackshaw up there.
That's Rackstraw.
Bubba's going with Rackshaw.
Well, I like it better, too. He's right. Yeah. Christine, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I am calling about that godforsaken zero candy bar.
Oh, my goodness.
My mother is the only person in the world that I know that loved that non-tasting candy bar.
Well, you put me in there.
One that even was still in date.
You put me in there because I went on a spell. I loved them.
You didn't like
Listen, she made a great point.
I remember that right.
She made a great point. It's almost like they're old, even though they're not out of date yet. They
You're
taste
right,
like they're old.
Christine.
They don't taste. Yes.
You're right. I agree.
The texture, everything. It's like a candy bar that's been down at the old country store too long.
Yeah. Let's go to Jason in Alabaster. Jason, go.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Good. Fired up.
Hey, I just got a question. I think DeSantis may be our best chance of a true Republican president in the next decade.
Right.
Are we about to see him lose his chance because Trump's ego won't get out of the way?
Probably
possible.
I think DeSantis has a lot of time left. Probably not so for Trump, just based on their physical age. What did I miss something?
They're showing the cream where they make blueberry.
yeah. Oh, I know. That's why I was speaking slow.
Yeah, okay.
So I think Ron DeSantis will be around, and if you don't think that he is not a concern, look at the way that the left and the Democrats attack him now as a governor.
They hate him, which is a sign we should love him.
Right. It's almost like, well, if y'all fear him that much, it must be something I really need to like about him.
Let's go to.
He's got an amazing story, by the way.
Coach Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go.
Yeah, I just wanted to let Rick know that the Canadian ultimate team was whooped by the Germans the other day, something like 15-5. They're playing over at John Carroll, so maybe they can tell their lacrosse boys about that.
What was it? What was the
What
was
sport?
What sport?
Ultimate frisbee.
Oh,
ultimate frisbee. Oh, okay, I got you.
It's like lacrosse. They'd be throwing a frisbee up and down.
Not frisbee. That's something else.
You're right, and that's the one, the French one.
Yeah.
It's a new technique used by the New York City Police.
Oh, wow. Let's go to Hank. Hank, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I'm 48 years old, so I grew up with, Bugs Bunny, Tom and Jerry, and anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
And while I respect the office of the president, I don't know if you've ever seen the Tom and Jerry episodes where Jerry's uncle comes into town and sings Crambone.
I don't remember. No.
Have you ever?
No. I love Tom and Jerry, but I don't remember that
Google
episode.
Tom and Jerry Crambone. Tom and Jerry Crambone. Just Google it.
Okay.
I love that cartoon, and I love Bugs Bunny. Any of the Bugs Bunny stuff, I love.
Well, I
still love it.
Look,
I will still watch it.
I love Bugs Bunny, but did the Wile E. Coyote and the Tom and Jerry thing ever bother you? That you kind of knew that the person chasing was never going to catch what they were chasing?
No, not really.
No,
it was the process.
Okay.
I love when the Coyote would order things from Acme and get it delivered.
Oh, yes.
And it would come immediately.
Yes. Bama done. Bama, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I see where you're coming to LaGrange, Georgia on the 21st of August.
You better believe it. I'm fired up about it.
Well, you can't miss the church because it's the biggest church and it's up there on the square.
Yeah, we've been talking to those guys, and man, they're fired up about the manchurch.com. And Helmsy came in and was talking to me about it, and I said, "I'll tell you what, we're gonna make that work. I want to go to that place." So we made it work, and coming August the 21st, I hope you'll be there, brother. I mean, I'm excited about that. James in Albertville. James, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
What's up, fellas?
Buddy.
As a few callers back said, I ain't gonna ask how you are doing. I just had a quick comment about the Zero Bar. I grew up, little kid, that was actually my favorite bar. It's nougat and almond. And I love y'all in every aspect, but this is my one area I disagree with y'all on. The Zero Bar is fantastic.
Well, Bubba's okay.
I said I like it.
Bubba's okay.
So you still agree with
it? You got one person here.
Okay.
Yeah, you can agree with Bubba.
Okay, I got one.
I mean, you're incorrect, but I get it. Yeah, I mean, it's not, Bubba, you didn't like it though. You sure you remember now?
I liked it, and one of the things I really remember, it wasn't as crumbly as some of the other candy bars.
Well,
I mean, it had more of a soft,
But
feel
you're
to
not making the case that it's as good as a Three Musketeer or Milky Way.
Butterfinger.
You're not doing that. Butterfinger. Twigs.
I liked the Zero for a change-up pitch.
That's right.
That was kind of,
I would eat, but
Three Musketeers is still mine.
It wasn't in the elite.
You've pulled me over to a few more Snickers than I used to get.
One. Yeah.
Just because of the peanuts, it's a somewhat healthy snack.
But you don't start the Zero. He might be in the bullpen, but he's not a starter.
No, peanut M&M's is my walking dog, and then you go Three Musketeers, Butterfinger, and then there's some more.
You don't like Milky Way?
No,
I love Milky Way.
I've never really. I'm gonna give it another shot.
Yeah, you should.
And a Zero.
We're back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It would be difficult for me to ever walk in just because I'm, and buy yourself some underwear.
I have been going through your underwear, and I have thrown away several pairs.
Whoa!
Because they're worn out, and you cannot keep wearing these with holes in them. Well, how about this? This is no man wants this text.
That is awful.
This explains it. Over the last few days, I've been going to my underwear drawer, and we all know what you got your first team.
Yeah.
You got your second team.
Then you got your emergency.
And then you got your ones you do not want to wear unless you're just forced to because they don't fit you right. There's something wrong with them. As we speak, I'm uncomfortable because those are the only ones in my drawer right now, and I'm like, where's all my underwear? And these, I'm to the guys that only get to play if there's nobody else left.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Most time they're a little stiff.
Oh yeah. And so
a little scratchy.
So what I don't and see that means if we're going to toss underwear and or shirts of any kind, clothing, every man knows you want to have a say in it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I want to say no. I'm sorry. He's still got some games left.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, you can't throw away those. And so without me having any call factor whatsoever, instruction, you better get you some underwear. I've thrown them out.
Ooh.
Now I've got an underwear trip I got to make because what that tells me is I know that the ones that I keep wondering where they went, they're not returning. They're gone. And I need to have every woman, if you don't know this, if you're about to get married or you're new to dudes, we believe that every man stood before God at one point and was handed his lifetime supply of underwear. And that supply of underwear lasts for the rest of his life. You never go out looking for underwear unless somebody comes and steals them. You leave them somewhere at the hunting camp. You know, you went somewhere and you forgot, you left them somewhere. But you don't ever just throw underwear away.
No.
They always work.
Yeah.
Well, there's a few I had to throw away. Yeah. I even went, well, that's ridiculous.
But at least you got
it was your call, though.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Are you still locked in on grippies?
I love grippies, and I always have. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like these. I know a lot of y'all. You just turn flips over boxer briefs. I don't like feeling like I'm wearing two pair of pants.
I think you need to give the performance.
I don't want to walk around with sliding shorts on.
Under Armour a try.
I don't walk around with slides.
I don't go
or the two under,
down.
one of the two.
You need to try one pair of two under before you ride it off, and then you.
But what I'm saying is, and it may be the way I'm made. Burgesses all have really big legs.
Yeah.
So my thighs are huge. I mean, they've actually gone down some, but I mean, I'm Earl Campbell kind of. You know what I'm talking about? And so I don't like when things go down and attempt to say I'm just going to hug your thighs. They always push back up.
They roll up. Okay.
Yeah. And so
they turn into grippies.
I can't stand
saying.
that. And then they turn into uncomfortable grippies.
Right.
Because now there's
I don't think these will.
And here's the other. You loons that wear loose boxers.
No, I don't understand.
What is this? My boys do that.
Especially with that open gate.
That looks like the most wadded up piece of mess. Now you've got two pairs of pants on.
No, they're great for sleeping.
They wad up into if you've got pants on, they wad up or hang out of your shorts or all this weird stuff. So I've often thought that good old Grippy, whoever started the bad PR on just your old basic white cotton briefs, I don't know. I stand for them. I don't let people take that on and try to remove them from society. I love my white Grippies and I love my white cotton underwear, and I don't apologize for it. Okay?
We'll just get you some new clean ones.
I mean,
You'll be good.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm doing. See, this may be an attempt for me to try to shift.
I wish you would try the performance. The two unders or either the Under Armour, one of the two.
I have Under Armour right now.
Do you not like them?
No.
Are they I mean, I hate to say, let me see your underwear.
Yeah,
but
I'm about to.
Are you talking about those?
Let me see.
I can't see.
Look at me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're too tight. I don't like the way they
How
all on my
far
leg.
down they go? They go
get
down
hot too. Get hot.
Really?
Yeah. Real hot.
You could slide into second right now, though.
Yeah, but see, that's
go back to your.
What am I playing for? Bingo Long's Traveling All Stars now? I mean, I don't play baseball, but so yeah. And then there's the heat factor. I don't like. I get hot. I mean, I'm constantly trying not to be hot.
Yeah.
Everything I do is please don't let me. I can't stand to be hot. And so I'm talking about temperature hot. You know. Right. And so
got it.
So like right now as we speak, my rear end in other areas is way too warm.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and it's hot, and I don't like
it. Look, you're not going to hear another word out of me. You've tried it. I'm good with it.
Okay,
move on. Now the two under is a little better.
I haven't
quality.
tried two. If it still features stuff running down my legs, I'm out.
It does, and that's why I'm not pushing you.
I'm going to get me some. How about this? I'm going to get me some white cotton briefs today, and that's what I'm going to wear.
Right.
I'm 52 years old, and this is how I like it.
Well, everybody wins.
Okay. And
in this situation.
and what it
Sure.
is she says, you know,
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. You know, when we got settled into the new studio, you know, we went through the whole thing with, you know, everything being shut down. We weren't having guests coming by. We've kind of returned back to normalcy, no matter what the latest, end of time comment from Fauci may be. So friends are returning back to the studio, here live in the studio, and Dr. Melanie Petro is back. Doc, where have you been? I mean, it's been a while since you visited the show.
It has. It's been too long, but I've been listening to y'all. I've been spinning my own wheel of meat at home.
Well, you know what? Getting ready for an opportunity, and we need to have you come by one day and be our guest spinner.
I'd love to.
Yeah, now that you're going to get back on the rotation and everything. So we do need, though, to get one thing out before we dive into other things like Speedy's head. And
the help it needs.
I have heard about this. You're not the first person to tell me this. Of course, you have training that is second to no one, and you can find out more about Dr. Melanie Petro and her practice at BeyondSkinDeep.com. But you want to give a warning to the audience out there, and we want to get this in right out of the gate. Be careful about just going out there and ordering products online that you don't know who's developed them, where they're coming from. This has actually turned out to be a very dangerous thing.
It really is. There are a lot of people that are selling things that if it had to go through the FDA in the U.S., it couldn't be sold. Sometimes we put things on our face without realizing that they're absorbed. So there is lead, there's mercury, there are different things that you can't use if it's a U.S.-based product, but they can still be available to you on Amazon or eBay, and people have gotten mercury poisoning and died. So it's and then there's Botox and fillers and Dysport. All of those things can also be ordered, and they look really similar. They look so similar, I have to look at both of them a few times. So make sure you go to a qualified injector that you're certain is a qualified injector, and know what people put in your face, because sometimes we think it's so easy. It's Botox. It's easy if you know what you're doing and you're using the right things. But if something's too good to be true, it unfortunately probably is.
Well, think about what you just said. Be careful where you just injecting things into your face. I mean,
we get stories that we do here all the time of people who go to these places in people's houses and bedrooms and basements to get injections done, and a lot of them end up dying.
Wow.
Because they've had concrete or something put in them. I mean, I don't understand what people are thinking with that.
I think people want to look better. They want to look like they feel. They don't want to look sad, and it's expensive, and they hear that it's cheap, but it's just not like going to Best Buy the day after Thanksgiving. I mean, it's just not.
Right.
I mean, it's a different thing, and it really can hurt you. And I think a lot of times the people that get hurt are quiet because they're embarrassed that they went and did something that they knew they probably shouldn't do. So I don't think they share it as readily as the happy people that are like, look at my forehead now. So you do have to be careful. There's still injections, and you can get bacteria in them. I mean, when things don't go through the right channels and the right processes, it can be really dangerous. And
well, there's a reason you had a lot of schooling done and board certified. I mean,
there's a reason.
Yeah. So you shouldn't go to a garage to have it done. If they're pulling the wall down behind you, it's a bad sign.
Doggone, didn't Scylla do that?
Yes.
Didn't Priscilla do that one time? Presley?
She's
goes
got the
over to
money.
somebody's garage and ends up with this weird look.
Well, they put silicone. You can get silicone for $2 at Home Depot and put it in your face. I mean, that's what you
but it's full of cancer-causing agents. That's not good.
There's cancer everywhere. You really do have to be careful because you really can't trust. So anybody that would do that on the side and not make it their full-time job can't possibly be as passionate about it, or it's not their life. Anytime somebody does something on the side, it's not. You want somebody that is willing to make it their full-time job, that loves it, and trained.
It's like people that play radio. We feel the same way.
Yeah, we do. So your expertise, Speedy, come here. Have you looked at Speedy's head? How's he looking?
I have. No, this
since
is
the
a
last
challenge.
Time? Yeah.
I am double board certified, but
Yeah, you're saying even with double board certification, this forehead right here.
It takes that much certification, Rick,
no,
to
just to
help
hold
Speedy.
him down.
Yeah.
I hate to ask this here, but y'all talking about garages and everything. What about a studio? Just come into a studio and give us somebody.
But it depends if you're a double board certified doctor. Though.
Yeah, she's here.
We're not talking about the place. We're talking about the person.
The person
I just
who's
wanted to
doing it.
make that clear.
Yeah.
Nobody rolled a garage
scared
door
and
by.
he really wants to back out right now, so
Right.
he's looking for any excuse.
No,
I know.
but you can
No,
help
he's
him.
trying
right?
to down the clock.
We could do a comparison. We could take you to someone's garage versus how.
No.
But you could right now. You could help Speedy right now,
Yeah,
right?
we got.
I can, because Speedy someday is going to have really deep lines, and the fact that he has no hair is going to make all we're going to see are the lines.
Right.
So we're going to try to soften those so that later everybody doesn't say, "Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad?"
Oh,
Right,
okay.
right, yeah.
All right, we got to get to. We got like 2.5 minutes. You
Okay.
ready to hit me?
Are you ready?
Oh, I could do it in 10 seconds. You want to see how fast I can go?
Yeah. So we're going to set
Who's
up.
going to hold him down?
But you're right.
So we have skincare too. You don't have to buy ours. You can also email us if you have any questions. But skincare that's medical.
Yeah.
Stand by your man. This is good for men, but things that are medical, have to go through a certain criteria in order to be put in a bottle and sold.
Build me up, Buttercup.
Yep.
No, I'm not talking to her. That's the name of this.
Is it really?
Yeah. I was just
It's a
reading it.
playlist. They're all songs. This is You Need to Calm Down. I brought this for y'all. Bubba has rosacea.
Most fat people do.
I love it. You just call it. Look, Greg's having the time of his life.
I notice how they get behind that glass in there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she'll just look over and go, "Yeah, I got this for Bubba. He's got rosacea."
Yeah.
So this is the frontalis muscle, and this lets Speedy raise his brows.
Yeah, he does. I've noticed that.
So we're going to soften it some, and then that way, over time, it won't get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, because you tell what you don't. You're talking about.
And he won't be making faces at me either. Will he?
I've seen people that didn't use you before, and sometimes they have this expression on their face like they're surprised all the time, because it doesn't give with it looks so unnatural.
Well, it's easy to just follow a pattern, but but people aren't patterns. I mean, if we can make everybody the same.
You're right. So
I would have already changed several.
Right.
Got to take them how they are.
All right, here we go, Speedy.
Do we need to hold Speedy down or something?
No,
Can we switch?
We
Can we
usually
switch?
do have to hold him down.
Yeah. Oh, look, they're really about to do it. All right, so we got about a minute, by the way, left.
Okay.
All right, so here comes Speedy's
Okay,
head.
so we don't have time for your antics.
Okay, we don't have time for your antics.
All right, straight up. I mean, what do you hit me with?
It's a surprise.
Yeah, look.
I don't like shots. I don't like anything about
know.
shots.
What's that noise I hear?
Speedy,
This is a buzzer that we're going to put on Speedy's
Oh, I
head.
see. Okay.
So
I see. She's got a little something there. What is she doing?
So I'm using a tiny needle.
Okay.
So I'm going where his lines are. Raise your
Oh, bee sting.
again.
Is the buzzer supposed to be throwing him off so he doesn't feel it?
That's so good.
It is. It's not working.
Oh, that's gonna.
Oh wait, he's really turning red.
Yeah, he is.
Well, he's embarrassed.
You're gonna be okay, Speedy. You're gonna be fine.
Let me apply some topical. You need to calm down.
Look, she's putting topical on there. Dr. Petro, it's always fun. No matter where you are, obviously, if you're, in our home market, Birmingham, you can see her. But their online store, BeyondSkinDeep.com, here's Dr. Petro with all of her training, double board certified, standing behind these products. So BeyondSkinDeep.com as well. Doc, good to see you again. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.